It's going to be still just tornado twister. How'd you know it was going to be called tornado twister?
How does that game go?
It's a lot like Battleship, but it's tornadoes. It's literally just like Battleship, but it's tornadoes. How'd you know that, Donnell?
It is a straightforward
How'd you know that one?
comes to the lungs. That is actually
Look at my
culture
bio.
when it comes to the kidneys.
That's the most honest bitch in the house. What did you say?
It's very silly.
Hold on, what?
This thing is being silly.
I'm trying.
Are you?
I had a real hard week this week.
Yeah, tell us about it. Yeah, is that it?
To McDonald's a couple days ago, they overcharged me for a Big Mac.
How much did they charge you?
$10. I should have known before I paid them.
He said,
Yeah, I paid $10 for a Big Mac.
oh my goodness, that's like 10.
They overcharged me.
That's like 10 double cheeseburgers.
It's, yeah, I mean, I don't have $10. I don't have a job anymore. And if you get your customers at McDonald's charge me $10 for a Big Mac, I hate it. I hate the second one. I hate the first one.
Goodness, William, a lot of anger coming through this week. Clearly, you're pandemic happening.
What's that, Ryan? What are you drawing over there, dude?
That's the first time Ryan J. Evil has ever lost.
Yeah, that's a bad omen. What is that?
What up, big dog?
What's he drawing? What are you drawing a tornado? Is that how you draw?
Absolutely. Are you sure WWE's going on right now? Yeah. Okay, I don't think WWE was going though. Maybe like try either Saturday night or Monday night.
So how you bring it right from a thigh to the neck, from a lung
Okay.
to kidney, the two different organs.
Saturday. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, if you want to know the next time there's something wrestling, I will tell you in a moment. Weird, dog. Okay, here you go. Try it. Tomorrow night. Okay, big dog. And then definitely Monday night. Yes, sir.
When it's a larger animal, I've never been nervous. So I had a this one for me. Personal this one show me. It's not going to mean anything to you. But I'm doing this intermittent fasting thing. And I didn't want to.
Yeah, because it's not playing right now. Try it tomorrow night or Monday night. Yes, sir. And if anything, it just might not be working. Not all the websites work. They don't all work. No guarantees. What? Okay. Bring whatever one you want. Bring whatever one you want in, big dog.
I'm making a Shamrock.
Yeah, a couple hours ago.
I'm ruining the Stefanski. Does it ever like bother you? Like this?
Yeah, my friend Tony was in here not too long ago, and he might be back in a little bit. Zoot was in here earlier too. What guy? Oh, he's in a Telegram that I'm in, so he might not come in all that often, but maybe. Oh, I don't even know. I don't use it. I like Discord. We don't know. No.
It's completely removed. If it's completely removed, it's kosher.
I don't even log in with a password anymore. I just use a QR code.
That's an addition by the government. The Gemara doesn't say. Okay. Then you try to say they leave the Mamra. If you can't stuff the food in its mouth and it's going to die like that, then it's a trade. It says the Gemara didn't tell Inshallah. Notice it. It says if the woman was removed.
No, and I don't have any friends on Telegram. I don't friend anybody. I tell them to follow me on Discord.
Remember this guy right over here who's scared.
All right, big dog. Sweet dreams to you, big man. Take care.
Now listen to this. We say B'dei Shemayim Shira. Second line says B'dei Adam Shrivel. That happened. I got so scared that it's long shrivel. Which are Ben Elazar in there. Happy they call it B'dei. What group should have Ben Elazar adding? The first part, that B'dei Shemayim Shira, or the B'dei Adam Shrivel? All the B'dei, let's say a lion word, rah, scared it. Then it's what? It's straight for its kosher. The boy of the Shimon Elazar, I mentioned quite a bit. Kula was saying anything in the Shemayim is kosher, also when lions do it. Or even people. The argument is even people that experience it is like the Shemayim. Or you say the quite a bit. Or you say that it says that a person that spears animals straight. And I'm telling you, other creatures, it's also trade. But they call it grievous. Not only a person, but even the lion. It says before it, or it says in the Brisa that if it happened through a person, that you got speared through a person, it's straight. They call it grievous. Not only a person, even other animals. So you see that he's machmer, he's not very cool. Rabbi is walking in the desert. Actually, kind of different. He met, he bumped into a bunch of rams, with so much ready to do. He was long, he struck. Also, show baby grocery. You don't want to throw them out. What should I do? This is the rule. In the summer, I see Mishkali Kibari. You take a white earthenware, a little mayo, you put cold water in it, then kill an ice lace, and we'll leave it there for 24 hours. So just yesterday, we were in a beautiful lake, Lake Walensee, and we saw people the first time we ever saw it. The first time we ever seen it. The water is very cold. And they put the water in the water so that later on, the water can be nice and cold. In the summer, you take a white earthenware and put water in it, and it cools off for so long, and leave it 24 hours. Yeah, you got it. If you go back to it, or before, then traditional trade, that's considered fabulous. Everyone's bad, it's a lunch or sorry. Yeah, the same stuff. But in the winter, I see shipping to humans do the same thing, but with a black river. Well, I'm going to show you. And fill it all with warm water. That's the amazing thing. You put the lug in there for 24 hours. I can buy it. And you go back to the original form. You know, so it's on here, we have this really cool video. Alright. I've always said it's super beautiful. It's hard to show you this video again. Why not? It's a classic. That's the whole character is classic. It's treated as favorite. Yamaka. The little potato guy. Like Yamaka.
It was socially accepted. That's what I was talking about. It was socially accepted. If I'm gonna say this, I think this is the case. If you were like some famous actor and you show up with a toddler,
so if you ever wondering why I was
16, 17, back in the day, in the 90s, I guarantee nobody said shit.
Somebody saw me on the thing and said,
Shut the fuck up.
are you
Okay, what I've heard you say.
using it?
Let's watch this. Watch this. 17.
Okay.
He was 30 years old now. Let me out. Now he's in high school. Now, to my point, thank you very much. Now, she showed a little something. I've never seen her. She looked like she was so blown out. It was crazy. She was like, greater when she was 17. It was like my friend. She was like, male. Now, she was 17. Here's the problem. So I went to your feature. That's the first thing.
That are actually God's kid is supposed to do not good. So there is a lot of doctor looking at the blood. And they say it's called only thing in the laws of everybody. You know, the very fracture, behold, the animal got kid and blew up his coffin. The cloud, the city remained the blue, and the king was on the note, there is still argument. I know all these things in the laws of the king was upset. So that's the reason to come out with the law. Here's the point that Mary agrees into a concept of prophet. Where the fact that we are not so much in the show, she was having a see, okay, so other people just fucking they're all discussion. Like my father, he is trying to get that, okay? And just over a little bit of skill. Decided to set up culture. The whole idea is that if there's a little bit of skill it could regenerate and it could be or not like this for the hammer. I don't know. So what are the meaning that they are? Well, all my ideas is very good. Later, getting you may was something the person is talking. A person is an argument that you have to win. Everybody still has to win. I'm a winner. I never lose my argument. Entire life, I was telling life. Entire marriage, I only lost to fight. So daddy, I don't lose argument. Like today. But it's a negative I never lose. I'm not still. I'm going to the truth. To tell you. So they used to play like this. They used to last night. The guy is like 45 guys. So you guys I want to, somebody just sent this to me. It's very emotional when I read it. With a guy just now monthly ran over his elusive baby. And the father said amazing things with Rabbi. I don't know exact words of said because he's not going to get into where that was from. And some pastors who was cool and they just severely stirred up something in Christ. Because the people that heard that, a lot of people said, I'm gonna sue my husband. This is my neighbor. I'm gonna sue my husband, my brother, sue my husband, my father. None of these people fight their own mother, their own father, their own father. Not talking to them. Listen, full sin, that's what we are. You can't get your son, you know, father, whatever. I said this, he just Trump is saying it. He's saying now that what? Trump doesn't make sense. Somebody just told me yesterday. It's a true story. A couple got divorced because they bought a couch and they had a front room for the couch. And it just no, you didn't stop. But it's your boy. It's such a you're like your mother, and you're like your father. And before you know it, that's it. It's not marriage is over. Anyways, people took it upon themselves to make that phone call, make sure that person will know that one person behind the whole appointments and the king of the city. That is a failure of Disney. You're not going to keep on yourself. And it's alright, something in my mouth. Give me this guy with voice. See a lot.
This is so
everybody knows
just
that.
connected so deeply. And then she goes.
I know of one fight that you had with somebody, not a fight. You had an argument that had to do with the yeshiva, and you made sure you told the guy 20 times and you made up before the yeshiva. Okay, anyway. So, like, all I'm not just watching here. If this guy makes yourself cereal, if one piece of skin the size of the cell is left on the animal, hey, folks, you found the picture. Where exactly is this piece of skin? If you have his nose, if you have his toes, like where? All my little small out there has sugar cooler. It has to be on the entire top of the spine. It has to be mono. Just like this. Very, very skinny, narrow. On top of the spine.
And you're accused of something. It doesn't matter. None of that matters.
You know, like a fishing line. Long, very, very thin. Come on. The is very long and within the contact you have to tell that you put all together for tell it still more. They're going to tell us now, so you put on your ass, it's very wide, something like this. A little picture. That should be the cell of the whole side, the whole length It is a cell wide and as long as the whole spine, in other words, many cells. It has to be on all the joints. With Rothschild, you can drop it there, all the joints on the knees, on the thigh, on the spine. The husband, I think, is Mr. Rudy on the other. I think it's Roy. But I think the boy way, belly button, navel. Roy, you gotta be really strong. He's got to come and shoot you. So now I'm saying, if this skin must be on the shedra, it's no place on the body, but the shedra. So what if you do the reverse? It's on the entire body, mixing on the spine. Look at that. He has hair everywhere, I mean skin everywhere. If you look at the spine part, the eyes, the food, the mammary in your mouth, and the plastic tissue, What if she's missing from the navel? Missing the navel. Look at what's probably look like. And that also. He has everything besides the joints. Like, they all have the papers. So we stop over here. A wonderful bag. Where's the foot? Very first without the work. Try to assure today. Maybe like something else.
And I can barely see. I can't even get through. I'm curious if you're still somewhere. I know because you're stuck in this thing. And you have nothing to do with it. This is the tip. For 2019. The only way to describe his body, you have to make sound effects. It just.
In Austria, unbelievable. You know what? I pictures of food. I didn't put it in. Maybe I'll send it to you here. They get email. It was really unbelievable. It's unbelievable in one way. It's bad. Oh, that's a weird thing to sound. I'm looking for. That's. Oh, shit. Big guys. Very great mood. We should be. We had a great day today. Your voice side. The Ein Hor. You gotta take the Ein Hor. That's the Ein Hor. The Ein Hor going on. It goes like this. First of all, I have to start from the unbelievable shock that I had last night. We didn't have this planned out 100%. We're going to Auschwitz. Then we realized, wait a minute, stop it in Switzerland. So,
look at this move.
You know, there's some people that do the share there. I don't know how many. Let's stop. You know, you share 10 people, 5 people. Give music to that little lady. So we called him up. Eric stopped before Shkia. We said, hey, we're coming in. You want to come in? So, guys, Elon, and you're like, we're gonna take talk to some Shabbos. Kids are 24 hours before they put on the info over there, and people start calling in. 25 people is done. It's gonna be 25 people. It's gonna be Baltic, and they open it up for everybody. They said it was supposed to be in somebody's house, but maybe it's not the house. 25 people. Let's go because it's better. But as things happened, there was a big delay on the flight. It was supposed to start at 10:30 at night, and it was kind of late. Big delay, and we ended up going directly off the flight. No shower, nothing. No food. We were a little hungry. You know, we left in the morning. 10:30. We go straight. When we get there, it was over. First, there was a lot of people in the street. So we're like, one guy, as a matter of fact, said, I came here, my son, I wanted to see, and I'm going home. I don't want to share, I don't want them to see. So they ended up driving our wives to the hotel, which was 20 minutes away. That was very nice. But we come upstairs, started to push my button, over 100 people there, waiting at 11:30 at night. 11:30, they are sharing money. And they stayed quarter to 1. And it was minus, and then a lot of them stayed afterwards. Pictures, so that was unbelievable. Food, everything was unbelievable. So that's a great feeling. So then we found out that my son, my 15-year-old, that was left at home by himself, no, the authorities told him. The guy watched himself, just playing basketball, and he fell and hurt. So the whole little prison said he was running. That's okay. He broke one. The other one we don't know exactly. The other thing with the other one is this. But the nice is the same now. He's probably need surgery, and the other one might be broken off. He's walking. He doesn't know what he's feeling. This a lot of pain, and we're not great. Something about the Ein Hor. But today we're in Switzerland. We're gonna go see this lake. Wow. We'll see like once, and we have 9 seconds then, people, and there's a traffic light that only turns green every 16 minutes. So we don't know exactly why, but we gotta go to the point. Get on this road, it becomes super narrow. The width of one car. People in the car, just say not the men, or screaming, because it looks like it's all over the lake. It's coming 100 feet below us, 1,000 feet below us. And then they carve out the mountain, what they have, is jagged. Maybe after the so maybe send that to Mark. Send that video to Mark. Jaggedy, and then literally look at this side, you really don't know. Picture, you get up to the top. Oh, the whole time the sensors think that we're touching things with the feet. Yeah. So anyway, then there's a sign that looks like it says, do not enter. Words on the like, I don't think you can go back. So And Google Translate says that you let it go. It's like, what does it go for delivery? No. Something about delivery. Anyway, so we get up there, and then a real what are you doing? What are you doing? No, nice. You gotta go down. Down? How do you go down? We just got up. We just went through this. And then this is swing together. We get there, we start going down. And then we come to a place where it says, what's this? Oh, they're working on the road. 3 hours. 3 hours in this little tunnel. Maybe a guy took the spoon and a hammer. So we're there for 3 hours sitting there waiting. But not to mention is that when I was driving, it was very, very sharp. And I had to back up and then so I'm looking at the review camera. There was no like offer to help me. I said, no, I got the review camera. But I didn't realize the review camera was a copy on his back. And he was a piece of jagged rock that stuck out of the mountain and broke the window. So now we have to, instead of going, we have to go all the way back, an hour and a half back to the opposite direction, return the car $50 ticket. So don't be the kind that we're here, we're not just 2 hour die hard, chill it out. The broken road in the sun, broken car, I was driving like this with the knuckles. No, okay, so we're here. Hold on, so I want to show you the food. This is the first part. This was meat. And I really delicious. That is delicious. And then this was the main course. It's different types of meat and nothing, and the lamb chop over here, and the chicken over there. Yeah, meat is over here. So, and this is a video from the broken window, right photography of. And I said, no, but I've been killing penguins in my mind. Look at the car next. Look at that car. And it looks like I'm exaggerating, but that's why we're from that. Yeah. Were you scared? Your son's first episode. That's unbelievable. It was very hard driving. It was literally. For us, it looked like it. Anyway, okay, so here we are. We're in Austria. I have a source that one of my relatives, Stefanski, what's your first name? Yeah, Stefanski. Who's your father? Was that my grandfather's? Who's my grandfather's twin? Your father is my grandfather's twin. Wow. Okay, let's turn this camera around. And you've been to Bismarck without Shalom Aleichem? Unbelievable. Shkoyach for coming, you came special to be part of this year. And to be here, Shkoyach Gadol. So, I'm sure he has some of my personality. I have some of his personalities. All Stefanski's have. What Stefanski trait do you have that's noticeable? Are you physically strong? Used to be strong, right? Stefanskis are very, very, very strong people. Most of them, a lot of them are very, very physical specimen. Oh, yeah. Okay, so smart. We're not going to talk about that. Right? You get one or the other. But I was saying yesterday that to me, I felt I didn't notice this last time, but my grandfather, your uncle, Rabbi, my grandfather was born and raised in Switzerland, and I saw a picture of him skiing. Do you have any pictures of your father skiing? Have you ever seen wooden skis? I'm talking about in the 30s, 50s. I gotta find a picture like that. They were like in a mountain, 2 mountains, holding the skis. Anyway, so it was special for me to give a shir in Switzerland, where Stefanskis come from. And then my grandmother, who married my grandfather, Chaya Stefanski, She was born here in Austria. You knew about this? So here I am, giving a shirt tonight in Austria. All right, whoever tours, and here whoever tours, he's actually giving free flights now. People are coming from Eretz Yisrael, free flights. And Eretz Yisrael is going to be a big month. A lot of people that are part of the ship, a big part of the ship are coming, so it's unbelievable. Okay, real quickly, tonight was the chasna of my Rabbi, Didi Kramer, my Charuza. He's only like 40-something years old. Already. Doesn't matter. He's younger and smarter. And here's Shapsi Cohen and Kobe and Rabbi Chaim Snow, who probably did the photography there. And I learned with him today. He like there's no class or nothing. I forgot to tell him last time. I said, oh what? Did I class? Yeah, okay, back there. Yeah. What else do I want to show you real quickly? Oh, these are the pictures from last night. You probably saw them already, but it's okay. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable matter. I spoke a lot, so we'll just skip into it. This is, we're having Shabbat in Eretz Yisrael, mamish like Rosh Hashanah time, like a couple weeks before the race, it's Slichas, right? The Motzei Shabbos is the first Slichas. We just started selling tickets, and already half the hotel is sold out. And we didn't, I didn't think it's even online. Okay, Baruch Hashem. This is super interesting that David Salomon, he, instead of doing food and all that at his location in Miami, he's offering $500 for somebody who comes every single night for a month. So let's jump into it. The island is tired. They want to go to sleep. They want to do different things. I don't know what's this. Oh, this is the Bismarck thing. Wow, they waited late. Wow. Beautiful. It's an annoying sound, but it's more annoying when they he's a bit tired tonight. What are you showing, Mark? Okay. Oh, like that. Okay, beautiful. Let's jump into the sponsorships and we go. The official edition, MDY Shop, has the second sponsored by Zev and Yal Shalom. Mark, can you make it large screen, please? And by the parrot, thank you. Ilana married the Vidrici that are coming here for Shabbos, the Spillik Nezer, the English was Shaya, Ben Aaron, and Yocheved Chava, Lobas, Avraham, and the doctor, Mindal, the Judah Neil Halper, in honor, in honor of our grandchildren, Sheva, Yehuda, Daniela, Lisa, and Parker. David Salomon, dedicated memory, the second sponsor, dedicated memory of a memorial small bar for time to be Lois Upon the Rock, the College Town Foundation, granted the consortium in the Alliance, and all of it just to support him. Why? Anonymous, Cheetah Man. He gave money to the Cheetah and was excited that we actually saw the Cheetah. Stop Rufus and Gashmi, so thank you to Chief Benny. Shmuel Over Schuster for doing that Sloch and Nachas from our children. Anonymous for Shleiman and Rikus Yom, and Leah Bassess, the Yom and Daniel Rosenfeld, Rudis for Simcha. Multi sponsors anonymous, the Nishmas, Yonatan Eitam, Ben Mordechai, Zev, Akayin, Zohar, Levracha, the Tzviz, the Nishmas, Yonatan Eitam, Ben Mordechai, Zev, Akayin, Zohar, Levracha. Irish Simon is the multi sponsor for Shlema, Avi Moyer Baruch Bamir, Anonymous, for Shlema, Yerucham, Ben Yehudis, and Avraham, Yeshaya, Ben Slavic Boyer, Amesh. Spanish year sponsors in honor of the first three Bacham in the Mexican Italian location, Shmuel Yehuda, Abramchik 15, Washington Island 15, and Ynon Greenberg 16. Have a Weinstock Mazel on the marriage of Brianna to Uri Austrian. May they build a Beit Nam Yisrael. MDY Zurich, Switzerland. Mazel Tov, Yolanda Menachem Sholem, aka Yoni K, on your Bar Mitzvah. It was great to see you, Rebelli, here in Zurich. So the refreshments yesterday were sponsored in this house of Yoni, Yolanda Menachem Sholem. See a lot of nachas from him. Mazel Tov. Mordechai Spazik, families, and Nishmas, Bobby Stackfield, Zelda Vazdov, Alashon, Panishtiro, Mary Shoma, have a Mary family having a Chama. Wow. You just left her. Wow. Moshe Weber, Moshe Menachem Mendel, ben Zlat Chana, Erwin Daflamet Beis, the Yois, the Yoim, Haulazet Shalom. Wow. People put it in the top. You know people from what type of stuff? Really? Why do you try? You see it's relative, you see what's going on. Mendy Wayar from the Mother, who stayed with Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Sayel, Daniel Zev, and Ayel Esther. Okay. The boys and I were holding on that from Gimel and Beis. It was super interesting on Dalit on the place. We'll get there. We're holding it up. First, we have to start. Starting off slow, and then we pick up speed. I'm reading an area of Chia. I mean slow in terms of excitement and stuff. Say the Bnei Chia. Is it the same one? Two rooms. Coming from the hall. I'm reading an area of Chia. You have it, smack him. You know that we're going to give him place in the middle.
Crazy. He's drawing a tornado. Oh my God. Clearly okay.
Israelis are smart. They don't know that.
So, William, is there anything else that we should know about before we let you go tonight?
Seriously, the fly hasn't bothered you.
Illegally went to a movie this past week. You went to an actual movie theater? Yup. Did you?
They said that
were
last
they open?
week.
Yeah, they were open. What did you see?
It was a little chilly. Now it's hot weather. So
did you play the movie yourself? Were you the projectionist?
Yeah, they were saying. So we were
seeing a movie. I ate some sweet tarts and they really hurt my tongue.
Yeah, it could be that Hollywood. No.
I know you told me to say that.
I mean,
it didn't work out. I was listening to the tornado. I want to see you do. Can you do perhaps we can close your set this week with an impression of you in a tornado? Can you show us, you put the mic in the mic stand, and show us what you would look like if you were outside during a tornado? There's the sirens are happening. David's on the camera. Let's see. Oh, he's going food everywhere. He's shitting his pants. He's very scared.
That says only Southern. Okay.
That's a callback to that.
So I need some
reference from a few minutes ago.
The point is, Russo or Southern Russo, we're not sure. We are sure.
What if the tornado is literally like happening right now?
Where's the tornado impression? And you look,
what do you mean, Darnell? Let's say you're not in a house, right? You're outside in a field, and there's a tornado going over you right now.
Just stay there. It wreaks
havoc in the tornado.
Some burning, unless you're more. Even going up and up until it hits the pest. Once it hits the pest, then it makes up.
Your mom's not in the field. You're in the field all by yourself. And action. Here you go, big tornado.
Hey, Lucas, get out of the field.
No, nobody's in the field with you. You're by yourself, so you can't just yell at somebody.
And the Black Lives Matter protest is coming right down the street of a tornado.
Yeah, okay.
That whole area.
Oh no, what are y'all doing on the street?
Do you see it on the screen?
That's what he would say at a Black Lives
All
Matter.
right, guys, well, you will repeal our petition will not be conditioned. And we're just to have, because once we see
all right,
this
ladies and gentlemen, another very fun, silly week.
This,
William Montgomery, everybody. Wow. DuckTales. Please step back from that ledge, my friend. DuckTales. Yeah, and it's DuckTales. D-U-C-K. It's DuckTales.
Perhaps some of them are to withstand the
Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pour of the night goes by the name of Molly Hale. Here we go, Molly Hale, everybody. It's DuckTales, it's DuckTales. We just ran out of songs. It's DuckTales, it's DuckTales. It's Molly Hale, everybody.
Hi everybody, my name is Molly, and I really wish that I enjoyed fun sex, but my butthole is very dead set against it, and I do have this no in my out policy, but I actually didn't write that policy, my butthole wrote that policy, you know, and I wish it was different, because all my gay friends are like, oh, the butthole and support a little pleasures full of a million treasures, and my girlfriends are like, oh, if I get drunk enough, I might let it pump it in one time. You know, but my butthole is so anti-anal, if it even gets a whiff of a dick coming anywhere near it, it will just scoot right out of the way, you know?
Which one did you say is the video?
One time, I saw my butthole put on a fake mustache and pretend to be the mouth of a dude to get away from a dick. My butthole started talking about sports, and the dick got very confused. You know, and another time, my butthole put out two other fake buttholes on either side of it and started a game of three-card Monte in order to avoid a dick. My butthole was all step right up, who would like to put their dick into a real butthole? You sir, guess what? Which butthole is the real butthole?
What?
All right, Molly Hale. DuckTales. All right. 60 seconds of straight butthole jokes.
I mean,
Good news for you.
packed it in.
Yes, you did better than the butthole jokes. The good news is Redman has nominated you for the Mark Twain Award. He loves butthole jokes so much that
Thank you.
it was a work of art.
They were smelly but delicious.
Molly, welcome to the show. This is your first time on, our first time meeting you.
It is my first time on. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I love the show.
You live in LA?
I do.
What part?
I live just east of Chinatown in Lincoln Heights. Northeast side.
Nice. And how long you been
She
on
says
comedy?
tomorrow. Should we just start
I've been in
over
the
this
comedy
year?
world for a
One
while.
of those days. When we
I
start
grew up
over.
in Chicago with Michael Lair.
Oh, awesome. Yes, indeed. You came back here recommended from Michael Lair.
Based on my butthole jokes, I'm pretty sure.
Hey,
See,
you know
one
what?
thing is
David knows everybody
how much
from the butt.
are
That's
the
what I
people
always say.
other zero of the beautiful professional level of Thomas and Russian? You already said it. What's the
I mean,
problem? One word of the time
tried,
is
but it doesn't work. You know what I
Why
mean?
doesn't it work?
It just
Visible.
hurts.
51%. You can't other infection.
Well, that's what you guys say.
Where about me?
They said man's G-spot.
I'm muscle mouth when the meat and now starts to be ratty and pain. How much? Other
Have you
zero
ever had a doctor
of the
give an
brain around me.
examination?
You
Do
the
I get
first
a
time
good
they
tag for being on the
you
show?
the no, but you start to yab in Boston to make it behind. You wear it until it becomes a little red. Not touching behind, but even opposite behind. In other words, when you know that let's say to here, they will travel slowly and hit the intestines and maybe push. So right here, once you see red there, it's over. So the Gemara, Miss Mas Mesa Boss or where does it be later? Once it starts decaying, you pretend that whole area is
Oh, I
dry.
don't try the bubble.
So let's say
Yeah, they always want to. It's like they're
So
making
your
it.
jokes aren't even real.
lung starts decaying.
Yes, they are
So
real.
it's gone.
I've tried to put in my
No heart,
bubble,
no
and my
body
bubble
trace.
does not want it. And so
No
as a result, my bubble
kidney.
goes to great lengths to
I'm sorry,
avoid
liver.
it because it really hurts
No
my brain.
liver. If it's gone, it's okay. I don't
the
live
fucking
without
comedy
liver.
store,
I have
dude.
always been seen without kidneys.
You
Also.
tell me, my head
So
hurts.
it depends on the
I
one.
don't think anybody's ever got past this
All
club.
of them good. Pretty sure for cirrhotic blood done. Has been going smackers. I mean, you're gonna do it. So cirrhotic blood done. I think I'll get some
She just got
This
past
is
from
the
the
new
ass
blood.
joke.
Nobody took the second round. It's not really the first one.
I just personally think that
No. That one.
Sorry.
I
should
That's the original.
No, my bubble doesn't count.
Then if you peel it down and then, you know, the meat is on the left, you see the clean meat. On the right, he's able to peel it with the fork.
If you had to guess the percentage of your jokes that are around the butthole,
I brought all of them that fit in 60 seconds. Like,
As long
these
as
are all of them
the
and they're
doctor
tight
peels it
16
down and
ounce
see
under
the
their
live meat, that's the smell. Ever about you got me to be wrapped down there, I just don't want to hear it. So an interesting story. They bring on the
predators?
It's a type of one. If you have a might give up law to shop here. But I'll see anything there. Don't see anything. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you how you encourage predators.
Oh,
Just
to get that nothing about it. I see. It's the wrong thing. You put the wrong
I'm just saying.
if I talked about my butthole straight for a minute and a half, I would totally expect to
Also,
get
I didn't
about
have the
3
time and the.
Well, you would expect it.
Yeah, in West Hollywood, absolutely.
Well, I think it's just you guys can't stop thinking about my bubble.
We can't stop thinking about your butthole because you talked about it.
Well, it is very cute, you know?
Really?
It's
Yeah, but,
really nice. I can't
Look
help
at
that.
depends what I want. Look at
I'll stare into a mirror trying to like.
some of the super cooler
Yeah,
and
I'm
about
going
it.
to come down to
They
that.
came up now. If you do,
Uh-huh.
So, Ollie, what else do you do other than comedy?
figure something out.
Down
I
the
also love
hill,
pizza.
sit down.
I'm a big fan.
You gotta just get ahead, girl. You can jump, catch up this conversation. With the black hair, for makeup, dance, you know, she dances well with Hollywood. She's certainly beautiful. Don't you almost something beautiful? Yeah, that's something beautiful. So come dance and dance and do the morning. Yeah. Set up, Maria. Show me some of those Spanish dances and pass me a bottle, Mr. Jones. Believe in me. Help me believe it, anything, cause I wanna be someone who believes. Yeah. Mr. Jones and me study each other fairy tales. Stare at the beautiful woman. She's looking at you. Oh no, she's looking at me. Standing in the bright light. Coming through in stereo, and everybody knows you. You don't ever be lonely. Well, I'm gonna paint my picture. Paint myself in blue, red, and black, and gray. All of the beautiful colors are very, very meaningful. Well, then you know gray is my favorite color. I'm so symbolic. Yesterday, if I knew Picasso, I would play myself a great guitar and play Mr. Jones and me. Driving to the furniture. Yeah, we stare at the beautiful woman. She's looking at you, and she's looking at me. Staring at my light. And myself, very tough.
Just like this.
Oh, no, yeah, of course. I thought you were saying I didn't like
You're good. Red Man laughed a lot. He's the football aficionado.
I don't get shit about.
But you know, they're funny. Puzzles are hilarious. You guys just spell the puzzle the right way, but puzzles are funny, you guys.
When it comes to traits,
Okay.
we do it's a much larger hole. Size of a coin. Right?
Yes, that's what she said.
So are you saying that
Do
the
somebody's
homeless are just
have to get
culture?
by numbers.
Well, they're not practicing their spell magic, that's for sure.
What about by the
What do you mean when you say they
breathing
conjure?
creature? Is the breathing pipe, the
Worked
facade is much
mentally
larger.
and
It's not a
thought
small
about what we
hole.
wanted specifically
Sort of be a
and
large
did it in a way that was ritual and did it multiple times and then got exactly what we wanted. Put
It's
your
a
energy
different
into it,
size
put your
also.
intention into it.
Where do you think your craft come in?
When it comes to the
Intention
best
is
set, there's two sizes. I mean, the side. The one side is magic, whether it's the hole or whether it's the juice. But if it's small in the hole, now you take another pipe, take the bigger pipe, it's not a small hole. The trace is a large hole. Okay. What about yourself? Maybe you're not something they don't know. Now, whatever they're not giving that to, fun and adventure, small hole for a juice. My timer or small little discoloration, discoloration. That's a juice. My timer, yeah, the juice was probably body because the venom keeps on going into it and keep on moving and burning up the flesh and will create a problem with. This is a lot of
This is a very exciting part of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first installment in history. Last week, Michael Lair challenged Jeremiah Watkins to a monologue battle for Rambo. This all started weeks ago. Michael Lair politely asked Jeremiah if he could borrow loose hands to which Jeremiah muppety replied, well, I usually don't do that. The rest is history. The rivalry started weeks ago tonight and will be settled. The loser of this monologue challenge, the rumor is that the loser will have boiling water poured on them at a later date in the parking lot of the comedy store. Again, I repeat, the loser will have boiling water poured on them. Michael Laird expressing debilitating disease ALS could have you might have boiling water. This is what they agreed on. I don't know. I just this is official because I didn't see this battle. This was
recorded from 1-5 months ago. Now, it's going to break. Oh, and I was in there. It's from the fight, the real fight on all the way to the break. It's not because the cop. It's coming up with
so, just the top of the coins, that's right. You never found that quarter by situated in the left side. So, we're going to see a reporter on transition. So, we're going to flip a coin, and then we are going to, depending on which way the coin lands, that's going to decide if it goes first, if it goes second. And then, so I'm going to flip a memory card. Where are you going to go?
Hey, somebody else.
Let's do it this way. If it's the Sandus side, Michael Lair will go first. And if it's the blank side, USB port, Jeremiah. Here we go. All right. Yep, Sandus. Ladies and gentlemen, going first tonight, the man who started all of this, doing the final scene from Rambo's Dutch Blood. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Michael Lair. Here we go.
Pretending that because it was just a denying it before it's the same thing as the right top of the face. We move the top from the shoulder right all the way to the brain. You make it different than it is. That's why I say that it is. I don't see this lot. You literally do it all. We got it. People keep making a lot of rap like that. I didn't know what. When you hear it like Nancy Thompson, she was just ready live over every field. You don't remember the sound that served the thing that you got us to. And the field, they have her ready bicycles. And it's him. The legend tells you, she was in the Thompson Yeshiva. When that Talmud was in the Yeshiva, I didn't see that shit about either. When that Talmud was sitting down in the rain, I understand. In other words, Rao is more cautious than me, says he did. I was cautious. I looked it up, but I was cautious. Rao, you're in the Yeshiva. You're a hustler fucker. You're the beginning. You're the yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I want to get what you're doing. You're a Jew. Yeah, I like the Jew. You're shocked to the entire.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe we actually Sylvester Stallone to come here tonight. Oh my goodness, that's Michael Lair. That was very impressive. I thought you were the actual Sylvester Stallone. I get that. It wasn't until you waved into the normal face, which I realized that's Michael Lair.
You're right. I remember a great name. When you mentioned the George Public Movie too, instead of singing his day, Muko is super straight. If you find the trachea, it's tunnel. This large, but it's also got big fuck. Why? The echo of Muko is also it's impossible. This large. Trachea to be shot. How is it shot? It's not. It's moving around over there.
I can just tell I don't know this for a fact, but I can almost guarantee he's doing that shit. This is why I've accidentally
And you compare the colors. If the colors are the same, that means no good. Because that means the color that occurred after the speaker, which is the new part that I just made, is identical to the first one.
I do believe it's time that we bring him out. This is the man that you challenged, and this all started in the city. He did not give you a wig. 6%, ladies and gentlemen, here he is. Version. Real first blood. I present to you the one, the only, creator he is, Jeremiah Watkins. Here we go. Congratulations, Jeremiah. You're getting in. Oh my goodness, here he comes. Oh my god. Shit. Oh shit.
Of course you have to check the cut. In the cut is this color. That's how I'm doing. Let's see it. What did you say? Let's hear it. Yeah, it's like I hear it. The point is, you make another one, and you take a look at it. Somehow you'll see the difference between what it's compared to. Let's try to go with that. Okay. If you this one, then you know that it's a good speaker. Why? Because this comes after you speak out, and it's like this. And the first one was different. It was a good speaker. It was connected. Oh, I'm not really sure what it's called. It's Simone. This lodge completely out of place. Now let's see, maybe this will be. Yeah, no. What is this? But here he's literally, now he's holding up with somebody. You can see somebody in the thing. If you grab it, now there's no reason to say, even if it's this lodge, you could still shut it. Before, it says, oh, how are you going to shut it if it's not attached? It's wiggling around here, you're not going to get a good cut. No, if he's holding on to it, he's going to get a good cut. It's not right, that it wasn't his blood. Okay, next scene. We're looking at Mishnah. Last thing in our Mishnah, the famous Mishnah of Elu Traitments, there's a rule. After we say all like in service, there's a rule. What's the rule? An animal gets some sort of injury that causes another animal, usually another animal to die from it. That'll create interference. Says the royal film.
Oh my goodness.
What is this coming to? Tasi Shach Mitzvah. The royal Mitzvah is 7. I said in the share, I said again, I said in the share that I only found once in all time. Only the guy started coming out.
Oh shit, look at this.
That was really once. The show me again, let's talk about our boss. He said, no, there's another place in
This show is completely out of control, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable. Next week we will be pouring boiling water on Michael Lear. This is very exciting. Kidding. Michael, come back here. Take it down. Come back here. Roll backwards. Jeremiah Watkins and Michael Lair. That win.
See the
Jeremiah.
No.
Oh no, Rambo's dead. Rambo doesn't die. Come on, Rambo.
He's
Yeah.
king of the fire park. Tell the other two to not each other.
What a performance.
Second place.
Both of you, way above and beyond. That is better than any Rambo movie I've ever seen. What you guys did here tonight. Yeah, can't wrong these guys. Look at this. I mean, just incredible. Absolutely.
I guess
I do believe the next Rambo, he is in a wheelchair, so really ahead of the curve on this one. Incredible performance, gentlemen. I think it's really tough to decide. How many of you think, by round of applause in this room, how many of you think Michael Lair won that? Great, that's pretty good. How many of you think Jeremiah Watkins won that? Actually, that's pretty close. You know what? We're going to pour boiling water on both of them next week. Yeah!
When the mission says
How exciting!
but exact
An unbelievable performance. Michael Lair, comedy.com. Jeremiah Wonders on social media. Jeremiah Watkins on social media. Jeremiah Wonders is his podcast. He's got a big one this week, teamed up with Adam Gray to make a little bit of a Dr. Phil meets the billionaire who you saw earlier. It's very, very, very fun stuff he's doing over there on Jeremiah Wonders. Go check out Michael Lair's Easter Snooze video.
You want some Venus guys, say your friends, man.
Jeremiah is also coming to Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th and 15th, Minneapolis, August 26th and 29th. Those dates are announced and they will be canceled as he gets closer to them. But you can buy tickets. He's getting the gigs, but he will cancel. Whoa, look at the drawn on muscles there. That is impressive. Donnell Rawlings, the host of the Donnell Rawlings Show. Our first guest back. Come on, guys. I mean, seriously.
I'm telling you, I really appreciate what you guys do. This was unexpected. I was just hanging out. I wanted to see who was here. I appreciate what you guys are doing. And all the talent that came to stage, I know fucking usually when you have an audience, you feel it, but to be able to perform this was almost like a TV show. You guys doing a good job with it. You guys doing a good job to keep the kill talking very alive.
Thank you. Absolutely made my night by popping in here. I mean, I just feel so happy. So thank you so much. Positive for the fans of the show lost their minds. We brought out a guest. It's almost like a part of the show that not everybody forgot about. And go subscribe to that. Give it a like, give it a love. And Dr. Rawlings, thank you so much. Great Jetski Johnson is here all night. She's on social media at Jetski Johnson. She's also the owner of the cutest dog in the world. Wink.
All right.
I love that. The great Chroma Chris is here on the base all night long. He's at Chroma Chris on social media. What else, Chroma?
4,000.
What do you think about tonight's episode? I'll tell you
And the great Joel Jimenez. Mostly Sorry's got a new episode of Mostly Sorry, his podcast. Ryan J, let's see that drawing. Joel, anything else? Mostly Sorry podcast is David Deere. He's here again on Wednesday at 5. Very Monopoly themed. Incredible fucking drawing. Bring that up here. We gotta get a little bit up. Again, special thanks to Michael Lair and Jeremiah Watkins. That was much more entertaining than I thought it would be. Very great job, guys. I mean, I believe you all before, but I was just really impressed with your acting. Poor Jeremiah and Michael, really. I thought Michael was going to do what Jeremiah did and really commit. But Michael Lair, he made himself laugh halfway through it, and he will grab the boiling water on next week's show. Very exciting. Right, man? Hey, I got a show for all you guys that actually like e-bikes. It's called The Cold.TV. Wait, you have an e-bike show? I sure do. Lean into it, guys. No, it's very cool. It's with John Thompson. It's a really awesome e-bike business. Wait, e-biking is a thing? Yeah. Wow. Oh, is that such a... You guys are right.
Alright, you want to send an roast masterclass on every single game fun stuff happening over there. That's patreon.com/edgewood. Tour dates all of August is being rescheduled, and it looks like September is in the process of being rescheduled as well. So good luck and thank you. And Sonia, how do you say during the pandemic? I don't know. But good luck to all of us, and hopefully we'll be back on board again soon. Again, thank you, Don Always. Incredible stuff. Good night, everybody.
Can't have more than one liquor, so they do. You can't have more. They don't know right now about all this. What they did is okay. You're not just gonna. That was gonna die. The war's gonna come. That's in a minute. Okay, Papa Bear, I was saying the story. Another family.
This is bullshit. Dog. It's Aquarius.
Right, let's see about me.
How was it?
Let's see, Alan's over here.
Tell me all about it.
It's a rap puppet. It's a little about it.
Okay, well, you said, she said, well, y'all said it was 15 grade, you know, they found it on, you know, it was nice, everything nice and everything, you know, we didn't have no fee, or nothing, or whatever, we did for a top to them, but it was like, she's like, you go there and put that thing,
Excellent. Could it have gone any better? Aside from the issue of the table. Okay. Yeah.
I said, well, hey, oh, she said, that don't mean nothing. You got a reservation? I said, yeah. Y'all didn't think he was coming. And I told you. So what it was, I'm thinking Eddie's gonna come and get you. Cynthia called me. I'm almost there. I had not real bad. I had a pizza. I had hamburgers. So then she said, well, Adrian if you up around 18. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go over 8. We got 18. Alright, so I'm waiting on her. She passed 18. Okay, 18. Waiting on Cynthia. She told me she was come on me by 18. She told me about text me. So then it comes around and said, well, hey, she made Leslie stop. Leslie stop. I said, so okay. She said, okay, we see more communication. I said, okay. So let you know we're going away. So it comes around by 18. So it comes around 18. Come to get me, and we're gonna go around and tell you so we're on our way. So get me your address. I know it's status. It's a house. So
that is the Mishnah very similar to what we had in the first Mishnah about
by 8:30. So we down.
the first Mishnah.
So we go around to the about 8. So we go about 10 minutes. Like 10 minutes. I'm over. She said something about something. And she said, we have reservations. She said, it's supposed to be a 15-minute grace. She said, Outside. We can go call.
Hey, so long as it worked out, right? So long as it worked out. The band was good.
It's gonna it's gonna push up and come together. So that's actually it'll start slice the other way. Because it's snack, it keeps on popping open, so it never heals. After appetite, son.
She don't stay too far from It's good that you're close to this. Bed after that. Chill out here tomorrow.
Any plans tomorrow?
Nope, I'm going to stay right here.
Excellent. What are you doing next Thursday?
They got something going on. They got something going on Friday.
Uh-huh.
They got something going on. You never heard of him. You ain't never heard of
Cupid? Yeah, you were talking about that the other day.
Yeah, he's gonna be there and there's somebody that you know and I heard him. I heard of him. They're gonna be there. Yeah.
All right. Did you get to dance at all? There you go.
She got me in April.
Wait, you got called up to go up just to the stage?
Yeah, she knows me. I told you I know one thing. I'm her date. Yes.
That's really cool.
Yeah, she knows you. Yeah, she knows you.
I know she knows you, but that's another level when she feels comfortable enough to have you go in front of the stage and dance. That's amazing.
She be at Jackie. She was like, I love my support me and stuff like that. Like, yeah, come here. I had a good time.
Oh, that's super cool and very impressive. And you didn't feel any anxiety dancing in front of a bunch of people?
No, because I'm used to her.
That's cool. Good on you. You're brave.
Yeah, good time. They love our energy. Like, it was so listen. She was like, I'm going to see you again. I'm going to see you again. I love this place. And she was from Louisiana. I said, okay. Nice.
Like Stacy.
Yeah. That's how I got best friends from her. Okay. Yeah, we had a good time. We had a good time.
Excellent.
You're right, that's it.
We know the whole day. We know that we happy to see us. We know her manager, which is her sister. I didn't see her mom. Her mom wasn't there. But yeah.
If I said some Prince songs, you think you'd know which one they played?
Oh,
What, Prince?
Yeah, the one that you said you sang.
yeah, the one that they're just showing that
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. But that's cool. That's super cool. Is she on Spotify?
Is she on Spotify?
Yeah.
Is she on Spotify? She does cover songs. She has the foreign cover songs. She has the she don't, I don't know why she don't sing sometimes. But she not all the time. She doesn't sing her song.
And now, does she just sing, or does she sing and dance at the same time?
She sings. She just sings, but she can dance.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, that's good. Well, glad you had a good time. And did you have good food?
The food anyway.
It depends how it goes.
Were they good?
Nothing happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not recommended.
Okay.
What's the problem?
Well, very cool. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad you get to rest tomorrow. Miss Aquarius, you're a dancing machine. Dancing, dancing, dancing. She's a dancing machine.
We just energize the blessings.
Good for you. Good for you. Excellent. And how long was the concert in total? How long was the total of the concert?
So that's what I'm saying.
Not well. That was a little bit after one. Yes, 2 sets. She did the first set. And I think the second set was around 11, yeah. So,
Okay, and how many people went?
what you mean, how many people?
Like, how many people were at this venue? Okay, so like 100? Okay, so still intimate, but big enough to do two shows. Okay, excellent.
Not a human being. What was that? You got scared. They made a video for that. Isn't it like what?
And you know, it is a hype and love and stuff like that. So good ending, especially in bed. Not everyone good. Because they get me hyped up. They know I'm hyped up. They be good. They have a good time.
That's good. I'm glad you had a good time.
Then how was your podcast?
Well, it went really well. It was an hour, and it wasn't just me. I've been doing these panel things where there are, like, this one has like 8 people on it. So I don't talk that much, like as opposed to if it's just I'm being interviewed or something. But we talked about transhumanism, which is like extending the normal life, and we had some people there. Nobody there was like, we have to do this. Nobody was like that. There were people who were like, if it's something that works, then maybe like they might want to try it. There were some people who were like, absolutely not. I don't want to have anything to do with that. And then they had some people who were like, those people who kind of like live off grid. They like try to not keep connection to like, like they live on like a big bunch of land and they make their own clothes and food and stuff. There were some people like that, and that's cool. That's cool. Like that, I'd respect that life a lot. I don't know if I could do it. It seems like a lot of work, but they were there, and then it was like 8 people and a good eclectic group, a lot of different people, and then they were going to do a part 2 in August. So that's always good when it's a good sign when it goes again, or like the conversation they want to continue it as opposed to we're never doing that again. So I thought that was good, and I knew 2 of the people there. I'd done podcasts with them before, and they're really nice. They're like 2 of the nicest people you're ever gonna meet. And then there were the other people were nice too. Frankly, I haven't met anybody except that one lady was kind of mean in here, but like everybody else has been really, really nice and really, I don't want to say inquisitive, but like respectful. That's the big word, respectful. And I think that's an important word to have in society. Just be respectful of yourself, of others, and hopefully everything works out. But yeah, so it already published, which is good. So that means this week I did 3 podcasts I had 4 podcasts that published this week. So that's good. And then next week I've got at least two lined up, and maybe some others that I've inquired on. So happy about that. And I had some friends who came in here earlier today, and that was good to catch up with them. And I'm probably going to go to sleep pretty soon, which I'm sure you will too. And nothing major this weekend in terms of podcasts. So you never know, something can always pop up, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm okay to get a little bit of a break from them. There's some pressure on myself when I do that. You want to do well in everything, and I stress a little bit about it because you want to make sure they don't cancel on you. You want to make sure you don't oversleep. You want to make sure you don't look stupid. All of those things.
Alright.
Something very good. Okay.
Word, girl, absolutely. Everybody knows what Tamagotchis are. Yeah. I remember they were big in 3rd grade, so maybe 5th grade for you? Maybe 6th grade, you said? I wanted one really badly, and I wasn't allowed to have one or something. But eventually I got one from somebody, and I fed that thing. I made sure it lived as long as I could get that thing to live. And I just thought that was so cool. Like the future of pet ownership would be like digital. And people loved them, and they kept them on their backpack. I remember it was a big thing for girls, but then some boys got them too. but
Snapshot that you're learning and you're looking
I think my parents kind of thought it would probably be too much of a distraction. And they didn't really know too much about them, not knowing what they were. I remember you could feed them and walk them, and then they died. Like they had like 3 modes. That was it. And then they could be reborn again. Like they come out of an egg or something. I remember. But yeah, that was the ultimate. Like that was one of those holiday or whatever they want to call them, like the hot gift of the year. They had like like one time there was Tickle Me Elmo and Furbies and Tamagotchis. That was a big one. Pogs. They had what? Oh yeah. I remember those. That was one too. I remember that dog, Nano Dog. That was a Nano Puppy. That was a good one. I was too old for that at that point, but yeah. Do you remember Pogs? Did they do Pogs where you were? Pogs, they were like these little circular things. You had like a slammer. It was like a game kids played. Yeah. Everything goes through such a phase too. Like it's so popular for like 3 months and then nobody does it again. It's like, what happened? I thought we were all on board with Tamagotchi. Oh, there's the next thing. Digipets or whatever. I remember that. Yes.
They still got the Tamagotchi. Yep.
Do they do more stuff now?
I guess so, yeah. I have a lot of stuff. I just seen the new ones and stuff. Seen the YouTube and stuff like that. I guess they had that much life. They had it till we started it.
I mean, you could do all that kind of stuff on a phone now. It's so much better, but it doesn't have the same nostalgia of that little keychain thing. Did you have one or more than one? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I got you. When you were like, I was working, I'm like, Tamagotchi, you were working then, but no. I wonder what other things they have it doing nowadays.
And not anything else.
Well, they do get this thing. They do get it. 13 hours bread to them. 13 hours bread. Kidding me? They don't have no nana put nana put. They don't have it.
And it says
they got gigapets. They got gigapets. They don't have no nana.
And I don't want to put myself there. Why? I know a lot of people doing out there. It doesn't, it's not home. But look, it's not broken, I'm missing. When 29, it's not taken out. Why is it not taken out?
So you got nothing to do tomorrow?
No, I'm okay with that. I'm kind of happy about it. I try to do these things during the week, and if somebody wants to do it on a different day, that's okay. But as I say that, I always have to make sure to check my schedule. Yeah, so I don't have anything till Tuesday, it looks like. And then I got something Wednesday. I've got just 2 scheduled right now, but I might have a couple more to come up. So that's okay. 2 more hopeful good events that I have where people can go on YouTube and see what I do. So
can be very popular. Rabbi says if the sinews,
Turn the gun and mute the staff. Turn the gun and mute the staff.
Alrighty, man.
Rabbi, liver, and I'm going to bed, right? Liver, and I'm going to bed,
Sweet
right?
dreams to you, Miss Aquarius. God willing.
God willing. That's it tomorrow.
God willing.
That's it tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am. You too.
until it gets beaten up.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Thank
you, and you're welcome.
You don't know what this is. How is you know. You take this coin from, how do you say it in English? Kurdistan? Kurdistan? Something like that. You take a Kurdistan coin, it's like this small cheetah coin. But we start to make a cheetah de Kumudisi. You want to find it, go to Kumudisi. Omer the Khana Hasura, Shulkhana. So money changer. So I wrote in my Gemara here to tell the Olam about the money changer. I wrote it 7.5 years ago. So I got to say it again because this amazing tzaddik was really my way. He goes out and he watches our share every single day. And the money change plays its own. It just found out. But, later on, see that I signed it on that money change. It works with all these things. But 7.5 years ago, we made a scene of stock. We were this for 15 years. What do you do? And everybody comes with it. He sits there in the same place, in the same job for years. And when you go to change money, you see him working. He has a computer and he watches the computer. The other student thing is, but every time I hear my voice. You really watch how many people have said false. Okay, I'll be no problem. Give me a second. You change your money, and you're dog, you go. If you want, you can go. If you want, you go to your watch and you go to your phone. You are all 20 shots. Taking advantage of your time. And that was 7.5 years ago, so much money. You know, do it back to you. What else? Obviously, what's that? You want to see it now. Send us a come up to that maybe comment. This is important to know. So this is like a time. It says, please let me know how to pray by now. By now. So just keep on that. The song of the Smith. You got that Rothschild metal. You can sing the Rothschild metal. There's the up. The song of the Smith is make it simple for you. The Smith. I didn't call the next Smith. I didn't call it. No, the word is Smith. You could have a black Smith. Really black Smith. Well, those of you know it because they know it's already true. Whoever chose up on the shop, one and one from money. 40 like this because it shows the allegiance and how big is missing from the corner. That makes it great. Well, why do they make it a this is an amazing story. I try to stand up. The good is like Lodi Mango, work for it, I return it. It doesn't end it. I want to stand up, do it this, it's a future problem. Alright, if you're not going to make it so, go, do the greatest one. He's the size of one. Because like Danny was saying, it's up to you to stand up for me. Already, shade to me, shade. Sit down. Anybody in life you say, I mean, think I'm best for me. When you work for somebody, you show self-seeking in your life. Like one time, I think it was a big mission for everybody that works for somebody else. For somebody else, if you work, you're an hourly person. It doesn't matter even on the salary. You work for somebody that hires you to do something. You say, oh, I work for you. This level thing, and that level, your level, let me go work for industry. Think about your industry level, so drop it. Tell me what you're wrong. You stop for that. I don't care. Your level. That's what we're doing. I'm not. No. Okay. Why? If you take it 2 seconds to get up, you know, and to go on your phone and play on your phone and then do look at WhatsApp and all the stuff that we do. On the president of the other way is paying you. He's paying you to work. And when you get to until we're there. 3 seconds to get up. That's the new thing, you know what? Unbelievable. Tell me tomorrow, what do you like? That's not right. Attack the Lord. But now,
Of course, imagine that's your first experience. You're from Czechoslovakia, It's one of the most American places, as you've said, that exists. You have this gas station that's also like a weird theme park of food. And all kinds of other shit that you could eat. This is a gas station. Look, you see how big they are. For 224 million views. That's hilarious. No, it's completely alien to their culture to have a place like that where you can go buy the Costco's are alien to them. You can buy mayonnaise in a bucket or jars and things that you would keep they all think we're preppers. Because if you go to like a big grocery store chain, you're buying food for a long period of time. They don't do that there. They buy stuff for like the week. They have small refrigerators. Yeah, small refrigerators, couple of days. They don't have refrigerators like we have, but also they don't have the same amount of servers, which is why it's not poison. Right. They also don't think, and they can be wrong about this, but they also don't think that they're going to lose access because of some race war. You know what I mean? Like, there is a little bit of planning that goes into some of these grocery runs that does seem slightly paranoid. News media over here ramps out.
Listen to this. About nós vamos viver show de São Paulo, they say que é naquele antes do que foi. So one of the cool things I want to point out here is something new was human nature. If the whole usually they all got up to you about working with you, thousands of people coming, all thousands of people talking, it feels so good to get some coverage. You're covered even if
I've left LA multiple times to make that drive. Not in a apocalypse car, but because of fires, because of riots. Like, sometimes you just gotta get out of Dodge. Three times God's close to the burning effects. It's part of the LA experience to get in a car. David Spade called me once during riots. He goes, your blog is on fire. I thought he was kidding. But there was just overturned cop cars on fire. And it was like riots. This was 2020. So I just got in my car and went, okay, I drove to the desert. That's part of the LA experience is fleeing. That's what he mentions. Palm Springs. Yeah, fleeing. Yeah, he fleeing down. Palm Springs makes no sense. As far as no water.
Yes, I know that's standing up for these everybody, don't stop pictures, don't carry that, hold the sun is everybody.
Had to be.
So that's wonderful. Another cool, the beautiful is cool.
Who's finished that and using your contract? Palm Springs is like exactly 200 miles from now.
Just want to say this to cool.
That's why you're
That's why they started the same money. You stand up and people bring you before you. There's always a fire. You'll know this is going to go into you love enough.
You know what's interesting? It's like Pasadena is where all
you want to come to next.
There's
and one of the Chinese biggest Chinese coming up directly not in the question of making Chinese that every owner
got a place. Totally beautiful.
employees to stand up to them.
That's the thing in LA that you get the vibe that you're Tino made a brilliant point. He's like, it's not Hollywood, it's not like the scene. Like, you're not living in the thing anymore. Whatever the second version of the thing is.
Look how much beautiful it's mixed when you do it.
Whatever it is, it's not what it was. Every place seems a little bit like a museum.
Is this idea that when people come, stand up for them, give you trouble. I know a few cases, and I've heard the same story a number of times, but I'll tell you the story about my Lucy's grandfather. He wasn't home, someone didn't know how to read, you know, not all of it. And we had to take care of it. Somebody walked over to him, and it's very nice. Very nice. He just sit there, the little crowd, it says this, and then we should say, and he stood there regular. And that gave him a feeling of belonging. And he kept on going to that place.
Now it's 25, 30%.
He had his son and then his grandson. He made a awesome connect. Rabbi can do my Chabrusa as a big part of the show. Pushing me to start this and everything. Maybe the whole show because that one guy in the show who came and made we are a show in another country. And those guys do a phenomenal job.
This is like instead of acknowledging a fucking real problem,
just whatever, like over here.
for the first time ever,
Hey, we have to show
you're trying to closing all these giant corporations. It's not that. It's just this we're the shit. No one's doesn't matter. Very big on California. It's always going to be amazing here. That's what every empire said until they fell. Right?
Have a special guest table. Make the guys feel good. Make them feel good on the
Weird bubble walk right through the Coliseum. Listen, never happened again. Right.
So we can do it now in satellite.
I looked to the right.
Extra work. I know for sure.
House was on
I
fire.
went to some
With 85
They'll say that. They hear that all the time. The shit like this, shit like this. There's no reason.
It was like a multi-day blaze. And you're landing.
5 seconds, 10 seconds.
Looking at the window,
So
and
like,
you just see the warehouse on fire, and then there was a car fire on the 405. Like I saw my house every apartment there now, and like as I was going to my apartment, there was a car on fire. And as I was landing, the warehouse was on fire. And you start thinking to yourself, somebody doesn't want us here. Like somebody wants us out. Like it almost feels like we're being evicted by nature. By nature. By bad decisions, by everything. We just nature. Human nature is nature. The stupidity of humans is no different than the stupidity of animals when they go extinct. Do you think it comes back any shot, any chances it has to happen? Right? Something big has to happen. I mean, there has to be something that completely shifts the way a land looks at itself. You know, it has to look at itself as like a functioning business instead of a giant scam for nonprofits. Right. So a big part of LA's problem is just a bunch of people that are in the empathy industry. Yeah. And they're in the, we're working for this and we're working for that. And a giant chunk of their money is going to that kind of shit. I did a great show on Oceans in Atlantic City, which is a casino there, and the owner of that casino was talking to me. And I said, well, fix Atlantic City because Atlantic City has some similar problems in LA. But it's worse. And he was telling me that, just a high amount of people and a lot of social programs with money around. There's a lot of people that are not for whatever reason got rid of it. And there is one area that everything that comes along with that time, which is, vandalism, which is, disorder, addictive theories. And he goes, you need to get rid of that in order to have a climate where businesses can thrive. Which is what happened in New York in the 90s. I hate it. What happened in New York in the 90s was like they did clean up a lot of crimes and a lot of businesses that felt better about it. That's usually 20 guys. He's one of those guys where if he had just done that and died, his legacy would have been amazing. He's hung around for a while, and he's kind of gone into some interesting tangents. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like, how do you just clean up New York City and then love public life and like that guy? But he hung around a little bit, and got they always had That's right. But he did such a good thing, and it was like just exit. It was also sweating his time. That's what I mean. There's another thing after the conference park don't it's just these guys, there's so much silliness on both sides. There's so much silliness on the left and silliness on the right. There's goofy people because the only kind of people that want that kind of position of power are the goofy, right? You don't get the best and the brightest and the most likely ones there. There's a lot of people in your outline that want influence. I think a lot of that. That stuff is very interesting. They start to I don't know how quickly we'll do this, but I do think it's going to lessen some of the cultural divides, and I think it's going to potentially make people because I It's going
very
to
warm
be
delay in our
the
flight,
next fight
over an hour
seems
and a
to
half.
be about
And now it's after
surveillance,
11:30 at night, there's
privacy,
about 100 people in the
your
room.
own
It's
rights,
unbelievable.
right?
It's
You don't
very
have
hot in Halloween.
like
It's
that
6 a.m.
belief.
It's starting to
It might take precedent
I see a bunch
instead
of
of
people
like
that do
these
the
cultural
theater.
fights that
All right,
people have been having for a while.
more of you
It might be like
get into it.
people
Let's
that
see how
begin
the smart
electronic, from artificial
tomorrow,
intelligence.
we're going to make our way to Austria, which is also very special for me because my grandfather's
This is the potential.
that is my grandmother.
That we're seeing play out slowly in right? And
My
like
father's
their
not
freedom
my
of
father's
speech has
father
been
is from
suppressed.
Switzerland. My father's mother is from Austria.
People are not freaking out.
So we're going to get you in Austria for next
They get over there for
the anxiety level has come up to the call that I didn't know the call.
crazy. Being arrested for
Sometimes I'm telling you, it's not the truth, it's not the program of the life.
because we don't know if
The
you're
anxiety over
you're
here.
a piece of shit. You shouldn't be
So
told.
again,
We all know that.
I apologize for the delay.
And if you're going to go to jail, you might as well retweet it anyways.
Sorry if I didn't go to the hotel. Still have to stay here.
I'm sure. A lot of my clients are just like this. They were confused. They
Shower, there's nothing.
the reality of the
So the only traveling good luck because those waiting for having
complain about it online. As soon as they complain about it online, they get arrested. So right now it's for immigration.
you never feel a little bit maybe. Let's see. Hard for me to read. But any techniques like these, I'll be telling those next week. Okay, dude. I need to be more. I want to get the other 30 days. I feel that it's changed my life for the better since the COVID. I'm grateful for the lack of incredible improvement. I only signed up for the judges just yesterday, but already I completed 60 shots to get back to the goal and ready to clear over past 60 days. Even after I was in a skin program at a local pilot, I still eagerly wait for the next year so I can take part in the other shopping review. I asked my mother if my birthday for my birthday wants to come for everyone to check it. But he wants your birthday present. Then he said, this is unbelievable. I don't know. I'm going to say this woman knows that. It didn't really see people that like it here. By the way, I thought it was funny as we did about violence with some people. They said they want to do it to me literally. They said, come on, come on. Is the satellite location looking at Greece world? They're in Costa Rica.
Looking at these statements and going, this
So
person
they're still at 35 locations that watch the street live from us.
good.
And
What they're saying.
unbelievable. Some of the places are over 30 people.
There's
We had
also
the other day, 54 people in this side. Two regular week there. Come, they walk through the street. You guys are also welcome. People like that. There's people very quickly, and all of those guys came to me. I don't remember the names of the
UK scraps police probes and legal social media posts after review says response by two
Yeah,
people.
we do.
This is April 1st, 2026.
What is the body sense?
But I just
Here we
saw
are.
a thing about a guy getting arrested for
Everybody
sex.
just
And we have right gangs here, but you guys are more
Everybody
successful. I think
interested
that's
in doing like a, it's very smart when you
social
put together.
media posts. So legal social media posts, right? They're the laws different than our laws. You don't have freedom of speech on Twitter, so it's like it's violence and violation of the
I
law.
want to say you show
It says legal,
I
it
call
could
it
just
Elliot,
be
right?
to follow
You
the
guys put
things
together.
like cartoons.
But also, you express me that you are playing on the page of the Alicia Seniority. A lot of work went into this. You start to the rock, beautiful. All right, what else do we have here? I'm just going to go. I'm just going to jump into the picture of this video shot. It's actually something about Zebby Yao for Parrot. And this show today, coming.
There is undeniable outside of London, also in London, but outside of London, because a lot of the economy is stagnating. So you're bringing people in. It's not clear immediately what jobs will do. And a lot of our cultures vary greatly from living in one structure in a meaningful way. And that could be the rights of women, that could be the rights of gay people, it's about freedom of speech, that could be freedom of religion, whatever it is. There is a cultural tension there between, immigrants, migrants coming in, This very established society has been around for a very long time. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Here's a fun fact. Research shows that dogs maintain a complete loyalty to their masters. However, on average, the dogs will only in the wild and also found families in the same time. So why is feeding fake such a cultural process still the status quo? Most dogs know the alternatives that exist, and trust me, I know. I buy my Farmer's Dog. I use it for all my dogs. They love it. They eat it up quickly. It smells good to them. It smells good to me. It's sugar-free. The Farmer's Dog makes fresh food for dogs and my dogs love it. Their recipes are made with real meat and fresh vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients. They also portion out meals to your dog nutrition needs. Details and formula for feeding and these weight management easier. Isn't getting more time along the best friends. I think every dog or dogs. The answer to that is yes. So try the Farmer's Dog today and get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food. Plus, get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Roman. This offers for new customers only. So retail ownership. So we have a bunch of great brands here. It's amazing. Bring everyone in. Everyone here likes Mongo. So they got Muslim people that when they vote in the mayor. And then this guy says, they're eating cheese towards what they would like. Yes, which is Sharia law. If you ask most people live in these Islamic countries. Now again, if you ask them, they're probably under arrest. Being terrified of saying the wrong thing. Right. So you've got to factor that in. But at least that percentage of voters think Sharia law would be a great idea. I think there's certainly this was covered up to a lot of the grooming gang scandal thing. So we're looking at it right now. It says this is on national UK. So this one there was this one. The grooming gang beautiful, right? So this report out members of parliament had restored drinking water and record low. And so the investigators have limited powers such as inability to call witnesses or require a sort of document production that incorporates hallucinations victims. Those limitations apply to the importance of damning collection of victim testimonies that vividly portray the sexual terrorism that occurred nationwide for decades. Yeah, this is terrible. I mean, obviously, it was 250,000 videos. But this was covered out because the media didn't want to inflame anger against, population of migrants. Most of whom, I'm sure, were innocent of this, obviously. But it is something that every society has the right to know if there are rape gangs in the country who's operating according to the guise of progressiveness. It's crazy. But it's also incredibly human because the ends justify the means of politics. Right now, it's basically if the will is to just eliminate, whatever it's called, like this patriarchal white male-dominated society. If you agree with that, that's the end goal. A lot of people know what happens. Like a lot of people are super concerned about who's right or who's wrong in that process. Because they're really is to how to increase the power of this group, So it's like, it's hard to look at this and not see the design. And I don't know this, where the design comes from, but it's this is all happenstance, because everybody knows it's happening in perfect target. So I imagine at some point, for example, like countries like Ireland right now, having lots of issues over this. It's more the more the EU, and the EU set migration policy for our year. So the EU is a supranational organization that basically say, here's how many migrants you have to admit, here's your carbon emission standards, here's your, monetary policy, whatever it is. And Ireland is kind of in that sense, they feel like they're losing their sovereignty. They're losing their ability to chart the course of their own country to a supranational organization that's primarily sees consumers and economics. Whereas you can migrants, you're going to fix the economy, which is what they're doing. A lot of people in Europe are not having transitory people who are not really too concerned about the cultural landscape of migrants and the living this economy.
And then he says, he calls up his
the workers I found out that the community third world migrants, some of these refugees for sure. It's economic migration. People coming from their life. Those countries get out of town. That's the question. If you live in Ireland, do you get to have a better life? Do your economic prospects get to grow? Do your children get to own property? Do they get to have health insurance and a job and things like that? Maybe we don't seem that concerned about that. Since we've lived forever in these countries, grandparents have fought in wars. You should get the freedom of some of those countries, things like that. Those citizens seem to not be as prioritized as people coming in from other countries, and that's one of the big problems. It's maybe interesting to watch, because if there is a player, it's not interesting, it's kind of it's interesting to have all certainly self-determined don't care that nation states have cultures and histories and customs and that doesn't bother them as much as their basic responses to just deal with it and to call it racist to say everyone's jingoist or ethnocentric or anti-immigrant or whatever. They should have those conversations. And I think it's because a lot of people believe they don't want the world nation states that have their own ability to govern themselves. They want to take that power economically from those people, and then eventually they want to take it culturally and every other way. So they just want to go around the world and say, here's the way every country works. Here's the economic policy of every country. And if the people in those countries don't like it, and they express, that on social media, they're going to get kicked off. And if they organize in the streets, they're going to use, military authority to fire water cannons out or shut down or use gas or whatever. And if there's a genuine resistance movement to some of it, they're going to infiltrate it and turn it into some psychotic thing, which they do all the time. So it's hard to see it, not to sound like a paranoid nut job, and that's what I am now, I think. But I think it is clearly someone's design. This isn't happenstance. None of this happens. We don't have to invade countries. Sponsor coups, steal resources, and treasure our communities and fields and say, now we have to bring you here, you have to deal with it. That has to happen. That's a strategy of people that want to keep perpetuating this. I think it also has a one of the factors might be that they conflict more immediately in the streets of the West. 100%. I also think the more chaos in the street, the more likely you can fix this. Laws and policies, and they're going to just have one piece. And I don't care how we get it, I don't care how we achieve it. And I think that's very possible. To where people want a uniform standard across, as you said earlier, it's very interesting because this uniform standard is supposed to include non-binary art students and religious Muslims from North Africa. That's amazing. The people that you most opposed, if you do bring those people, they're going to hate you most. That's the ones that are most likely. Yes, we should know. There's a border that keeps some person from coming here, persons being all the people that want them in the most, I think, are not even the people bringing them in. They're being used. They're being suicidal. Their empathy is being weaponized as being used. It's people that are manufacturing this reality are using those people. These are the same people who don't care if people live in the state over have health care. These are people that haven't spoken to their sister in 2 years, and they care about people in Ukraine or people that are coming over from Syria, whatever. But we fucked up Syria. We put that guy in who used to be an ISIS. We got rid of Gaddafi for slave markets in Libya. So we did that. We sent refugees all through Europe. We destabilized all of Europe. And, you can't take us out of it. You can't take Western powers out of it. You can't take Israel out of it. You can't take the US, Britain, France, and a lot of other powers that have destabilized these countries and sent these people and flooding through Western countries, European countries. It's going to be a fun next 50 years. It's kind of crazy. Seeing images of France, from 1998 compares versus today. Like 1998, it's a different thing. Listen, some of that's the world changes. Different groups of people. Look at Ireland, this guy just got hit in the street, people trying to get, and I think it's recorded. And they had some guy, a migrant who had been brought in, and would damn near be tried to. And there's a video of it. And now Belfast, like, it's probably quite a dead now, but you were like tremendous riots, like protesters now because they're going to vote on this. They're going to vote on bringing the people. We never got a vote on it. No one ever asked us how much demographic change we wanted in our country and how quickly we were prepared to do. No one ever asked us. It's much more difficult to pull things off. That's another part of the problem. New York City. To what degree it does, because people can go out and get jobs because they're economic. The reality of the city is that it can support a lot of people coming in. There are a lot of jobs for those people. When we have a stagnant economy like many parts of the UK, that's a lot harder. It's harder to assimilate people into a landscape where the people there are not doing well. Like the people who live there. They don't feel green. Their prospects economically aren't green. And now you're bringing all these new people also are struggling to find work. So that's one of the problems. You think this is being done with a strategy knowing that AI is going to completely disrupt the society. I believe this is why I believe for example, no one's trying to get everyone in this country to house. Themselves to the idea that there's a lot of people that want the right will never have the rule, they never will. No one is trying to. No one wants them. They forgot what owning a home feels like. They forgot what it feels like to have a yard next to go over and drink a glass of wine and smoke a cigar and watch a game and live in a little apartment type, they're getting analyzed in any direction. They're upset. They're on dating apps or whatever. They don't feel like they have a foundational core to their life. No one has really do that. So I think that's just one of the things where people are basically saying, like, no, you don't need a house. You're not getting a house.
forget what owning a house was. Like, forget that doesn't matter. And I think part of this is because they see there's healthcare. There's no government to give anyone healthcare in this country. And if it is, it gets shut down. So, what the politics side of like, they know that AI is coming, and AI is going to do a lot of stuff in health. That's going to help extend life, expand, but that's on the negative side. Because AI is going to disrupt the economy to a point where, like, we're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things like that. We're going to have a lot of people without a steady income, or don't really know what to do, or they have a lot of wealth that's existed, a lot of capital. You're going to have tremendous inequality, you're going to have a lot of joblessness. So, for sure, I think that they're prepared. I mean, there's no way you look at the landscape. Because they're selling the country off the wall. And this is all parties. And this is like, they're selling it off the wall. So, I mean, obviously, something's coming. Something's coming for sure. And I don't know what it is. Actually, I think it's ultimately exciting. And I think so much is that's something great. It's great. How is it? You know? I mean, they're just trying to have that. Right, like this is the goal. The goal is to create a digital God, and it's going to be controlled by not us, not the elected great. It's going to be controlled by us. That's weird. Like, and we're just trusting. That's why you're not getting the vote on immigration levels. You're not going to get a vote on, I think the reality is that eventually it's going to go on safe streets and X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. And that seems to be coming. And it seems like people want to get scared. Don't trust the government, which is why all these studies that come out. The thing that I like about politics, it's great, it's fun, but they have, because people now are going to get more for their government. There's more trust in their government than they have in our government. They're used to there's positives, there's negatives. But they're a society of rules and customs and order. And it is a bit different. So I think you're on board, right? So there's a big grand service of government or so as the United States where we really do question what's happening. And people give up.
Not for a long term, but for the house, for a.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, right? They have socialist health care. They have, isn't there education paid for? Yeah, they have good stuff. They have good life. There's benefits to that. There's like a balance to be achieved. I've always said that this country is foolish that we don't pay for higher education. Like, the more educated people have, the less losers that part of our country is. Manufacture a lot of geniuses. Most manufacture a lot of scientists. That's where a lot of sociopaths don't give a fuck. It's a lot of people that don't. That's the thing that goes on with right? It's how they don't even realize that money inspires all these rich people. The whole thing is out of balance. That's how I would describe America. If you have to describe it, it's out of balance. It's out of balance. It's hard because we have It's hard to back, and it's like when the people in the bar have to be people that have to be people who are something that get they have all these different women, habitats, people with different interests. But it's like the idea of this as such a powerful force. If people start getting cognizant of it, eventually start talking about regulating it or I just think it is going to be a very strange time when people just ignore it forever. It's going to do something where let's talk about it. Let's get J.D. Vance, who's not the worst person, obviously, and I think he's the sanest voice in that administration on camera. For sure. I think he's by far one of the only people in there that's coming down, which is why a lot of the big donors are sitting on it. But again, he just released a book about fame, reconnecting with his fame. I'm sure it's a lot of books. I haven't read it. Fun Beach Train. J.D. Vance's reconnecting with his fame. Great. Inspiring. Amazing. We'll get to it. Never read it. We'll get to it. Top tier. It's also interesting because some of his donors are huge tech guys. And it's all these worlds existing together where you have this world of people who are trying to build a god and a world of people who already believe in a god and trying to have those people in the same tent. That's interesting.
What up, pleasure? Yo, Zoot, how you living, pimp? Zoot! Zoot! How you living, big dog? That's great to hear. Where's your boy? Yeah. What up, pimp?
She said I said
Alright, she gonna masturbate on Sunday? You never know. I mean, it's a question. It's not necessarily inappropriate. It's a physical act. Where's your boy? Yeah, let's tell him about it. No. Call him. Please. Whenever he's in here, I ask him to call you. Yep. Because why else is she going to spend some 2 or 3 hours of her life watching some shitty ass movie that you like, that may or may not be an amazing movie, if she doesn't like you? Now, here's my question. Did you call Riser? Okay. We're going to wait 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Did he pick up? Yeah, fuck that. Get his ass in here. Oh, then he's definitely here.
Maybe doesn't do it.
I agree with you. I was on his ass the other day about stuff. I was like, dude, I gave him a challenge. I was like, I give Nigerians a challenge every day, and they get it done, and he's like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. It's like, dog, I need him to move faster.
So the entire time shooting, oh, I see. But it turns out it's a rock. And he spits short stop.
Did he pick up?
It's a wood. It looks like
Did he pick
you
up?
know. Anyway,
Why don't you think he picked up?
how about it?
Why don't you think he picked up?
Not Dino intrusive in the yard. There's
Why don't you think he picked up, big dog?
Why don't you think he picked up, big dog? Not fucking regular delay, no backflip. Intrusive in it's only
Riser, Zoot, I just asked you a question. Why don't you think he picked up? Dog, that's all that motherfucker does.
Everybody got nervous. The rabies. It's not so much. I don't know if he has better one. There wasn't talking about it. But it's one of the things.
I love him a lot,
Yeah, they might have rabies, but not.
but it's difficult to light a fire under his ass
I don't know what
to get anything done. It's always got to be on his time, which I understand. He's got to do his own thing. I'm not forcing him, but he certainly is not the go-getter that I'd like him to be. But that's okay. Everybody does their own thing. My question to you is this, dude. Are you ready to lose? Dude, you're going to lose. I know it. Riser knows it. Miranda Cosgrove knows it. Did you know Sherry O'Terry knows it? You don't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. Zoot doesn't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. Here, I'm gonna send him an invite, and we'll see if he gets the message. Is he gonna be a little douche? So it goes Riser, Zoot, sending. What are the odds that he comes? What are the odds that he plays? 7%? I think those are good odds. Hey, did you know Australia made it to the second round? I know. Are you proud of them? Did you know Canada made it to the second round? Yeah, I went to the last yesterday. Where the fuck is Riser? Garbage. Alright, I'm gonna send you a real one now.
I don't know.
France, easily, they're dominating. Yeah, France. Alright, I sent you an invite. Are you ready to see one of the best shots in the history of the game? Dog, are you watching this? Dude, are you watching this? Dude, are you watching this shot? That's such a good shot. Some people may consider it one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Now you need an even better shot. That's a devastatingly bad shot. I'm going to tell you why. Because it's going in the water. Sorry. But you have a very difficult shot. In difficulty, I give your shot an 8. You're going to hit the roof right here. I'm telling everybody, Zoot. That was so almost perfect. That was beautiful. I can't believe it went through so smoothly. Too bad you, my friend, are down one hole and on. I'm going to show dominance. Hit that fucking tree. There's a chance I could make it in 2. I don't think I can. No. That's not good. That's not good at all.
9 out of 10.
Let's see it. I'm waiting for it. That's bad. 9 out of 10 is incorrect on that. My man, you need to make this shot. Your entire career relies upon it. You just tied one. It was a good shot.
Now is this going to be?
This is one of the best shots you've ever seen, son.
That was perfect.
No, it wasn't. It could have gone in the green part. It could have gone in the green part. It would have been better. I've never been good at this second shot. Here. That was not good. Are you proud of that shot?
Good news is we're coming.
Okay.
The bad news is this. The bad news is this.
Hit my ball. We are big. That was good, dude.
You can get it. The shape of the shape of the harder shot. The shape of the harder shot.
Oh, dude, that was devastating. That was a devastating miss. And I made it with that sheep in the way. And now you're done. You're not touching me on this hole. Oh no, that was devastating. I took the shot too quickly. That was devastating. Oh, hit the wall. Short. Devastating.
You're not going to see it. You see it on National Geographic, you see it on TV, maybe, because the guys sits there for months and months and he hops.
You need one of the best shots in your career.
But if you want to see a leopard, you want to see a cheetah, pizza is also the number one kill to see cheetah. Very hard to see cheetah kills because you can't even see cheetah.
Wow, what a great shot. That was one of the greatest shots that you've ever seen in your entire life.
It's very hard for you to see them because they're very... There's a lot of lions. Fine. You saw lions, you saw leopards, you didn't see that.
That was not good. Zoo, you did not do a good job there. Zoo, you got spanked in this round. Just absolutely, I hate this one. Zoo, you've seen me do well on every single hole except this one. I'm so bad at this one. No way that's a good shot. I don't even care what you're trying to do. That's garbage. Terrible shot. 0 to 10, that's a 0. Did you watch Tim Dillon on the Joe Rogan Experience? Yes or no? I'll wait. You don't know who Tim Dillon is? He's like arguably the funniest comedian in all of comedy. You don't know who Tim Dillon is?
No. I mean, he's never met
He made Henry Wilson. Tim Dillon is this chubby Long Island comic who is gay, but you never know he was gay, except for the fact that he talked about sucking the D. But he looks like a fratty American, and he's so funny. And he's like the one comedian, aside from maybe Shane Gillis, who doesn't really fear Joe Rogan. Like all the other comedians, especially Tony Hinchcliffe and everybody else, they all fucking fear Joe Rogan so much. And they want to get on his good side, and they want to make sure that they do really well at the Comedy Mothership and stuff. And Tim Dillon has this hilarious story where he's like, have you ever been inside the green room of the Comedy Mothership? It's literally like the most judgmental place you've ever been in your entire life. Like, you could be from anywhere. You could be from London, and they're like, so where are you from? And you'll be like, oh, I'm from London. Like, oh, London, well, la-di-da. Well, guess what? welcome to Austin. You're gonna love it. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I mean, it's okay. And they're like, no, you don't understand. You're gonna love it. You're gonna absolutely love it. And they're like, okay, well, I mean, I don't know if I love it that much. They're like, no, you don't understand. You're gonna love it. And he tells this story about this opener that he had from New York who was not as experienced as he is. And so he's like, yeah, so I brought my opener from New York City, and he performs on the Comedy Mothership, at the Comedy Mothership, and he wasn't having a good stand-up session. And all of a sudden, I'm watching him from the balcony, and I can tell he's not having the best set of his life. It's unfortunate, but it's not going his way. And I have this feeling in the back of my head, like somebody's watching me. And I turn around, and it's Joe Rogan, and he's like, he's bombing Tim, and Tim's like, I know he's bombing. I know he's just having an off night or whatever. I know he's bombing. He's like, and Joe's like, he can't bomb. If he's going to perform here, he can't bomb. And Tim is like, I know he can't. I understand that. I don't know what's going on. This isn't how he normally is. And Joe's like, well, he can't bomb. It's like something that he absolutely just cannot do. And are you serious? And Tim's like, I know, Joe, I know. So he gets his opener and tells him to get off the stage, basically. And the opener's like, hey, I know it didn't go smoothly. Like, it could have gone better. And Tim's like, no, it went absolutely terribly. Are you serious? You need to leave. And the opener's like, well, what do you mean? I mean, let me just get my stuff out of the green room. And the opener's like, no, you don't understand. Tim's like, no, you don't understand. You need to get the fuck out of here right now. You're going to have Navy SEALs who are chasing you down because you bombed here. You're not allowed to, like, embarrass me like this. You need to go right now. And the opener's like, okay, well, like 6th Street seems kind of dangerous. Like, I don't know if I should just be going right onto the street. And Tim's like, no. You don't understand. I don't care where you go, but you just cannot be here because Joe Rogan thinks that you are. Anyway, Tim Dillon's really fucking funny. I would say if there's one comedian, in my opinion, really, of all the comedians in the world right now, there is a world where Dave Chappelle's number one, Shane Gillis is number two, and Tim Dillon is number three. I'm not saying that I necessarily believe that, but if you told me that, I would actually say that's a pretty good list. I've never seen Tim Dillon do stand-up live, though, and I've never seen Shane Gillis do stand-up live, or I haven't seen their specials, but I can tell you that their interviews are hilarious, and they're some of the best podcasters in the game. What up? Well, not of all time, but in the United States, yeah. He was at one time, not just that, he was the biggest person on television for like 8 straight years. He was I haven't seen Jerry Seinfeld do stand-up. Yeah, I haven't seen Jerry Seinfeld do stand-up or heard one of his specials in almost 20 years. So it's hard for me to say he still has it. There was a period of time where he, after Seinfeld, where he didn't tour or anything for a while. But then he came back. Once he had kids, he started doing stand-up comedy again. And I'm not saying he's not funny, but as a, like somebody who I could just be like, wow, that is so true. I could do it with Seinfeld, but Tim Dillon and Shane Gillis, at least for
It's kind of
yeah, I mean he's both. You know that. Come on, man. You know that Robin. You know that. Yeah, oh for sure. I don't even really know.
Watching this thing with that girl studying comedy, and someone was just like,
That's definitely true. Dude, how did I miss that shot? They didn't start all of them as stand-up comedians. I would say Adam Sandler was a comedic actor because he was on Cosby Show and he was on television shows before Saturday Night Live. And then he did Saturday Night Live. And frankly, on Saturday Night Live, he wasn't the funniest person on there. He wasn't really even the top, like, 5 funniest people on Saturday Night Live, even in his prime. There were a lot of really funny people on Saturday Night Live when he was there. But in my opinion, he was there during some of the strongest Saturday Night Live bits, or times when they had Saturday Night Live. When he was there, they had Chris Farley, David Spade, they had Tim Meadows, they had Chris Rock, they had the suit. Good job. We're gonna leave it at that. It's still the biggest show on Saturdays in the United States. But
I mean, they did have some great comedy.
Oh yeah, in terms of who they get, they'll get everybody big. I mean, the people who have been on it are like Elon Musk has done it. You name it, everybody's basically done it. The only people I think haven't done it are like I don't think Tom Cruise has ever done it. But I mean, they had like Prince on there. They had Michael Jackson never did it. He was too big. But they had Britney. Yeah, but they had Britney Spears in her heyday. They had Christina Aguilera. Britney Spears hosted though. They had, I don't know, like Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney was on there. I'm gonna look this up. Who are the biggest celebrities not to do Saturday Night? Like that's the list that you need, not the ones who have. Biggest celebrities to never do Saturday Night Live. Alright, here we go, big dog. Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, and Julia Roberts are among the most prominent stars who have never hosted the Saturday Night Live. Despite their massive global fame, those actors and musicians have not taken to the role as hosts with some never appearing on the show at all. So some people have, but they haven't. They weren't on the show. They didn't host it. Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, and some like Sacha Baron Cohen have made brief appearances or monologue spots. They've not come in to do a full hosting gig, but everybody else has done it. Several celebrities have explicitly turned it down. Kevin Hart, Lisa Kudrow, and Jim Carrey auditioned for parts but were not hired, though Carrey and Hart have since hosted multiple times. But aside from that list that I just said, Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, Julia Roberts, Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, Sacha Baron Cohen, well, he did. Like, everybody else has done it. Will Ferrell's done it. Tom Green's done it. Yeah. Do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is, Zoot? Zoot, do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is? Zoot.
And then they made a circle and they went around where the body was.
Zoot, motherfucker.
It was the Rabbi. You watched the Rabbi for Buffalo. So keep playing it. That's why. Keep playing the Yuka shots and getting to the character on when the line is quiet and they make noise. I'm not a person to the President of the United States. I'm not going to say anything, but sometimes certain individuals they scream out. If you don't listen to me, in 2 days from now, you're not gonna have a country left. In 2 weeks. I mean, in a week from now, you don't listen to me. And then, okay, get out of everything. I'll give you $200 billion just for saying that. So sometimes it's but those who make a lot of damage, they don't speak at all. That's what we're saying about it. The lion was quiet. It might be an indication that he made a lot of trouble. He killed a bunch of these folks. The Eagle shots the beautiful character. They're making noise. He's killing them. He's actually scared. That's why I showed the video there of him running away. Sometimes he's running away from the book.
Dude fucking left like a douche. Like a fucking douche. Zoot literally is the worst communicator in the history of humankind. Who's the best communicator? Brand. Really? No, I am, but aside from everybody's favorite. Yeah.
What he really needs is the spirit. I don't believe in Rothschild. When you say him a holiday Rabbi, the Shmuel Rabbi, retracted. He says no. I hold like Shmuel.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
So he didn't want to pass it. Shadrino coming to Shmuel. So why did he want to pass it? So you see that he
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Do you really think that Tim Dillon could be the top 3 funniest comedian in the He's so funny. Check it out. Check it out. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. What a good fucking yawn. That's one of the best yawns in the history of yawning. Check it out.
side question. What are you doing? Why did you smoke your phone? You don't want to know.
It's a good thing about you. Never smoked a path of the left of a good kid.
No, that's not good.
My red family.
Go fly away. Catch them. And two.
My sister smoked in high school.
Oh, maybe that's why.
Yeah,
I
and
never
I had to
plugged it
play
in.
once.
Okay, let's just finish up a full
And
heart.
a couple of people, and I was supposed to play this. It was something that a bunch of college people was fucking disgusting. And I was supposed to play this like torture wars. So smoking cigarettes. So they wanted me to smoke cigarettes while I was doing it. So I smoked like 15 fucking cigarettes while we're doing it. And I threw up. I had a fucking horrible headache. I was feeling like I'm so high. I was told over it. If you've never smoked cigarettes at all, you smoked 15 in a row. Were you like an athlete too? Oh yeah. Oh, so that totally fucked you up. Oh, completely fucked me up. Yeah. No, the first time I had a cigarette, it's so terrible, but I was like, this is great. My body responded. Like what you had is the freaking normal experience. It was just too much. One cigarette I actually liked. I was like, what a head rush. This is kind of cool. I go, now I kind of get it. I get why you guys like this. Interesting. We were doing this thing, and I had to always be smoking. So we had a reverse for doing it all day, and I wanted to try to like feel normal with a cigarette in my hand. So I kept smoking, but then I liked them. So I kept smoking. Yeah, it's a tough thing because the thing about it, I've been sober 15 years from alcohol and drugs. And I look at people that are really drunk, it doesn't look appealing. It doesn't look good. When you see somebody with a cigarette, it always looks good. It always looks good. You never say to yourself, like, that person's going to, you'll get sick and die, but you never know they're going to lose control of their life. So you look at somebody with a cigarette and you go, oh, yeah, they're having fun. They're cool. It's fine. They're using it to help hang. I never look cool with it. It's like you look at an actor doing it, or someone like the Cannes Film Festival. Yeah, something like that. Timothy Chalamet has one. He's the size of one. Has one, and I go, this is fine. Probably in France or something. You know what I mean? They will do shit like that. So you'll see that, you should get a cigarette.
Look at this athleticism, folks. This is really unprecedented footwork.
Like 1920s. No, it's the worst thing because the smell is terrible. And it destroys your clothes. And it's very bad for your health, obviously. But it is one of those things that is just such a good product. What other product could they tell you? It kills you and they're raising the price every year. Out in England, where they smoke like crazy, you have actual cancer on the fucking carton. So when you buy them, I was ill, and you pull one, there was like a dead baby on the This is terrible. They smoke more of it than anywhere. They smoke more of it. They don't eat the way we eat. Like, they don't understand the way we eat. Like, they don't get it. There's something called 2-week carvery, like, where you can just ladle on Sunday roast and kosher pudding and stuff. But for the most part, the portions are small, and people don't behave in that sense. But they drink more and they smoke. European World Cup fans losing their minds over Taco Bell ranch and unlimited refills. Yeah. Because they get sick. When they come here, they get sick because there's chemicals in our food. Somebody was telling me they went to Buc-ee's and there was the soccer teams were at Buc-ee's for the first time and they just fucking couldn't believe it. Of course. Imagine that's one of the first experiences you have in America. You walk into a Buc-ee's. Yeah. You're from Czechoslovakia or some shit. It's one of the most American places, as you've said, that exists. You have this gas station, but it's also like a weird theme park of food. And all kinds of other shit that you can eat. Yeah, this guy, dude, LMAO, this is a gas station. Yeah. Well, you see how big they are. Yeah. For 224 million views, that's hilarious. No, it's completely alien to their culture. Yeah. To have a place like that where you could go buy. The Costco's are alien to them. You can buy mayonnaise in a bucket. Jars of things that you would keep, like, they all think we're preppers. Because if you go like a big grocery store chain, you're buying food for a long period of time. They don't do that there. They buy stuff for like a week. They have small refrigerators. Yeah, small refrigerators, cold days. They don't have refrigerators like we have, but also they don't have the same
Those are your suitcases outside?
Right. They also don't think, and they could be wrong about this, but they also don't think that
No, we didn't care with the suitcases. I want to say some of them for the guests.
pretty smart. You know what I mean? Like, there is a little bit of planning that goes into some of these grocery runs that does seem
You just
slightly
came
better.
now, you're in Yeshiva.
You
You know, you plan on sleeping here instead?
start thinking about stockpile gold.
Someone, what's your name? And you are from Detroit?
Right. That's one of the Land Cruiser I got. I specifically
Someone, what's your name?
trunk.
Salam alaikum,
My
Daniel.
truck working so
Salam
well and shit, and it can literally drive over a mountain. That's what I need. I need a car that's not just a road car. Right. I need a car that's
You fucking getting up at
shit
7
might go
o'clock in the morning.
sideways.
6:30, come on. Talk about you guys. Listen, how you guys, you like literally 20 people in there.
Because of fires, because of riots, like sometimes you just gotta get out of Dodge.
To remind all of them, because not myself didn't see this, we have Shabbos is Shabbos. We took the entire hotel, the Royal Hotel, it's going to be beautiful.
There was just overturned cop cars on
MDY Shabbos.
What happened?
No, this is
I'm frozen?
Frozen? Right there.
So you can't hear me?
Don't worry about it.
I can hear you. There you go.
What are you talking about, Miss?
Manchester.
What are you talking about, Miss Aquarius?
It was
No, it wasn't. No, I wasn't. I just gave water. I wasn't in my bed.
I mentioned your name. How wonderful it was.
Okie dokie. I believe you. Miss Aquarius, it's 3:21 in the morning where you are. Take the muscle relaxer. You have nothing. No, it's take half of it. Take half of it. You got all day today to sleep. Miss Aquarius, take a quarter of it. Then take half of it. Sure. Do it, and then we'll be in bed. And you can sleep all day today. You don't have to go to work. You don't have any friends with whom to hang out for tomorrow. You don't have a hair appointment. You don't have a nail appointment. You don't have a dermatologist. You don't have anything but the whole day to relax. The whole day you can relax. I mean, from sun up to sundown, you can rest that leg of yours. 3:23 where you are.
My friends and wife complaining to me that ever since I introduced them this year,
I want to take it at this time.
You need to, though.
over here there's too much going on in this right over here because it's disturbing. How did your wife handle this? Finally, I've used the word, no, this is not true. Call two biggest Shikar panel. Only teams that have to work on the masses, not the owner, side bedroom,
Take half of it.
Thank you, Bob.
And you'll sleep till 10,
The secret behind it.
and you'll be rested. Your leg will feel better.
Unfortunately, Norm's not here. He's not feeling well.
Then take the whole thing.
The secret behind the morning
You don't think I mean, I take it at this time. I take it at this
Mr.
time.
Parrish, you're going to be in pain for the next 5 hours if you don't take it. You already woke up you already awoke in the middle of the night and you're having trouble sleeping.
It's happening now, and it's like previous even for now.
I'm watching. Watch it. I see it in your hand. There you go. Just put it in your mouth. Down the hatch.
I'm not done. It is never done. Return to the tomorrow.
Good job.
Which is an
Good job.
aleph with a pat on it, with a kuda associated with chachma.
You did it.
We're drawing down the flow of wisdom from Hashem, open our mind with the Yosef and wisdom that comes from the
You did it, Mr. Curtis. Good job. Alright, you can go to bed now.
I can't go to bed till I go to sleep. I can't go to bed till I go to sleep.
Alright, well, it won't hurt a little bit.
The other one, I think in the Gemara it says, grab to my father, Gershon Eisenberger, and no, am I wrong? You're Talmud Chassid. You can direction it both ways. You're Talmud Chassid his father, which makes sense. But over here, go by to your
Yeah, doing whatever. You know how to do this.
I know you have to make me tell me like you gotta go to sleep tonight. You gotta go to sleep. Yeah, get your foot down sometimes. Rub my foot down sometimes. Okay. Go back to sleep.
Shout out to Mr. Curtis, everybody.
Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome,
Thank you, Rabbi.
Shout out to Mr. Curtis, everybody.
Monthly sponsors, Are You Sabbath for Shlema of Yimori Baruch and Miriam Anonymous for Shlema for Reuven and Yehudis and Avram Shayif and Slava the lawyer. Amen. Weekly sponsors, the Spanish year sponsors, in honor of
Alright, folks.
the Spanish year sponsors, in honor of the first three Mexican satellite location. Shmuel Ramchik, Roshinayado, Ino Greenberg, and Mayako Whiteside, Mazatov, on the marriage of Brianna's food school boss. You're going to go back to the show. It's in honor of the group of Ruben and Leo and Gloria for fourth flame of it. Amazing. You know, Akmati, for certain that our Musical Factory dedicated her life for living. Dedicated her life for leading her family.
That's where they started. That, you know, they were like, we own you. We can't go anywhere until the fall Saturday. So if you want to go on a vacation, you have to go there. You know what's interesting? It's like past Latinos were all like producers. Yeah, there's beautiful houses in Pasadena. Mid-century modern. Yeah, incredible places like estates that just seem cool. You got a place totally beautiful and from another time. And that's the thing in LA, you get the vibe that you're Santino made a brilliant point. It's like it's not Hollywood, it's Hollywood the sequel. Like you're not living in the thing anymore. You're living in whatever the second version of the thing is.
When an animal falls,
it's not what it was. And every place seems a little bit like a museum, or like it was cool 20 years ago or 15 years ago. Somebody recently said this. LA is slowly becoming Detroit. Interesting. The only thing I might say is the weather will help.
I can't remember the words of
the Vegas industry regardless of whether or not it's the biggest economic industry, the biggest industry in terms of like cultural value to getting people to move there. There's always show business. Yeah. And
the also to the biggest Canadian I accept entirely the justice system, the whole that thing. All of them are good to operate for the Rapapa people who speak of Canadian face at all full of. Starting from the entire length of the spine and all the rivers. You gotta check to make sure there's no internal damage. Animal falls, head problem. And we can turn into
it's a big difference. It's a giant difference. That's the Gavin Newsom attitude whenever he defends California. Talks about how great GDP is.
We consider maybe pop that in place. On my legs, see, when you make from the field, you don't have to worry about it. They are in good shape. They're very strong. They withstand
real problems. People are moving for the first time ever more than they're coming here. Right. We're losing all these giant corporations. It's none of that. It's just this shit. No one's. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Never really hear
Very
the
big
guy
on
just
California. I'm bullish on California. It's always going to be amazing here. That's what every empire said until they fell.
pretty good.
There's a thing, but people don't want to ever believe that.
To me, this is one of the most interesting
walk right through the Coliseum.
marks I've seen in a long time.
When we
It's
landed
not even
in
discussed.
LA, I looked to the right,
When a
and
bird falls
that
on
warehouse
a
was on
shooting
fire
material. Now,
with 85 billion
the idea of the work is all the way up.
chemicals in a
Because you
warehouse.
guys all of you, especially the guys over 70, know
And you're looking at the
how
window
cold
and you're
and
just
how to
seeing the
jump
warehouse on fire, and then there was a
what
car
moves
fire
and the
before
car
fire.
says jump over
Like I saw my
fences.
house, I parked it there now. Like, as I was going to my apartment, there was a car on fire.
Jump off a two-story
As I was
building,
landing, the
you know,
warehouse
you
was on
jump
fire.
and you like,
And you start thinking to yourself, somebody doesn't want us
you
here.
know, what's the word
Like
I'm looking
somebody
for? You
wants us out. Like it almost feels like we're being evicted by nature.
So get up for a second, Sean.
By nature,
Get over here.
by bad decisions, by everything, which is nature. Human nature is nature.
You absorb it. That's the word I was looking for. Is that the word you really want? You try to absorb the cold. Now, if you can absorb the cold in a better way, like, let's say parachuters, not the guys who do it for fun, but the guys in the army, they don't give them something that you fall out of the plane, right? You fall fast. But when you land, you don't want to land on your 2 feet because you break your legs. So they're like, roll. I don't know what different things. If you were to jump off a two-story building on an angle, it would be a lot better. Let's say you get a well. But if it's an angle to it, it'll be a lot better. It'll have enjoyed the ball a lot more than if you fall straight on.
Oceans in Atlantic City, which is a casino there.
That's the whole thing here. That's the end of the day. Everything is slippery, and then you're not going to give a jump like that. In the Shiva, a guy told me to jump. He could jump out of 2 stories.
He was telling me
He jumped and broke over the
we have just a high amount of people and a lot of social programs in one area.
Everybody had a friend that tried it and wasn't very successful.
For whatever reason,
Before it became a thing, you know.
they're living in one area and everything that comes along with that, which is crime, which is vandalism, which is, disorder to varying degrees. And he goes, you need to get rid of that in order to have a climate of businesses. 100% just what happened in New York in the 90s. People hated it. They don't want to admit it. But what happened in New York in the 90s was like, they did clean up a lot of the crime and a lot of businesses that felt better about it. That's 100%. That's what he did. And he's demonized.
I don't understand. I don't get it.
He's one of those guys where if he had just done that and died, his legacy would have been amazing. But he's hung around for a while. And he's kind of gone into some interesting tangents. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like, had he just cleaned up New York City and then left public life, it would have been like that guy. But he hung around a little bit. You know, got everybody else out there. They listened to him. So I said, you're going to do shows. That's what he's going to do. You're going to that's right. He's going to do shows. But he did such a good thing, and it was like just exit. It was also, it's easy to make fun of. Like, the family was sweating his diet. Well, that's right. He's building the warehouse kind of friends in that park. Don't die. It's just these guys, there's so much silliness on both sides. There's silliness on the left and silliness on the right. There's goofy people because the only kind of people that want that kind of position of power are the people later on if the random you don't get the best and the brightest, the most enlightened that want to be the mayor of New York City.
Sounds that he's okay.
The job of people that want power and they want influence.
And this is only a third who was able to
Stuff
swim
which is very
from
interesting is
downstream
starting
upstream
to, I
against the
think,
flowed water.
I don't know how quickly it will do this, but I do think it's going to lessen some of the cultural divides.
That's not
And I
just
think
not a
it's
riot.
going to
You just
potentially unite
they
people.
happen to make his way downstream.
I don't think it's going to
Be
be
like Timer.
the
I think the
next
water is
fight seems to be about
that is just thing. It's not going
surveillance,
anywhere.
privacy.
Less one buck. What was interesting is that Rashi said in this case that even if you went upstream,
I feel like that will be, it might take precedent.
like
Instead of like these cultural fights that people have been having for a while, it might be like,
talks
people
about
might be demanding
it.
of
The
autonomy,
is moving slightly.
from
And he
artificial
doesn't have to
intelligence.
prove himself and
Progress
went
going to be
upstream
if you can't
because
demand. If
it's
you
barely moving, so
don't
it's a
know
bird, it's
what's
nothing.
more, this is the
You shall
potential
not see the
nightmare
category, let's say, our
scenario
league.
that we're seeing play out
Slowly
slowly in
work
England.
on the
So
water.
in England,
So
their
now you
freedom
know
of
the
speech
speed
has
of
been
the water.
suppressed to a
But he's
alarming
the
point
doing
where people
he
are not
swam
freaking out
quicker
near
than the water. So he's
the amount
going
of arrests
downstream. He said, yes,
that people
yes,
get over there for fucking retweets and likes and likes. That's so crazy to me.
He really has to prove himself by swimming upstream, but he can also prove himself swimming downstream if he's quicker than the
Not even
fluid things on the
retweeting,
water.
because we all
So
know
when
if
you
you
go 5 miles an
like
hour,
a piece of shit,
you go 10 miles an hour, so obviously you see this case of it.
we all know that.
Okay?
Retweet it. So technically, if you're going to go to jail, you might as well retweet it anyway. You're going to get
I
locked
guess
up
in
for just
Colorado,
extra
every day,
years for
beer
retweet
comes
versus
from the yard,
I'm
you
sure
have
illegally you are my claim just like this. They were confused. They get so as soon as you have people that feel like the reality of the world they live in is not being represented, and they're not allowed to complain about it online. Because if they complain about it online, they get arrested. So right now it's for immigration primarily.
Look at the truck.
That
They
could
use live
change.
beer.
That could change. Well,
That's
this
ready. This is the nitrogen polio. Okay.
feel that there was
Nice little circle. I don't know why it's
decision made
like a
by
tube.
somebody that
No, that's because it's comfortable.
the
Okay.
public
Smart.
can only discuss issues
So
in
if it's
a very
taught,
rigid way.
you know, like these
They
guys,
can only offer their, like,
as you saw the professional, there's a little
not
bit of a
everyone
stomach
who's
in that
talking about
blanket,
immigration
feeding
is
a little
in the
bit
most
of
articulate way, but it's their right to do it.
So
It's their country. They
usually
should
with
be
the
able to say,
Hashira, Hashira means you have to be concerned, there's broken bones.
I'm
But
worried
yeah,
about
it's not called learning.
increased levels of immigration.
Yeah,
And they should be able to say that
as
in
an expert.
an inelegant
Here's
way.
the tired day, Kitri Hashira.
So what
The
they're
north,
doing
and you
now
can't do with it,
is they're
has
placing
these knots that are close
words and I
together,
think
so
certain
now
ways
he's
of
concerned, and you
speaking,
got broken bones on his
and they're
knots.
calling
Let me
a lot
gotta
of
give you
things
Hashira,
not
if
an
the knots are
incitement to
further
violence.
apart,
Now,
not
some
to
things
worry.
clearly are an
I
incitement
guess
to
this is
violence.
what needs to do back
But
when
you know,
kids
you
up.
can have people speak in a colorful way. People talk
There's a bunch of bundles.
using irony. Some people trying to be funny. Some people are.
Ibiza,
So
or Ibiza
I
location,
think the way that they're doing it over there is they're basically looking at these statements and
I
going,
explained before,
this person
if the bird
is
falls directly,
inciting violence
this
and
is not a
threatening
good
the
video
public
because it
good
happens to
by
women's
what
up
they're saying.
You know, without
Then
flapping wings,
there's
you
also
fall
people
on
were
the
getting arrested for saying that they were rape gangs.
pinnacle, on
And
the
they were
spitz of the veil.
And so this new report, who released this new
Will
report that
destroy
said,
his
it says UK scraps police probes and legal social media posts after review says
you can use
responsible
little bit, it's a little bit of slant,
This
it's
is
close, more of the impact,
April 1st,
then
2026.
you don't have to worry
But I just saw a
about
thing
his
about a guy getting
bones and
arrested
everything.
for a few days ago. And we have rape gangs here, but ours are more
Like, he says
successful.
he's
I think
on the
that's a
slant part, but he should.
legal
So we
social
also,
media
from
post
our
is
reads,
much
Hashira
weird.
did very
So
tough.
legal social media posts, right? Their law is different than our
Kid
law.
was
They don't
dying
have
of
freedom
it.
of speech over
We
there. So
have,
incitement to
war
violence is a
of
violation of the law. Right? So when it says legal, it could just be they went too far for things like cartoons or something like that. That's not clearly
The
not
cone,
incitement to
so
violence.
it's not that soft.
I didn't find out, Jamie, what that report was about the rape
If
gangs.
a
I
small
was just
bundle,
there for 21 days. I was
kid,
in
they give
London.
a kid
I was in Paris
Hashira,
for
small
a couple
bundles
of days,
have
but I
to
was
be
in
tight.
London
The
primarily
other
for
says
21
not.
days.
I said, concerned about the knots,
Talking
breaking
to groups of people,
that's
and
Hashira.
London's a global city. It's a cosmopolitan city. It's like New York.
It's like the
And,
stuff that
you
comes
know, I
out of
think
the,
one of the things that, you know,
the
they're
doctor
used to
Hashira,
diversity.
finer
They're
stuff.
not
It's
full
soft.
on panicked about
Not
different
raw.
types of people coming in.
Hashira is the,
But
what?
there is undeniably
No,
a
I didn't.
real
Doctor Hashira,
problem
the doctor Hashira.
outside of London, also in London, but
I
outside
just
of
realized
London,
in
because a lot of the
Chicago,
economy is
they're
stagnating.
giving
So you're bringing people in, it's not clear immediately what jobs they'll do.
class that I had
And a
over
lot
there.
of their cultures vary
So,
greatly from the English culture in a meaningful way. And that could be the rights of women,
They
that
have
could
a
be
very
the
special
rights of
place
gay
in
people, that could be the opinions about freedom of speech, that could be freedom of religion, whatever it is. There is a cultural tension there between, you know, immigrants, migrants coming in at this very established society that's been around for a very long time. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Here's a fun fact. Research shows that dogs who maintain a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer on average than dogs who are overweight. Isn't that wild? And also kind of obvious at the same time. So Why is feeding Phoenix scoops of ultra-processed kibble still the status quo for most dog owners? Healthy alternatives exist, and trust me, I know. I buy one. The farmer's dog I use it for both my dogs. They love it. They eat it up quick. It smells good to them. It smells good to me. It's human grade food. The farmer's dog makes fresh food for dogs, and my dogs love it. Their recipes are made with real meat and fresh vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients. They also portion out meals to your dog's nutritional needs. Rothschild's formula for feeding and makes weight management easier. It isn't getting more time off like its best friend, something every dog wants. The answer to that is yes, obviously. So try the farmer's dog today and get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food. Plus, get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. This offer is for new customers only. We're talking about this up Dearborn, so we're Dearborn, Michigan. So we're a bunch of really progressive people. It's amazing. Bring everyone in, everyone's welcome. And so they got enough Muslim people in there where they can vote in the mayor. This guy says, got more red flags. They're itchy towards what they would like against, which is Sharia law. If you ask for sure, most people who live in these Islamic countries. Now, again, if you ask them, they're probably impressed, terrified of seeing right? So you've got to factor that in. But at least 8% think Sharia law will be great idea. I think there's certainly I mean, this was covered up to a lot of that really gang scandal there. So we're looking at it right now. This is national UK, so we're like rape gangs. So this, but there was this different gang being formed. So we'll put this report out. Members of Parliament and Restore Britain Party leader Rupert Lowe. And so the investigators had limited powers such as the ability and ability to call witnesses or requires sort of document production that can corroborate some of the most heinous victims. With those limitations in mind, the independent report is a damning collection of victim testimonies that portray sexual terrorism that occurred nationwide for decades. This is terrible. I mean, obviously, they said it was 250,000. This was covered up because the media didn't want to inflame anger against, population of migrants. Most of them, I'm sure, were innocent of this, obviously, but it is something that, in a free society, everyone has the right to know if there are rape gangs in the country which operate. Isn't that crazy that under the guise of progressive news, well, 100%, it's crazy. But it's also incredibly, it's not shocking because the ends justify the means approach of politics seems to be what we're doing right now, whereas basically, if the goal is to just eliminate, whatever it's being called, like this patriarchal, white, male-dominated society, if you want to get rid of that, and that's the end goal, a lot of people ignore what happens. Like, a lot of people are super concerned about whose rights are being respected in that process, because their end goal really is to kind of decrease the power of people they disagree with. So I mean, it's like, it's hard to look at this and not see a design. And I don't quite know exactly where the design comes from, but it's odd that this is all happenstance, because everybody knows it's happening and people are afraid to talk about it. So I would imagine that at some point, for example, like countries like Ireland right now that are having lots of issues over this, it's where they're part of the EU, and the EU set migration policy for Ireland. So the EU is a supranational organization that would basically say, here's how many migrants you have to admit, here's your carbon emission standards, here's your monetary policy, whatever it is. And I don't know, kind of in that sense, they feel like they're losing their sovereignty. They're losing their ability to chart the course of their own country to a supernatural organization that primarily seems concerned with the economics, because if you bring in more migrants, you can artificially grow the economy, which is what they're doing. A lot of people in Europe are not having children. So a lot of these economies are run by people that are not really too concerned about the cultural landscape of bringing migrants in and looking at how to grow this economy, how do we get cheap, help, and how do we get workers, and a lot of it is you're getting third world migrants, some of it's genuine refugees for sure, but a lot of it's economic migration, people coming from better life, hard to blame them. And then the people that live in those countries can have a better life. That's a question. If you live in Ireland, do you get to have a better life? Do your economic prospects get to grow? Do your children get to own property? Do they get to have health insurance and a job and things like that? And no one seems that concerned about that. Like these citizens who've lived forever in these countries, whose grandparents have fought and died in wars to secure the freedom of some of those countries, Britain, UK, things like that. Those citizens seem to not be as prioritized as people coming in from other countries. And that's one of the big problems that they're having. It's really interesting to watch, because if there is a plan, it's an interesting topic, but it's interesting in that both it can be pretty short. If there is a plan,
I'm still trying to sleep. What's wrong with you?
whose plan
I want to in the morning. In the afternoon,
why would you do this? I think it's a small group of people
I want to do for the nice. I want to show the island what it looks
concern
like.
themselves primarily with economic matters. They don't care that nation states have cultures and histories and customs, and that doesn't bother them as much.
That's not what I'm saying. And you're sitting here like sleeping right there. Like,
their basic response is to just deal with it and to call everyone racist, question examples, jingoist or ethnocentric or anti-immigrant or whatever. They shut down those conversations. And I think it's because a lot of people believe more in global world, and they don't believe in a world of nation states that have their own ability to govern themselves. They want to take that power economically from those people, and then eventually they want to take it culturally and every other world. So they just want to go around the world and say, here's the way every country will work. Here's the economic policy of every country. And if the people in those countries don't like it, and they express that on social media, they're going to get kicked off. And if they organize in the streets, they're going to use military authority to our border counties out or shut them down or gas or whatever.
Says the Gemara like this.
And if there's a genuine resistance movement to some of it, they're going to infiltrate it and turn it into some psychotic thing, which they do all the time. So it's hard to see it, not to sound like a paranoid nut job, and that's who I am and how I've made my living. But I think it is clearly someone's design. This isn't happenstance. None of this has to happen. We don't have to invade countries, sponsor coups, steal resources, and then drench our communities in guilt and say, now we have to bring all those people here and you have to deal with it. None of that has to happen. That's a strategy of a group of people that want to keep perpetuating this. Do you think it also has one of the factors might be that they want conflict? The more conflict people have in the streets, the less they're going to pay attention to
You see, my mind says one thing doesn't work really.
I also think the more chaos in the street, the more likely they're going to be willing to accept laws, new technologies, and they're going to just say, I want peace, and I don't care how we get it, I don't care how we achieve it,
kind of later.
Yeah.
And I think
Rabbi,
that's very
sorry.
possible, but it
By
does
name I
feel
also, if a
like
bird
it's
falls down on a
grown
bootstrap,
a little bit
he's
to
stuck,
where
his wings are
people have
stuck.
a uniform
He is also
standard
according to,
across.
I made my
But
Rabbi
as
son.
you said earlier,
Because
that's
Rabbi,
it's very
with the
interesting
problem is
because
one wing
this
gets stuck,
uniform
other wing
standard is
is like
supposed to
the mouse.
include
Other mouse makes to my bed. Because one
non-binary
two
art students in Vermont
feet
at
get stuck in the bootstrap,
religious
other two are
Muslim
up and
schools.
I'm moving until you get to my bed.
Good luck.
Halloween is not the end of the world. If I got to
That's amazing.
sorry,
The
he has
people that
one
would
wing
be
to
most
lessen the
opposed,
impact. He's leaving.
the people that, like, if you do bring
They
those
got
people, the people that are going to hate the
two
most, are the people
my
that
dogs
love
are
them
all
the
about
most.
geneticums.
Yes. The ones who are most likely to
How are
say
you going to
we should
stop this
have
fall? I'm just showing on a lot of the law things. So what's the other?
coming here and no person's
What's the other
illegal.
side to say
And the
that's
people
okay?
that love them
The
the
law
most
after the legal man,
are
you
not
paid
even
the
the
guy.
people bringing
So
you
let's say
in.
this
They're
is
being
my legal
used.
wing.
They're being
And
used
my
suicidally.
the
Their
wing is stuck
empathy
in
is
the
being
glue.
weaponized.
We
It's
still
being
have
used
the
as
rest of the
people.
wing. They
Right. So
it's
people
not the
that
whole wing is
are
stuck. The ends of it are stuck in the glue. But
this reality are using those people. These are the same people that don't care if people live as enslaved over half African. These are people that haven't spoken to their sister in 2 years. And they care a ton about people in the Ukraine or people that are coming over from Syria or whatever. But we fucked up Syria. We put that guy in who used to be an ISIS. We got rid of Gaddafi. There's slave markets in Libya. So we did that. We sent refugees all through Europe.
But
We destabilized all of Europe. And
he could tell a little bit
you
with one
can't
wing in it,
take
or
us
less
out
than
of
this.
it. You can't
My
take
mom
the
and the
Western
one who
powers
says
out
it's
of it.
also
You can't take
recently
Israel out of it.
broken
You
bone.
can't take the
Even the
U.S.
highly multi-bar, I don't know if
France
that
and a
works,
lot
but I
of
can
other
assume.
powers
A bird
that have
flies 2 weeks, and
destabilized
when
these
one doesn't
countries
work, the other one
and
also
sent
doesn't
these
fly.
people
It's not a thing.
flooding
And now
through
there's a multi-part, the other one is
Western
not clean.
countries, European countries.
I don't. Not like in our video that he has
It's
like a
going to be a
knife
fun next
to
50
send down.
years. It's kind of crazy when you
The
see
episode
images of
which
France.
got me off, I love the hands when the two wings stuck to the blue crab, the animal like broken bone. The time got the sorry no. This is in
It's a
fact
different
a
thing.
lessening
You know,
of
this is some of that's
the
inevitable.
impact when
World
there's one wing
changes.
attached to the
Different
motor.
people. You know, but then you look at an
The
Ireland, this
rations
guy
connected
just
and
got
this
beheaded
ration for all shots.
in the street.
He says like
Which
this
I think,
couple of
yeah, I think
hours
it's
the
wrong.
lake the boy the deco
And
when the pool is brutal.
he beheaded some guy,
In
a
our days,
migrant
we're
who had
doing
been
rations days and time doing research.
beheaded.
Forget
We're damn
about
near
it's
beheaded.
2026.
Tried to.
Coming
There's
back.
a video
How
of
many
it.
years ago did it?
And now
How many years ago?
Belfast, like, you know, it's probably quite
1,000
there
years.
now,
Yeah,
but
1,000 years. Okay,
they were like
1,000 years
shooting
is
these
a
riots. They were like burning things down
So
because
the
like,
verse
we
says
never got a vote on this.
that anytime you have
We
a
never got a
power,
vote
the
on
full of
bringing
rules,
people
all these are laws.
We never got a vote on that. No one ever
The
asked us
discussion Dico that
how
showing it to
much
open up
demographic
to look
change we
inside.
wanted in our country and how quickly.
The doors
And what we
that's in
were
the early
prepared
generations.
to do. No one ever
12
asked
years
us.
ago. That was the key to
People don't like to admit it, but our population, it's much more
2,000
difficult
years ago. Like, I
to
know the
hold
key,
those off
the
when
key,
there's a
we
population
don't know what we're
percent.
doing.
That's
Listen,
not
key
the
enough.
UK, Ireland, those places, it's very difficult. Diversity also relies on a very
Since the Venezuela's
so New York
came
City,
alive, we don't know this
to
stuff.
the degree it does,
Since
because
Rashi, I
people
don't
can go out
agree.
and get
Believe
jobs,
me, Rose,
because
the
the
England, the dying,
economic
tell them not in the blood.
reality
Every
of the city
generation,
is that
it makes a lot of sense.
can support a lot of
Every
people.
generation
There
has
are a lot
its
of
own
jobs for those people.
Rabbanim. So what? We're the proper
We have a
material
stagnant
plus.
economy,
But
like
gave us the
many
boom
parts
in
of the UK.
every generation.
That's a
But
lot
what's the
of
list with them? And
It's
they
harder to
talk
sell,
to sit.
harder to assimilate people
Show me the
into a
key of the young
landscape
man.
where the people there are not
Every
doing
generation
well.
has the young.
Like the people that have lived there forever now
Oh, I
thriving,
mean,
now
he's
feel
always
great.
up for
Their prospects economically are great. And now you're bringing all these new people
Unfortunately,
with social
I know you're all excited about this, but we're not listening to
That's part of the
in our
problem. Do you
generation,
think that this is
we're not
being
being
done
Okay.
with a strategy, knowing that AI is about to
We don't know exactly what we're looking for. Look at this.
Yes, I believe this is what I believe. I believe
Ribs and broken
no one, for
spine. You're right.
example, no one's
What
trying to
about
get anyone
different
in this country to
externals?
overhouse.
You need more of an MRI.
People
And
lip
tests
service
and
to
all
the
that
idea.
stuff.
There's a lot of people now, a lot of them are my
Yeah, you're
age,
talking about.
who have never owned a home and never will. And no one's trying to, no one wants them. They've forgotten what owning a home feels like. They forgot what it feels like to like have a yard where you can invite people over and drink a glass of wine, smoke a cigar, watch a game, and live in a little apartment.
Bring up soup from
Tiny.
my mother.
Now they're on a MacBook. They're getting
Comparing with
radicalized
the
with the
birds
interaction.
developed.
They're upset. They're on dating apps
divorced or whatever, but they feel like they have a foundational core to
So
their
now we have a
life.
whole
No
subword
one has
about
really
ribs.
even given them the idea that they're going to get that. So I think that's just one of the things where
Crazy artists who
people
made
are,
this
they're basically saying, like,
a lot more enjoyable.
you don't need a house, and you're not getting a house, and forget what owning a house was. Like, forget that, that doesn't matter.
Oh,
And I think part of this is because they know
you know how much a rich cost at my daughter's wedding? That was 7 years ago.
to give anyone health care in this country. And if it is, it can shut down.
That's right. It's a type of rib.
So on the positive side, you might go, they know that AI is coming and that AI is going to do a
As the
lot of
caterer,
stuff
because
to
I
help,
think what it
and
might
it's going to help extend life
as
spans.
the caterer, it's dead, but it's
Also
more
on the negative
than
side, they go,
each lamp
AI
is
is going to
$11.
disrupt the economy to a point where, like, we're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things like that.
That's
We're going to have a lot
but then
of people without a steady
so
income.
how many did you have? You can still taste it. You can still taste it. How many did you have? Well, nice to have them.
Tremendous inequality. We're
Was
going
it
to
like
joblessness.
that was something like
For
short, and
sure,
you're still hungry.
I think
Starting food on the flight.
there
You started
would
with
be,
Sarah.
I mean, there's no way
So it
you
says
could look at the
it's
landscape.
not most of
There's
its
some in the
ribs
country
go
over
broke. Now,
parties.
how many ribs need a break? What's the right?
There's
So
some
an animal actually has 26 ribs.
obviously, something's coming.
So Roy
Something's coming
would
for
be
sure.
14.
And I don't know what it is. I'm sure the AI thinks overblown to an extent.
That's not the Roy.
And I think so much more
Roy
GDP
is 12.
depends on it.
Why?
That
We don't care about
but
two of the red ones inside.
creepy.
We don't care about the two red ones. Why don't we care about the two red ones?
You know? I mean, they're
That's
just
what we want.
creepy.
Okay, we'll just go simple, make it easy. You got to.
Companies have,
These two,
in general,
they don't have
it's
marrow.
unprecedented.
They don't
There's
have
no
marrow.
corporations. I mean, unless you go back to
So they're not, yeah, they look like everything else, but they're not.
you know, you
So
go
we're left
back
with
to
11.
the day where they had like an enormous army, right? Totally. They took over.
All the white ones. So what's the majority of 11?
But if you
6.
look at what they're doing, it's very different than that.
Now, we don't have to have 6 on each side. As long as you have 12 total broken ribs, you can put all of them on one side, all 11 on one side, and one on the other side. That's 12. You can do 6 and 6. You can do it any way you want, as long as 12 are broken and all of it.
And it's going to be
What
controlled
part of the rib?
by not us, not
See, the rib goes all the way around.
race. It's going to be controlled by select
So
few.
what's the upper part?
That's weird. Like, and we're just trusting them. Well, that's
What's
why you're not
inside?
getting a vote on immigration levels, or you're not going to get a vote
From
on,
which
you know,
was
like,
6 مكان 6 مكان 6 on the other side.
reality
I has ريب
is that
المكان
eventually
لقد
they're
مكان
going to go, you want safe
11 on one
streets, you
side,
want
1 on the other. Obviously,
money,
نفس
you're
الفاتحة
going to do X, Y, and Z, you're
Here,
going to
take a
leave
look
X, Y,
over
and Z.
here.
And, I mean, that seems to be coming. And it seems like you can put people in the corner and get them scared.
They're great. On the upper part, you see there's even a purple line over there. From that line, let's call it, that's the halfway. From that line up, that's where that's
Try
going.
to find comfort.
That, where the ribeye is. Up.
People that
You see, Mano? Ribeye. Okay, great.
you know, they'll trust the
Ahora,
government, which is
just
these studies that come
we're
out.
talking now, not the red ones, we're talking about the ones, the large ones that have marrow.
They're fun people
Oh,
and everything like that.
will say,
But they have, you know, because they get health care, they get a little more from their government than we do. There's more trust in their government than we have in our government. And there's positives to that and there's negatives. But
and
they're a society of rules and customs and order. And it is a bit different. So I think they are more likely to go along with
more to the pictures here. Here's a
the
sellout that's
government more so than the United
fit
States
nicely.
would be
Fits a
willing to
ball
question
into a socket,
what's
a hand
happening.
socket,
That
and if it
people
pops
are
out, that's worse than
overall. Yeah, well, that makes
breaking. So
sense,
now
right?
it
They
has
have
zero
social
support.
healthcare, they
At least
have
what?
their education papers.
So yeah, next time,
They have good
right
stuff.
side up. All you need is
There's
6.
benefits to that.
A
There's
total
like
of
a
6
balance
on
to
one
each.
side.
I've always said that, like, in this
The
country,
that rule is less severe,
we
but
don't
they
pay
break.
for higher
The
education.
rate stays though. Then you need a total of 12, not 6.
The less losers, the better. Part of our country is,
Yes, why not?
you know, where
Like you said before, I think so.
manufacture a lot of geniuses. We also manufacture a lot of psychopaths. That's
I think what it means with psychopath means
a
that
lot of sociopaths.
majority of 11.
That's the thing that comes along with the gluttony too, right? That's celebrating, and they don't even realize that outward
Says
gluttony
Gemara,
just
the good
inspires all
Mama,
these
they
rich
stop
people.
with the really true.
The
Doesn't
whole thing is
so the good
that's why I would describe
doesn't matter
America. I
if
think
they
I
were
would describe it in
uprooted,
3 words: just
knocked
having
out completely
balance.
broken. You need
It's
majority
hard.
12
We've got
broken
350
or
million people.
override.
It's hard to back.
And where we started,
And
here's
it's
what
like
you do.
one of the people
So step one of the Sugi's route drops to something very
have to do
simple.
with the people in comparison.
One,
Like, I get it. It's a weird place. So
uprooted.
you have all these different climates, habitats,
Fuck with
people with different interests.
vertebrae.
But I think AI might unite
This animal's
them
a
because,
god.
like, the idea of this as such a powerful force,
One,
if people don't start getting
override.
cognizant
Make
of
it say
it
with
eventually and start
something
talking or regulating
like
it or anything,
this.
I do think
Maybe not this.
it
Let's
is going
call
to
it
be
this. The whole vertebrae down over here.
if people, just
I'll actually remove a little bit more from this over
it's
there.
going to
What?
do something weird. I'll tell you that. It's not going to be normal. Whatever's
Well,
going to
and
come
why
years
is it
from
that's
now,
right? And that's a spine issue,
I get
exactly.
the feel
Spine is not a
these
spine,
tech
not a
guys start
spinal
adopting
cord,
Christianity.
but spine issue.
Like Peter today, like
Okay,
the
for
whole
one
Antichrist thing.
vertebrae,
What is he doing? He gave up a
is
lecture of the
completely
Antichrist.
missing
A bunch
with
of
one,
lectures
yeah.
on the
You're
Antichrist.
saying if it's missing,
And a lot of those guys
then who cares about
are
this?
moving into this interesting
Well,
area.
as we're going to see in the Gemara, is once the vertebrae is gone, then the ribs are gone also. Even if the ribs are in place, the work
Like
will
J.D.
continue.
Vance, who's
You're not
not
giving
the
any
worst
support at
person,
all. The
obviously.
only
I think
support
he's the
is
sanest
attached
voice in that
to the
administration
main
about the Iran
vertebrae.
for sure. I think he's
Once
by
you remove
far
the vertebrae out, and these guys are standing there like
that's coming down, which is why a lot of the big donors
they're standing in mid-ear.
throwing money.
That's what Gemar's going to say soon.
But again, it's just he just released a book about faith and reconnecting with his faith. I'm sure it's a lovely book. I haven't read it. Fun
Okay, so
tree.
Rob, what does Rob say?
J.D. Vance
It's
is
one
reconnecting with his faith. Great.
plus the
Inspiring.
pulling of the
Amazing.
vertebrae is a spine
Look
issue.
into it. Haven't read it.
It's a
Look
tape
into it.
automatic.
Top tier.
I'm relayed
But
kind of a Ravasi
it's also interesting because like some of his donors are huge tech guys.
what?
And
Yeah,
it's all of these worlds
Let's
existing
say like
together.
time
Where you have this world of people who are trying to build a
and they're
god
opposing each other. They're
and a world of
twins.
people who are
They're on the same
in a
vertebrae,
god
but on both
and trying
sides.
to get all of those people in the same tent.
Doing a Kayemis.
That's
Oh,
interesting.
you Rob, we wouldn't ask you about two because you said one is over. But one with the spine, with the whole vertebrae. I'm saying the vertebrae is in place. The two ribs popped out of the sockets, they're gone. What's the
Just
Allah?
let's say
So
we
you
bring this god and then what happens?
oh, he said to them, what you're just describing is an animal that's sliced in half. I'm not going to show you the whole thing. Just to remind you what Easter is.
That's perfect.
When you have an animal that's sliced in half, it's trade. Not only is it trade, isn't it?
Because people do believe that. At one point in time, cavemen had to be looking at the wheel.
Stop your red and fine.
Right, he's gonna fuck whole gig. My whole leg is making weapons out of stone and tying them to a stick with tendons, right, and then chasing an animal and spearing. Now these motherfuckers have guns,
I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
arrows,
Okay.
with every progression of technology, bow and arrows technology changed everything.
So basically, you said
Figuring out how to let it work. It's like
when you're missing, when it's missing
a lot faster. Right. A lot of things done. So we got figured out a wheel bar and track the wheel, put a card on it.
pier.
Now we
You
carry
call them
stuff.
a pier? What are you going to call them? The two roots together from both sides. They meet in the middle.
Hey, this guy figured
When
out
they're
a
both
fucking
gone,
engine. We need
but
horses.
think about it. The animal has a bunch of few inches with no rib. And the whole
around with these
body's
machines.
going to twist and turn. It's not a stable
And
animal.
then it just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going and keeps going.
That's
And
the
then
motto of
one day it's
Rothschild
not
gets
ready
to
to
call
die.
my
Just like it is now. If you show Australopithecus, Manhattan, 2026,
Rob says,
freak out.
Rob, when it says that the vertebrae is gone, isn't that a gift
Do
to
you
us?
think, like, if you
The
show
low vertebrae is gone with
Peter
one
Thiel
rib.
2050,
Guess what?
that's
No
it.
vertebrae.
Like,
The
that's what I
focus
want.
don't like this.
Like,
So
whenever
don't talk
20,
this
like,
through.
do you think
His
the guys
case of
now have a
one
real
vertebrae
idea of
missing
what it's going to
actually
be?
means
No.
two
The
ribs are
features,
missing
do you
as
think
well.
there's a lot of guesswork?
Automatically,
I don't think
the
it's
two
possible.
ribs don't
I don't think it's possible
mean
to
anything.
know what
Even
these
if
things
they're there,
are.
they didn't move. They're not there.
I don't think it's possible. If
No.
Elon is correct,
So
Elon's correct, and there's
difficult
something
class.
that's
Tomorrow
really
we tried to
impressive.
wheel our way out of it until we're
And
stuck.
somehow or another, why would we
And
let
then we're
people
going to go
go
to shop.
Why would
Keep
you
on
let
around.
people
Say the
build that
voice for you.
stupid fucking
Maybe
rail
recommend
station
that
in
the
California
work is
that's
missing, but
costing
the
how much money?
vertebrae's in
And it's
place.
produced
That's
what?
impossible.
How
But say
much
the foolish
traffic
on
is
it. He says the foolish that the vertebrae is missing. So don't try to tell me that the vertebrae is in place. Okay. But what I do try to do is I'll say the practical. And that's what I'm going to say with that.
Build a rail station for these people.
Everybody's
They can
happy.
get drunk and go
Not
fight each
getting
other.
mean.
Literally,
The whole
we don't even need to do that because we can make you travel instantaneously.
entire vertebrae wouldn't missing. Not to say that part of the vertebrae
Just press a button and all of a sudden you're
is here like this.
we'll do something. Yeah,
So what does this help me? This helps me that it's not a history, it's not an animal split in half, but it has some support. On the other side, it's intact. This part of the buoy is broke.
Very impersonal, corporate,
Okay.
sterile, and cold.
That's the case.
And the
You probably got
experiences
time
that
to
you
look
get
at
now,
locally.
there was
See, if they're asking, if Ralph said that half of vertebrae is missing, a half vertebrae in one rib is missing, what does Ralph say? Trade, gone. So Negan would never ask me, and what about two? Yeah, he's right. If one is no good, so two is also good. So what did they ask? Why did they ask two? They're saying, but the vertebrae is intact. What happens if two ribs are missing and the vertebrae is 100% in good shape? What's the law?
If they just do the job and then afterwards they
I
just
don't
watch
know,
it.
that he calls it history comedy. That's considered a split animal. That's the moral. How could that be? How do you tell me that two ribs are missing? That's called an animal split in half. Walmart Ruler. That's Walmart. We just read it. Exactly. Exactly. Really, that published afterwards, they dug it. And you're talking about the case that they popped out of place. It's not the that makes it tricky. You need
season
drugs.
and like
Yeah, right.
going to different places and seeing people like the
You need a lot
struggle of
more.
like getting
You
the
need
thing
at least
you want. It was
6.
something that you were expending energy, you're walking around, you get a cup of coffee, you see people.
So tomorrow,
If we destroy all of that,
oh my God, plus
what happens to the human psyche? That's my question.
Why do you need a worry when they are lined up next to see these ribs are missing? You need 6 missing ribs because they're not on opposite sides. But when you have a pair,
Whatever the age of the internet
that's terrible. Even 2 is worse than 6 or worse than 5.
they can probably slowly
5
ramp up
missing,
until
they're in
social
order.
media came up,
5
and then
missing,
it's
they're missing up to
significantly higher than it's ever been before without real threats.
you have 2 ribs that
Just
are
regular
opposite each other. They're
reading
pairs.
things on your phone,
That's a terrible thing. That's what Rob
people
Hunter
are
about
very,
me talking about. That's biblical.
attached to
Actually,
this
tomorrow,
idea that
but that's also not a good. Well, I've already revealed from President Donald. Revealed says 12
they
are
have to have
missing.
a fully formed
Where do
opinion
you
on
think you're
everything,
going?
and the
You think you're going to Austria or
world
something?
are on full display in front of them all the time. And they need to then
Well, what's it? Just remind me of
just scarring.
because you didn't wear hair last night, or
Then they need to
you the
contextualize
first time
it in a way that makes
watching
sense,
here, so
which I think is also another
these
level
are
of
kind of
stress.
flying to Austria today for 2 weeks. We'll get another share today in Hebrew.
About this thing.
On definitely give them like 12:15.
So
Days or so.
that to me
And
is
from
also
there,
another level of
also there
stress.
went over by 1:15 because I got to go to the airport at 1:30.
There were
So
people
what?
when I grew up
And tonight, Days or Shem, Sheer is Resort.
and they didn't need to
Resort, we don't know the place yet. Some shul somewhere watching the south. I don't know. I practically
they didn't
had
have the knowledge and they weren't forced into
30. So if you're in Switzerland, I'd love to meet you and get to know you and see you at
a much happier way. Real, genuine
a
connections.
live share in Switzerland.
And I think the fact
The
that
following day,
feels like you're
she was
able
going
to
to
do
be
that,
off.
like the generation that's coming up, the younger
Maybe I'll say
people,
it,
they seem better off, like the Zoomers or whatever they are.
My
They seem to
grandfather,
be
the
able to, they have
Stefanskis,
a
come from
little bit of
Switzerland.
nihilism, but I think
My
it's
grandmother
appropriate.
comes from Austria.
You know, they have a good sense of humor, they're skeptical, they're a little cynical, they've seen
Yeah. Fisher.
these
Fisher from Austria.
institutions,
That's
you
my
know,
grandmother. From that's
turn
all
out
the Stefanskis said.
garbage, and I think
Yeah.
they're into, you know, some of the crypto
That's why I'm
stuff,
pushing you
they're
up
into,
here.
like,
Like
you know, they're self-starters, they're not institutionalists. And when I grew up, and the generation directly under me, they're all institutionalists. They believe very strongly that knowledge is given for to prove whether you're at NYU, or whether it's the State Department, or whether it's a board, or whether it's
That's our boys on time. Also, all sheer amount of time. Don't smile when I say sometimes.
Do not think for themselves. They're not kids. They're in their 30s, by the way. They're in their 30s or 40s. They don't think for themselves. They've been taught that thinking for themselves is bad. It's racist. Or it's
1 hour.
it can lead you down a road that you don't want to go on. It's whatever. It's misogynist. It's homophobic. Like,
what's the difference?
Whatever questions you're asking, why do the Padres have to wear gay uniforms? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, as a gay person, I never said, why need the Padres to be gay? Why the Padres? How does one of the Padres uniform? Like, if they're making them wear like gay things on the uniform, like pride and stuff, it's like pride stuff. I don't think it's a big deal on your head, but I think it's like pride stuff. You know, I play it's like an LL,
And
but
6
it's
out
like,
of
why
11
is
on the
Citibank
top.
gay?
That's
Why
right.
is
Because
Chase?
you need at least
Why is
12
Chase gay?
One
What
of them
is
is going to be
it?
overlapping.
Why does this help
So
anyone?
what in the world are
That
like
a
Kahana and
corporation
Rabbi adding to the
is
question?
trans.
Why
is Chobani over trans?
Listening, so they asked, well, what if they're overlapping? What if they're
I don't
facing each
understand.
other?
Does this get people
But you haven't
healthier?
been spoken
Does
about
this
a
make
case that
people
one is
happy?
that two are
Does this
facing each other.
satisfy
There's no
happiness?
way.
Some people. It makes some people happy that I worry about because I just don't understand that it makes more people angry. That's why Keith Howard just lost 11 points in support. More people are nobody. Like, we're all cool with however people want to live their lives. A lot of most people are. But they're like, why is my
You need to have
bank
6 on each side. Don't be right. She's ugly. I should like kind of kind of.
What did my bank come out as gay?
Facing others.
I'm okay with it, but somebody told me, like,
Says Gemara
what
also
are we doing? This doesn't make anybody's life better.
This is
It is just virtue signaling horseshit. They ends up doing the exact opposite
So this
of
is
what they
the
want. They think it increases acceptance. It
And this is the
decreases it. Because
It goes in like
you're
that. So
shoving
in one case
a
is
worldview down someone's
Rough
throat.
Hunter about to asking when
And
the
at the end of the
second
day,
the
it's
ball
like,
broke.
if I went to
Which
a
is, you should be
restaurant,
asking yourself,
for example,
that makes no sense.
I have no
That's
problem
what Rob was
with
talking about.
Scientology.
We already stepped.
on record.
Rob, the Rebbe's talking
I
about
like
one
it. I like
rib
cults.
broken,
I like
with a
cults.
little bit
Children have too
off
many
the
rights. Put
vertebrae.
them on that boat.
So then
Whatever
while
you
the
do,
Rough
Sea
Hunter
Org,
asked,
make
he
them
asked
work.
about a question of
Don't rape
two
them, but make them swap the thing. Whatever they do on that boat.
to the broken
And
or
I don't
missing
follow Scientology. And I
vertebrae.
know that the
That's
people
the
leave
word.
Scientology and then rat on it after it got them all
But
these
he
moving
said
parts. I
the
think
Rebbe
that's
was
fucked up
talking
too.
about
I think it's fucked up. I
that
think
the
they're rats.
ribs
And I've had some of them on. Sorry.
popped out nicely
And I
like
think they're
this.
rats. If you
So that's why you
already
need
do something for
what?
30 goddamn years and get rich and famous, shut your mouth.
We're talking about
Have
this
the
case.
dignity to go to
Two
your
of
house
them
and shut your
that
mouth about it.
broke the
Don't then
vertebrae,
try to
a piece of
go
vertebrae.
on your
On
new
the rib.
era is
That's
that
what
you're
they
going
were
to
asking. So
dog
who's
on
rib is what?
everybody in this thing to
Broken
make you
rib.
rich.
Broken.
Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
but if I went, that's just an aside.
Rob
It's
didn't
just an
speak
aside.
about a
It's truly, but in this way, it sounds like the
swing
stuff
face
Tom
break, but it
Cruise.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
he's on
He
there.
said, even in a situation
Imagine
where
how gross that
part
would
of
be.
the
How
vertebrae
disgusting would it
broke
be
off.
if Tom Cruise went out and he's like,
One.
Scientology's really big. Shut the fuck up, you're a Top Gun.
Great.
Your
So
Top
why are you
Gun
asking
is
about the
worked.
same exact case?
Whether you're gay or not, they covered it up. They covered it
So
up. You said you did something wrong. They said, well, on it, yeah, we'll put you in the box. You're fine. Give us some money. Live on this mansion.
Again, what is
It's all fine. But if I went into
one
bank
rib missing,
and
but
it
the
was just
vertebrae
all
broke off with it?
Scientology
Straight.
for the
They
month of
come along
June,
and ask Rob, the
I
Rebbe,
would go, this is a lot. Do you know what I mean?
oh, the Rebbe,
So
what
to
about
me, I
who
think it's
is
like
that have
this
a
weird
birthday
aesthetic
that broke off a piece
politics
of
that
the
people have.
I already
Where
said
they just
one
they need
is
to pin ribbons on themselves. Like, well, I'm a good person.
good
I have
when
no
it has a
problem with the
broken
polyamorous
vertebrae.
orgy
So certainly two is
happening
wrong.
in Chase or
One is
whatever.
wrong. You never heard that he said that out.
Just shut up.
Now you have to ask
This
yourself.
whole country right now is being torn
Okay,
apart
time out.
by people
You
who
were
need to
on
feel
there,
like
you were
they're
asking the
more
Rebbe a
people.
question about a
And they need to
broken, a
project
missing
their
rib
life onto
with a
other people.
broken vertebrae.
Just live in
Would
their
you
life.
ask him,
People disagree
Rebbe,
with that.
what's that love about
That's
one?
why I have good
Or you
friends.
jump and say,
I
what's that love
disagree
about three
like
broken
on
ribs?
fundamental
Which
things.
one would you do?
Foundational
One,
things.
you start off slow,
And
you
I
have
don't care.
one. So why would they
I
jump?
don't care.
They never
Because I think
heard
they're
anything
funny.
about ribs
I think
with
their
broken
lives are
vertebrae. So
funny.
they asked him about
They're
three.
bad people.
Why didn't they ask him about one? It's a lot, makes a lot
My
more
friends
sense.
are not good
Rebbe,
people.
one
I
rib
wouldn't
with a
even
broken
introduce them
vertebrae,
to
is that
other people
broken
like
out?
you.
No, they didn't ask him that. They said,
But
Rebbe,
they entertain me.
two ribs
And
with
that
two
used to be
broken.
okay. You used to be able to go,
Why would
I
they
like
ask
that
him?
guy. He's
So
entertaining.
Gemara says
People
we'll say
go,
about
he's
that.
crazy.
Listen to this. It's
He
a
was
nice
in jail
question.
and now he's Let's minimize.
It's a riddle.
Minimize that.
It's a riddle. It's a riddle. You have just one question to ask you, Rabbi.
I don't know what happened.
The world is very, very busy. The whole generation is busy. You have to just imagine 100 people in line. You can't drive me crazy. You have to ask one question in and out. Think before you ask the proper question. You want to know all along. So if you ask me about one vertebrae that's broken with the one vertebrae with the ribs, and he answers you it's kosher, you'll never know what about two.
Wild people out there. And the problem with the generation under me is they're
And if he
all
says
very
straight, then you will.
went to the
It's
same
straight, so
the
you
Lord
do straight.
schools.
But what if he says
And
it's
I've taught them like
and I
this
only have one
early
question. It's a
way
riddle.
of
It's a riddle.
processing information. And they're all afraid
That's in
to
the
like
room.
they
You
like
don't
say
know.
things
You have to
and
ask.
see them
You have one?
well,
What if he
well,
asks about two? Then I can figure it out. How? If he says it's
well, that's bad, but
kosher, then 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're all
and
kosher.
there's the
But if he says it's
races,
straight,
they just always, they're so afraid of having a
then they know two is
competitive
straight.
thought.
But how do I know one is straight?
Program their entire lives and don't realize it.
I will know one is straight because the way
Their entire lives
he
to believe a
answers.
certain set of
If
things.
he's annoyed at me,
Their
he says
self-worth
two is straight.
depends on those
That
things
means,
mattering.
of course, one is also straight. So when he asked me about two, he says it
You think you have to suck, sometimes
with a little
literally,
bit of anger
to stay in it.
in his voice. You have
That
to read
is
the body
where
language,
they
not just
derive
the
their
words that come out of
self-worth from. So their entire
his mouth.
world
Say,
crumbles if
Reggie,
you challenge
if
any of their
two
ideas.
ribs missing with the vertebrae broken off,
How
is that
many of you
kosher
are
or is
currently
it straight?
listening to this podcast on your phone?
Meaning, one is straight. Of course, two is straight.
Like most of us are these
That's
days.
only if you have, that's why if you have one question to ask, you have to ask about
You
two.
get unlimited 5G
It's
and
the Ribble!
unlimited
Very
hotspot,
nice.
all powered by Verizon's
He'll be
5G
very proud of
network.
you.
The
Be
perks
very
of
proud of you.
big
It's a riddle.
wireless
It's a riddle.
for
A
half
ribble.
the cost.
Very nice.
Visible isn't just a wireless plan. It's unlimited wireless designed to keep you connected and no contract holding you back. Switch today at Visible.com. Plans start at just $25 a month.
That's how they work.
Get our premium Visible Plus Pro plan and save $10 on your first month when you use promo code BROKEN. An exclusive offer for podcast listeners.
So the whole shot is like
Yeah,
really
it's
But the boy when they can do it. Let's just say it inside. So asking Gemara, why did he ask the question of Rab's case? What's Rab's case? One rib, one missing vertebrae. The other one should have said, the boy when they called it a partial type. There's only 4 more lines. We still get them some very easy stuff. They said, we're going to ask one question, and we're going to have 2 answers from that. The beginning they called it, we asked, what's the luck about one rib missing with the vertebrae missing? I think you're going to told us this is straight, but great, talk you back, and I'll offer there. Everything else is straight. But the problem is, the Omer and Shayra, this is one rib was broken off the vertebrae is kosher, there's a big chance to say that. I thought the guy become your boy now. Just also the respect they have for us. It's like, we're not on his level. We don't, we talk with complete fear.
Have you seen this?
If he says that it's kosher, I won't know what to do with two. And I have to ask another question. I can't do it. She lucky Hashanami has the more, but it doesn't make sense to say. Hashanami, the Kabbalah, many times they argue about two. Hanukkah, that's where the Yom HaShoah is kosher. So one is kosher, two is kosher. This two is kosher, one is certainly kosher, and everything else is kosher. Yom HaShoah, what happens if he says two is straight, which we know is straight? I got the covenant Bible. I won't know what about one. Maybe one is kosher, one broken off. So I have to take with the Torah. You have to read his body language. You have to read his word, how he says it.
But is it real or is it just
The
crazy?
trade off.
Text
He'd
messages.
be very mad and he'll say, what are you asking me a question about two? One is straight. Of course two is straight. He wouldn't say it like that.
His fantasy was that he wanted to be accountable.
But that
That was
didn't
his
work.
fantasy. That was his
That shit
game.
didn't work. There's no body
Now,
language.
it
But
was
I
fake.
knew like Rothschild.
But if
Rob said
it
answer.
was in a situation where it could
But
be
what you
real,
know,
it would try to heart.
if you look, think about what Rob said. He did the farmer with his hero time to do it. He said it, he was an oracle. He said, what you're saying,
Arrange this and
that's
something
the thing
you're
of
not
his
trained
hero.
to do.
He said it like,
If you don't want to arrange it, he's trying to hard.
that's an animal's breaking in half. How do you feel with it? That's think about it, that was a little bit more than trade. He could have said trade, he didn't say trade. He said, it's a gister. One is trade. What do you have to do? We got two animals cut in half. Next year, boys, here
Do you know the story
If
of
you remember in the Mishnah that men base, I can't
General Butt Naked?
believe that it's already 10 days ago. We're still in this
So
fight.
Liberia is a part of Africa. I'm gonna fuck this up, so let's
It says the Mishnah is 8.
I think what happened in Liberia is
Human trade has the Gemara that is more than 18, and that's where we introduced the word Shachmaitza.
like after
We're
slavery
going
was
to 7.
abolished.
So now we're going to talk about 3 out of the 7, and who said that? I want to Shmuel. Shmuel is the one that's mentioned the Shachmaitza.
Really
It
crazy.
says, or part of it. Omar Rashid, Omar Abnasa, Omar Shmuel. So Shmuel, here's 3 of them. There's another 3
He's a priest.
statements that are not mentioned in the Mishnah. Next row, say what we call it.
Jesus Christ,
If
and that was
that
it.
rib was uprooted from the root,
He would talk
Mamish
about how
lied
he
to
would
this,
go into
uprooted,
completely naked, and
to
then
the
they would
violation
kidnap
of the
children
Rupa,
of the
or
opposing army, come
a
to court
skull
and
that was
eat it for
bashed in,
protection.
somebody took a bat and whacked it on the head, and most of it, 51% of the skull is broken. The Muslim described weird. What part of the skull is not broken? Because of the and the stuff is the other part of
The Aztecs. What happened
right.
in Liberia?
Here,
Is
just
that accurate?
here, this. You see, this is the Basar of his red. That red,
So,
that's the meat that
Liberia
covers
was
this.
established
For
in
argument's sake,
1822 by the American
it's the outside meat,
Colonization
but it's covered
Society
in
as a
intestines. Okay.
refuge for formerly
So
enslaved
says the
and
Gemara.
freeborn black Africans to
These 3 are true.
relocate to Africa.
Never tell me car is straight
For
for
several decades,
one
roughly 16,000 freed
It's
slaves,
you know,
known as American Liberians, migrated there.
common to
While
service should
vision as a sanctuary, the
you have
nation
this
later
video
faced its own
when you
internal
have a
scandals
dead
regarding forced labor and human
in a
exploitation.
room. It's the time of the whole room.
Interesting.
But to myself, what if you have
See if you
just
can find that General Butt Naked
skull
photo.
or
Listen to
just a
this
spine?
story's
Also, the spine,
Is this it? Okay.
the whole spine. Or what if the spine is
Militia
missing?
of several dozen fighters
That
known as
it's
the
fully
Naked
red
Base
to the
Commandos
cover.
or Butt Naked
Spinal
Brigade.
system. But you have
Most of
two
whom
vertebrae
were
missing.
children as young as 9,
There's no clue.
operating under the Monrovia area with his unit.
Deixa eu understand tudo. Isso lá no Goiás. So who's more about prayer? Deixa eu
Became
more
known
about
as
what?
wearing only
They
shoes
say
and
that the
magic
tumor, the
charms,
red,
and
is
eventually
spreading,
adopted the
spreading,
nomenclature General
unless
Butt
you
Naked.
remove a lot.
His fighters
If
followed
you remove a little,
patterns of
just one
dress,
birth rate, it
which
continues to
in
spread.
line with his
So there
distorted
will be
emulation
tumor in this room up until the point where
Animist
you take
tradition
two
believed
vertebrae
he
out.
could
Or you started with two
believe
vertebrae
could
deficits.
make one
I'm
immune to
going to
bullets. To fund his wartime activities and secure a steady supply of drugs for his fighters,
There's rule
the
again.
law he allegedly traded locally mined diamonds
Says
and gold
that
to
the same
Mexican
applies.
drug
You have
cartels in
this,
exchange for
remember,
guns and cocaine.
this same applies applies to trade.
He
In other words,
conscripted many of his
if you had
fighters,
an
and according to
that
some
wasn't
accounts,
really
laced them
trade,
food.
you can eat it.
He
It's
fed
not
them with
a product
cocaine, along with
So
showing
it's
them
missing
Jean
two
Claude Van Damme
vertebrae, then
films.
it becomes a trade.
And
All of a sudden, in the case of trade push, the same shaman
that killing
who are
people
not
was a
that
game
come up,
in
they're
an effort to
mental.
uproot the fear of death. He and his fighters perpetrated numerous atrocities, although the exact extent of the crimes they committed have been subject to dispute. Frequently discussed the alleged atrocities he perpetrated, which, according to Allah, include murders, cannibalism, and using human sacrifice. He has repeatedly estimated that the Naked Base Commandos were ultimately responsible for 20,000 deaths, a claim which was covered in criticism.
He's alive now, and he's
I tell you, one
half a
missing
mom,
is
and I bet he's a lovely person. That's the thing.
But in fact, the minimum is
By the
two
way,
days.
I would be here to open
So you
invitation.
want all
He's my open invitation.
He's got
Also,
Jesus on his
He's led a full life, and there's something about someone who has led a full life. This man has led a full life. Here he is.
about
Looks like Beetlejuice from Butt Naked.
ribs missing without the vertebrae versus a vertebrae missing without ribs. How's that possible? First one, it's a little bit of I can hear that you have ribs missing without a rib.
It's
It's
disturbing, but I imagine that there are very rich people in our country seeing that and
How do
paying
you
money
have
to see
a
it.
vertebrae missing without ribs? If the vertebrae is missing, then the ribs are missing. Well, the shitty conflict.
There's a
At the end of
giant
the
chunk
spine.
of the world.
The end of the spine here, like something like
What's
this.
coming into England
Once
is
the
not
ribs are, they stop the ribs, and then you have those bones right over here. These guys.
if you go to Karachi, that's what
Those are vertebrae
Which is
without
chaos is making its way into these
Madeline
protected
Chaya,
bubbles.
Misnai
So that's what's freaking out.
Shanghai.
We live in a very
Why is this not mentioned in the list of things that Shanghai say it's cool? Now what? You can eat an animal, it's not trade.
minimize their
Fuck, I'm sure
struggles.
more vertebrae are missing
But
in
if
this,
you
so
go
that's a bigger
to any
deal.
Eastern world countries, you're very aware of
Sorry,
how
tomorrow.
privileged you are to
Don't
live
give me time for
in
me
a
to
Western country.
you're right.
You know, it also makes a lot of sense
This
why
whole,
the people
this whole
in those
sugya
third world
of
countries
missing
want to
organs
keep
said
them and
that
go to
the
other places for
Tomas
opportunity. And I think
and that's why over there, that's
immigrations that had a lot
you're
of
right.
positive
If you
impacts
flip
on
it,
America,
it
and it's
becomes
had a lot
a
of positive impacts on Britain and other countries. And it's not,
But it wasn't
it's
said in
not
that
the idea that
Love
immigration is
the
all
one.
bad
They made
or
the
all
comparison
good.
from the
It's
Love
the
of
idea that, like,
to the Love of
you have to
trade.
do
But
things
it
a
was said
certain
in the
way
Love of the trade for
because,
Tuma,
you know, societies are fragile.
it turns out
This
it's
is
not
what
my
we're
part.
learning.
I'm not familiar in that
We're learning
case.
that societies are more fragile. When I grew up, that
Very
wasn't
good things
a
about
common
Tuma
thought,
and Fullers.
that our society was very fragile. We thought it was very strong.
So
We actually thought nothing could break us. And
yeah.
you look at a couple of years of a pandemic, and most of the downtowns of the American cities don't look the same. Commerce has changed in a dramatic way. Yeah, Iran will prove that, militarily their military is obviously brave. Men and women are amazing, but like the changing nature of warfare has made military campaigns very difficult. So this Iran war is a victory. It's almost impossible. I'm not sure completely dishonest. I don't think anyone is.
It's victory. Account. They pay for the water.
So I think our vulnerability
that's your comment.
foreign and domestic, we're aware of that now than we have ever been how fragile societies are. So when demographic change of society very quickly, which has never happened historically. We took long periods of immigration. Now it's overnight. People have to adjust to a new cultural and sometimes economic reality. That's a very disruptive thing, and societies are very fragile. You've got to be very careful about how you alter and change a society, because if you do it too quickly, there's a tremendous backlash. And you have to make sure that people want it changed, that people are on board with it. Not everyone, no one's on board with everything, but like, if you went to a lot of people in these countries that live in the bigger cities, they will probably be very pro immigration. Because immigration has a lot of great benefits to them.
And you're sitting
Over
around, I'm big time, I'm not.
time, they have access to a wide variety of services. They can bring lots of money, so obviously. But again, if you went out to the suburbs, and you went out to areas where the economies have stagnated, areas where maybe you've had scandals like this, grooming scandal, and things like that. Sweden, whose crime rate is skyrocketing because you brought in a lot of people from other places that are selling drugs, and not all of them, obviously, but like, if you look at that, and those people have a much more negative view of it because they don't connect the benefits of it, because they don't feel that their life, they're really rich, they're living good, they're living pretty sweet, they're riding fucking bicycles and eating herring in the same room, they're pretty safe, doing what they wanted to do, and then, you have this influx of people, now have real poverty, now have a lot of people so
and if you have a cut from that meat on the bottom of the
everyone's
stomach,
going to be general, but
that's the flavor of actually
comes
great.
Christian
You are
pastor,
right.
and it's probably lovely.
So here's
Now,
a picture.
probably see an HEB, you're like, sweetheart,
This is a tier, a majority tier
ain't a few
in that
people,
meat.
children
And
maybe,
here's
but now
most
it's
of it missing.
better.
It went missing. Which one
That guy,
does it mean?
everyone's going to convert. Not everyone's going to be,
51%
and you're going
tier.
to bring people in that are people
You
and
are
products
still
to an
not
extent
on the
of your
oil.
environment.
I can prove
We
it.
all are. So,
Now, let's
the
go
idea
back.
that, like, women
You
have less
remember
rights
who's
in
the
these
one that did
countries.
the such my
So, the courtship rituals in these countries are different.
What's the such my
The familial relations are different.
You all have to recall
That's just the way it is.
years ago,
So,
we had 7
and a lot of
fucking
people there
parasites
like
being
that.
used, and then we
So,
know what it's
you know,
the parasite being with 7
why
stuff
would
was a
why
close
would
to the
those
parasite
beliefs
where the
and
kid started
systems
once it's
change just because you happen to be living in
the
Ireland?
parents all thing. So one of the
Why
second
would
ones
you
is
think
not
Irish
parents,
women or British women necessarily inherently get more respect than your wife, daughter, sisters,
there's a
whatever?
little puncture.
And I'm not saying that it's all throughout the entire Islamic world, I think there's a lot of diversity in the Muslim world.
It doesn't say
And there are lots of countries where there's an argument among the Shia that they were in America.
Now, let me prove you
But
that
there's a lot of countries where that's not the case. And for rights, and it's pretty barbaric. And
what
a lot of
those
those attitudes will change when they are just in a different physical location. The spectacular, bizarre,
it's not even referring to the carrots. Again, what's carrots?
just left-wing people.
When an animal eats, it goes into a pot full of carrots. The first one. Second stomach is basically like this third pencil.
This sort of society that we're talking about,
this entire carrot.
this male-dominated society, like you're inviting into power as this doctrine, and they think it can be tamed. So here's the thing with those people, they love a challenge. This is the I can fix it version of it. And to an extent, cultural attitudes do change over time. People do assimilate to certain practices. That's not a completely ridiculous thing to think. They really believe that once all these people come to these countries here and see how great it is to be a childless, 4-year-old woman working in data entry in large faces corporation that's getting up right on the corporation goes gay. And when they see how happy she or he or they is living in a society where you don't own anything. You know what's interesting about family? I just spoke to a comedian who was in India and was talking about how people in India don't live straight to them in slums, but Shepherds, it's better. It's better to live in slums than the street because a lot of poor people are with their families and they won't cast their family out. Family in America almost means nothing. Like we've everything's such an individual pursuit that family means nothing. Like that's reinforced. Like I would argue with my father's wife has different political views on certain things. So we haven't spoken in a little bit. My cousin's getting married. And I told him I have a therapist now that I've had for 6 months. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if you ever know if a therapist is good or not. And I told my therapist, you know, my dad and his wife are together and I haven't spoken to them, but I love my cousin and I want to support her marriage. I want to go. And my therapist goes, well, you know, my therapist goes, if you feel like it's going to make you happy, go. So therapy in our country is just become a way to kind of enable like sick people to just become selfish psychopaths. And family in America means almost nothing. And it is reinforced how little family means because like doctors will tell you, yeah, fuck it, your father cares. So it's basically a thing where like I think when you go to these other countries and you realize how deeply rooted a lot of things are in family and culture and tradition, and then we come from a country like very little. Lots of people that are great families here, but like, you know, America's about you. And it's not about if you don't agree with your sister, fuck her. If your mother disagrees with you, block her. That's our country. And in other countries, that's unheard of. Like, that's unheard of. Like, it doesn't happen. And, you know, the comedian was explaining to me, like, in India, there's like a less problem in certain areas that he was more fine. And he goes, people don't want to do drugs to, like, disgrace their family, even poor people. Even poor people will be like, I don't want to be a drug addict, my family's going to think bad about me. Whereas here, there's people who shoot out their formative parents. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just a different, like, it's a culture that we've got to explain. Well, people are having less children. Family means very little. So then what has replaced that? It's clearly the state and corporations. And ideologies, so they've replaced families and communities. Well, the ideologies are communities.
Maybe no.
Yes, a giant percentage of the interactions here. Yes, social media. So I think that, like, that world, we have a mindset of venom
inflicting a trait on a larger animal.
That is so interesting.
So in other words, and now, but now, if you go over the doctor who studied the guy, it's not true. That
somebody gave you something that's like
wolf is a small animal, and a larger animal is a larger one, not a wolf.
What's the last time you saw DMT?
Only a larger
Should I
predator
do
like
it?
life.
Should we all do it?
The David Reveal,
Kind of, sir.
for this was called the David Reveal is not
I'm
coming to
thinking about
explain
maybe
information, but
doing
he's arguing. So Rabbi
It's
Yochai
just
Rabbi life.
that's well, the thing years ago was an
Yeah,
awesome.
the Madonna says we really can't explain.
You know this Andrew
So
Gallagher
you are
guy,
supposed to say that you
So,
can explain.
he's,
Now, the doctor,
this is
I hope
exact-
it's not going to explain. I argue on this law. I think that we really comes
he's
sorry.
doing these things in a country where it's
What's
legal.
that?
We fly there.
Well, the movie
We do a
It's
5-hour
coming to exclude a
DMT
cat. The
experience.
cat cannot inflict
Intravenous.
damage to
He's a chemical
a sheep or
pharmacologist,
goat.
neurobiologist, and a
That's
writer.
all. In Malin, same old, the Wilson Johnny. The reason why I mentioned Wolf is
And
Wolf.
he's
It's famous. Wolf
creating
actually
this
do
place. Everyone's
kill
welcome.
sheep, not so much cats. I don't think a cat is also something that can
See if you've
inflict
done it too.
damage to sheep.
That's
So
a
much more
really
no.
active
Only a
version of
wolf
DMT.
love
This
is
thing
damage
seems
to both sides.
a little crazier because they can kind of regulate the dose much better and they can keep you there for a long period of time. Lucius, okay, so like the Eleusinian mysteries from ancient Greece. So this place is in Aquia, am I saying that right? In the Caribbean, in March of 2026, and the aim is to study DMTX and DMT entities and attempt to communicate with these entities. So one of the things that he's saying, so he was just on someone's podcast, Big Danny Jones, who's been on this podcast as well. One of the things that he was saying was that they keep going to the same place, that you could act like it's they're actually trying to create a map of whatever this experience is. So instead of doing it like an ayahuasca ceremony or like you're smoking DMT and some sort of a psychedelic ceremony with your friends, and it's a 15-minute experience. Instead of that, they're having repeated experiences in the same environments. That there's actually a place that you can go, and by regulating the dose somehow or another over a prolonged period of time, it allows you to maintain this state and keep entering deeper and deeper into whatever the fuck this is. It seems to be what goes the basement. That's the most. So it is AJ from My Products, which is an awesome YouTube show if you've never seen it before. And so he's talking about it doesn't take you somewhere new, it unlocks what's always there. These guys they're trying to develop like maps of what this is. So they keep experiencing, they're charting out different entities that you experience, and there's a bunch of different ones that you experience. And one of them I've seen multiple times is jesters. Interesting. And these bizarre looking psychedelic jesters. Interesting. I wonder if they were the original jesters. I wonder if like the reason why jesters dress the way they do with these dangling things off their heads, this is what you experience in the psychedelic state, and they're trying to recreate it. But what they've done, when I've done it, is mock me and make me realize that I'm taking myself seriously. Like one time there's like fractal, there's millions of them, I don't know how many, and they're all giving me the finger like this, and I was like, and it was on, and I said, I go, oh, I take myself too seriously. It's like that, that's it. It's like there's little corrections of your psyche that take place during these experiences. Interesting. It's very weird.
I'm scared to do it. I'm scared I'll go in and it'll be fractals of JD Vance. Yelling at me. Yeah, it's old JD Vance going, you need to learn about AI. No, I don't know. I find it fascinating.
Well, it is. It's definitely fascinating. Chase Hughes just did a podcast, and he did it somewhere in the United States where they did some 5-hour DMT experience. And he was, it's like changes. Whatever you are now is a totally different version of who you were before you had that experience. Which is like life overall, over, day after day, month after month, week after week, year after year. You become a different thing. You're a different person than you used to be. Sure. And sometimes an experience like a psychedelic experience can make it abrupt. Instantaneously become a different person.
It's so fascinating because we are having all these conversations about aliens and entities and demons
connected. I think it's connected.
Yeah.
I think what these psychedelic things allow you to do is experiencing things. You're experiencing things that are already there, that have been there all the time. You just lack the ability to see them. You're tuning
looking into it pharmacologically. Like they're changing the chemistry of your brain, and it's not an alien chemical. That's the nutty part about it. DMT is produced by the human body. It's produced in the brain. It's produced in the liver. And the lungs. It releases when you die. It's very poorly understood. There's been some work done on it. One of the big ones was Rick Strassman. He wrote a book called DMT, The Spirit Molecule. And he did this, it was really kind of brilliant. He had an FDA study that he got, this is all like government approved study on psychedelics under the guise he wants to find out how bad they are for you. So he told them, we want to study the danger of these drugs. That's where he got all the money. Yeah, so he writes his book like this shit's amazing. Smart. And by doing that and then studying the Cottonwood Research Foundation, they're studying where DMT is coming from. So like the thought was that it's coming from the pineal gland. So the pineal gland is like literally a third eye in the middle of your head. Now they think it's coming from the whole brain. They don't really. The human body produces it. That's the most important part. So the human body produces this, the most potent of all psychedelic chemicals that transports you into another world. Like, how weird is it that the body produces a gateway to some other place? Now, whether it's perceived or a hallucination, the experience is the same. So you can get hung up all the time on you're just seeing things that aren't there. These are visions. Okay, maybe what you're doing is experiencing something that's real. Like, it might not be something that you can put on a scale. It might not be something that you can measure with a ruler. But it doesn't mean it's not real. And I think we are very arrogant in our assumptions that we have an understanding of all that exists, with all that we know about bacteria and molecules and cells and the mitochondria and then subatomic particles. Like, just the reality that we've observed is so fucking bizarre. The idea that we know what's real and what's not real, it's just a hallucination. That's just what the reality is. You go to Tim Hortons, you get yourself a donut, and you go to work. Right. No, I have a feeling that what that experience is you being able to see something that exists around you. Well, a lot of people are very hopeful. I wasn't one of them per se, but this idea that like we're on the edge of some disclosure, and the government was going to start telling us things about extraterrestrials, and like, remember that? Well, the creepiest one it's like going around was that they brought together a bunch of pastors to talk to them about disclosure, because disclosure is going to disrupt the fabric of society so greatly. And the question was, what were they going to tell them? And so what I have been hearing from people that supposedly know things about UFOs was that they were told that religion was created by aliens to keep people in line, and that humans are the product of accelerated evolution. They needed some sort of an origin story that made sense with rules and morals and ethics and guidelines to follow and something to worship, because without that, people are lost. So that these aliens created that. Well, please let Trump say that in a press conference. He's the president to say that. Yeah, I got to talk to the president to get on there and go, guys, listen, we don't know what's going on. The streets are closed, they're open, their clothes are open, they're closed. Who gives a fuck anymore? Anyway, there is no God. You were all created by aliens, and you were told a bunch of lies about it. Good luck, keep going to work. Markets up. Streets open, markets up. It's not even that there is no God. It's that the God story that you've been told it's formulated in a way for your tribal primate brain to accept and understand. Right. And that there's probably a true story to all of it. If you go back far enough, and if you got the actual events that they were trying to lay out, there's too much of the stuff that's in the Bible that is like historically verifiable. Totally. But do you think they didn't tell people that because they thought it would be too disruptive? Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of stuff that, when you talk about the Bible, where you're talking about a series of stories, especially when you get to the Old Testament, it's a series of stories. And some of these stories aren't in the Bible that were a part of the religious canon of the day. And one of them is the Book of Enoch. So Anna Paulina Luna told me about it. She's like, you really have to read that. And I was like, okay. Like, she was so adamant about it. I'm like, okay, right, let me read it. So I listened to it on tape in the sauna, which is the perfect way to do it. I listen to an audiobook. It's 195 degrees. I'm sweating my balls off. I'm dying in there, and I'm listening to this fucking crazy account
man and chose them as wives, and then created this race of beings called the Nephilim, which were giants that ruled the earth. Like, this is in the Bible. They talk about the Nephilim in the Bible. They talk about Enoch. Like, he's referenced in the Bible. But the book of Enoch, the stories that are in the book of Enoch are fucking bananas. Like, completely bananas. And the only reason why it's not in the Bible, a bunch of rabbis decided that it didn't align with the Torah. The Torah or the Talmud, I forget which one. But they decided, like, this contradicts some of these stories that are in other religious texts, so we're going to keep that one out. Interesting. It was a collection of these things that's all together. Who were these rabbis? Exactly. Right. Well, I mean, who are all these people that wrote these things down? You know, I have this bit where I read out of the book of Ezekiel, this like hilarious parts of the book of Ezekiel, and then there's also parts that sound like they're talking about profound expenses, and then other things we're talking about prostitutes. It's very funny. Right. But this whole thing is a bunch of people's interpretations of stories written down, passed down generation to generation, written largely intact once it was an original piece. So like they found the book of Isaiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's identical to the book of Isaiah that's 1,000 years newer. So that was older than the book of Isaiah that they had by 1,000 years. The oldest one they ever found, and it's verbatim. Right. So once they got these stories down, they wrote them over and over and over again, and like priests would learn to do that, monks would learn to do that with their religious texts. They would rewrite things over and over again as part of the practice. And someone knows, some subterranean part of the government, they know something or many things that they're not going to tell people because it would be disturbing or disruptive. This was the story about Jimmy Carter. The story about Jimmy Carter was Jimmy Carter, I believe in 1969, he had some sort of a very strange UFO experience that was very real to him, very bizarre, saw something, and part of his thing was once he gets into office, he wants to know. The story is that he was briefed. They explained to him something about the reality of the UFO experience, what it really is, and he was crying, that he wept openly. So what could that mean? Like, what would that mean? Well, he was kind of guy. He was a bit of the inch. And this Habitat for Humanity, I never understood. I thought I think he's a genuinely good person. Of course he was. He built houses for people. Yeah, he was never enriched himself. He was also, if you read books about him, he was kind of an operator too. He was into the peanut stuff, right? He was a peanut farmer or something. Yeah. You know, he was, nobody gets to be the, yeah, he was sweetest. Like, one of the sweetest. He was still the president. But so, who is doing this explain? It's just the men in black people from the depths of Raven Rock or Cheyenne, military, or wherever the hell they are. What they could be doing is covering up years of lying to Congress and misappropriation of funds for all these black ops programs, and the way they can get out of jail is because they go and tell the government, oh yeah, by the way, we lied to Congress for 50 years. There's no solid, verifiable evidence that Jimmy Carter cried. Of course, there's no solid. Jimmy, stop being an arc. He's an arc. Because the UFO is out of control. The Carter cried of a UFO story is based on second or third-hand anecdotes. Those are my favorite, and it's not confirmed by Carter himself or primary official sources. I think it's true. About his 1969 sighting, Carter described seeing a strange light, but did not mention crying or being emotionally shattered by it. And I don't think that's what they're saying. They're saying he was emotionally shattered by the disclosure. Right after the UFO briefing, you've got to live with that knowledge, so you just got to go around now. Richard Dolan, who's by far one of the best guys to read about UFOs and UAPs, very balanced guy, and like very evidence-based guy. He includes a lot of crazy stories, but he never goes along with them. Yeah, but Richard Dolan's really good. He's got a bunch of books. So I don't know if it's true. Is the Jake Barber guy real? He's the guy that said that he actually had to move a UFO, right, with a helicopter? Yes. I haven't talked to him. I was just watching it, but it's too long. These UFO guys, it's all 3 or 4 out. Like, it's not. Jesse Michaels does a lot of very in-depth ones with these guys. Yeah. But the good thing about that is, if someone's like really full of shit after a couple of hours, you kind of say, you see tendencies that maybe they exaggerate or they make things up or they leave stuff out or whatever it is. But something's going on. right? There's something that people keep seeing. There's enough radar information. There's enough video that doesn't make any sense.
You never found out what those drones were down that or around the bases, New Jersey, and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was crazy. People were scared to fly.
People say it's domestic. It was domestic in the US. That's what I've heard. But then,
Could be China. Could be China flexing and pulling their dick out and say,
right,
check out what we have, motherfuckers. Who knows? There's a lot of things that those things were doing that we don't know that they can do. One of the things, like, they were flying for hours at a time. And so what's the fuel source? Because it's not batteries. Downed U.S. pilot reported seeing Iranian drones swarm in jellyfish formation. Well, they're probably getting drones from, China, Russia, of course. Look at these. So the highest end of high-end government drones that we don't know about, who knows what those fucking things are doing? Multiple drones interconnected and moving as one, with smaller drones below the bigger drones like legs. One of the sources familiar with the pilot's witness account told CNN, real alien shit. Another source told CNN the pilot described witnessing a minefield of drones in the air. Holy shit. When did this happen?
13 hours.
So 13 hours ago, this F-15 got down? Bro, how nuts is that? They got taken out by alien drones in April. Whoa. So he ejected from the aircraft. The Iranian drones hovering in the air, moving as one in a formation that resembled a jellyfish. Fuck.
I mean, so there is a chance that it's DARPA, and it's all of these countries that are, you have these black projects, they have these secret defense projects, and they're saying it's extraterrestrial.
I think if I was running an undercover operation for as many years as these people probably have been doing, and what Eric Weinstein thinks, he thinks it's like a separate branch of physics. He thinks just a bunch of physicists.
So where did they get? So
This is the story I know. Went in the crazy invasion to get these guys back.
Oh, this is those guys? Oh, this is how they got taken out? Oh, wow.
This opens up a lot more questions.
Wow. Right. Yeah.
Use the heartbeat thing. Right?
That's what they said. What was it? So the heartbeat thing was the thing that they said that they were able to locate this guy's heartbeat, his very unique heartbeat in the mountains where he was hiding. Wow. And everybody was like, well, that's bullshit. Like, I don't know. And it's based on some sort of quantum something. What is it called?
And then the fucking White House said, did you see that today?
What is it?
It was something on their
Do you think that
God's not
they
the
were making a joke about Cuba, and that's why I asked you guys to see.
What's the joke about Q? Okay. I think they have drones that move like UFOs. I think for sure.
where are they getting this technology?
I don't know.
Do you think it's possible extraterrestrials are giving us technology?
It is possible. So the recent White House will be Q posting today.
Or just trolling it?
One posting. Stay tuned.
See, here's the guy.
Look how much that troll
The
is.
QAnon people are the most committed people I've ever encountered.
Yeah, they're fun.
I've never encountered people who are so committed to anything.
The UFO people are close.
Sure. I mean, the Q people are 10 years in going, trust the plan, it's coming. And you go, guys, it's unbelievable how dedicated they are to the plan, and that it's still morphing and going in different directions. And the data centers are actually prisons for people who did the vaccine, data centers. Hey, they're still going. And that level of commitment is what America's about. It's about that. It's about not giving up. Don't give up. Don't give up. You're too deep in to give up. My advice to anyone in that movement, stay in it. Because there's nothing good on the outside. Reality is not good. Stay in that movement, take it as far as you can.
What the hell does the government possibly have to announce about quantum computing?
No idea.
What was the quantum heartbeat thing? What was that thing called? How do they locate that gel?
They were coming out and saying, because people were speculating that, like, how could you even do that?
Right.
Podcast the next day was like,
was the technology that the government described, because they described it as very bizarre. And there was a name for it that involved something quantum. And they said that somehow or another they were able to detect this guy's heartbeat, right? Unique heartbeat from, I think it was it 70 or 700 miles? What was that? Secret never before used CIA tool that helps find airmen downed in Iran. If your heart is beating, it will find you. Wow. So this is it. Long-range quantum magnetometry to find the electromagnetic signal of a human heartbeat that pairs the data with artificial intelligence software to isolate the signature from background noise. And so what's the range on this stuff? Because they were saying 40 miles. But then they say the range is up to like 70 miles, something along those lines. So how long have they had this? Right. Is it even real? Yeah. But this is the thing. It's like, is it real? Like, so this is a post that's in the New York Post, and I think it was from, did someone release this as a statement? Like, what did they do to say they did it? The confirmation. Okay, so. Okay, that's Trump saying that. So here's the other thing. If that technology doesn't exist, right, and they just made that up to cover for technology that does exist, so maybe there's technology that does exist, that's some sort of large-scale satellite imagery of the Earth that gets down to a grain of sand, and they can find anybody anywhere. They can just find out where the plane is, scan the area, bam, there he is. There he is. Okay, we don't want to say we have this. Right, what are we going to say? Let's say we have quantum heart rate magnetometry. We can find Ghislaine Maxwell in New Hampshire. She was in New Hampshire. Yeah, where is, whatever. Well, it could be that technology just recently got invented. That's also possible. We shouldn't have missing people that technology exists. That's a weird thing, and my heart goes out to her. But that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, that's weird. And they looked at family members as suspects. I think they looked at family members as, is she back? And I think she's back to work. And isn't she back to work? What did you say? There's a break in the story? No, I think the story got updated recently. Yeah. Well, you're not going to get ransom bail. Well, that's a horrible ransom note. So someone posted a note saying that she died. I want money. It's a ransom note that says she died. What if it's she died? Just give us. What if it's we're sorry she died? Just give us what you want. It's not a specific amount of money. It's just give what you feel is. It's like church. Give what you can. We're sorry she passed away. Give what you can. We're not going to say a specific amount of money. So the note said days after the disappearance. Oh, so this is not new. Indicated she had died, but contained no request for payment for the release of her body. 3 people familiar with the matter said, though the existence of the note was known, specific contents had not been previously disclosed. So it's just the contents are disclosed that they knew that she was dead. It seems like it's an inside thing. It seems like if someone's involved in it. I mean, I hate to think that, but it does feel like it's... Was there a request for money? What was the first request? Let's find out what it was. It's a horrible thing, obviously, to know. But it does seem like this is a inside job. Well, someone certainly... Okay, there's some families involved. Maybe not, I don't know. Ask AI. Press AI. You can't do it. Okay, put it in there. Put it in place. How much do you think they asked for? I bet 10 million. 10 million? For mom? 5? 5? That's a lot. Multi-million-dollar payments. Cryptocurrency, mostly Bitcoin. The amounts ranging from about 4 to 6 million and set deadlines, sometimes with escalating or else consequences. Terrible. This is insane, but think about it. Is that It's sick. The Bitcoin that you transfer money in Bitcoin. There was a group of people that wanted me to advertise on my podcast. It was like a meme print thing, and that was a platform, whatever. And then I was like, but their like identities were shrouded, and people knew who they were, but they were also very secretive because they didn't want to get kidnapped. And they split their time between Dubai and London. And CAA, came to me and they're like, hey, they want to give you a bunch of money. And I go, what are they? And CAA is like, well, it's crypto. They don't, I mean, demons from hell. No offense, love my people. But I was like, I got to meet them. I got to meet them and sit down and talk to them as human beings, like ask them what their company does and everything like that. And then immediately once I requested that, they said, okay, they'll meet you in Dubai, talk to you about the company. I was like, I can't. I need to know. Like, I know, whatever. They pulled the offer. I never want to be. Yeah. So there's all this shit. Because, by the way, here's a great way to fuck someone is to advertise on their show and then go, by the way, the money came from Russia. Yeah. And you didn't even know that. Wasn't that happening to a bunch of right-wing? I'm sure it happened. Part of something. It's hard to know who knew what, right. But like it's great. What a great way to just make people appear compromised. So when somebody, where's this money coming from? Maybe it's an intelligence agency. Maybe it's ours. Maybe it's someone else. You start going like, all right, I need to sit down with you, have dinner with you. It doesn't mean that I would necessarily be able to know who, like, if these guys were legit or not. But the fact that they wouldn't even meet for a dinner tells me that something was up. Also, a friend of mine who's working at a company that's producing young shows, long-form shows for YouTube creators, told me that a lot of the money is coming from Democrat super PACs because they want a captive audience to be programmed politically. And not only Democrat super PACs, but like super PACs that are associated with certain issues and things like that. So what they're going to start doing is like getting behind content and, funding longer form things on social media platforms and things like YouTube or whatever. And then those companies that are kind of in the background of this will then say, oh, we have an audience of 5 or 10 million people watching this. We can put political ads on it and whatever else. So, I mean, this is kind of, I think, the future is going to be many things like this. And when you can do it through something like crypto, like if you can hide your identity, like who knows if it's even a real company. It could be a company designed entirely just for influence. It's very questionable. You have the intelligence world, you have the crypto world, and you have the world of international crime syndicates. Like they all live in that world. I'm not saying people that are into crypto are inherently suspect in any way. Obviously they're not. But there is a lot of fuckery going on with the intelligence stuff and the crypto. That's like clear. Whenever there's money, the amount of money that you can make in crypto is fucking bananas. It doesn't make any sense, right? So whenever there's money in drugs, right? Like this Iran contract, whenever there's money in anything, they find a way to get a part of that money. I think what concerns people partially about this administration is some of the crypto stuff. I think people are concerned with some of the coins and some of the crypto Hawaiian coins. That one I love, but the rest I worry. No, but I think it's a fair concern. It is, because that's a fair concern. It's not legal, but it's like, should it be? Is it? It shouldn't be. Should it be? It should be. Well, for sure. Look, I mean, there's some freedom to you being able to make your own coin and you back it with money, I guess. But it's also a way that you can loan money. And it's also a way you can pay people off for stuff. And dupe people into spending their money. You know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of people, that poor girl. That poor girl. They got her. I hope she did well on that. I bet she didn't. Really? Probably not. Certainly in terms of what she could be doing. Sad. Right? Because as soon as they get mad at you for something like that, she did the wrong thing, and it's sad. I also 22 or something. I also don't know if she was going to be Meryl Streep, but it was a good cash me outside. Girl makes more money than anybody. It's true. But I think it could have gone on longer than in whatever society we live in. I mean, that just hit me. That just hit my brain that she makes more money than anybody. It's true. I was listening to your take on the White House
UFC card at the end of MAGA.
Yeah.
At the moment when that guy said Michelle Obama's a man.
Yeah, well, it's just the greatest thing for if you're deep hardcore. And I don't even mean the America First principles. I just mean like you're along for the ride. You're here for the party. There's a lot of MAGA people that I'm friends with that are deep. They're not political. They're along for the party. They like the party.
Right.
They want fun. They're in Florida. It's 4 p.m. They're drunk. You know what I mean? And they're in for the fun. And it's fun. They have like boat shows and regattas where like a bunch of boats will go out with Trump flags. When they're watching that UFC event in their house in St. Augustine or Tampa or fucking West Palm, whatever it is, and that guy stands up and goes, Michelle Obama is a man. It's the culmination of things that they're not going to beat that. It's hard to beat that. There were houses that cheered when that happened. 100%. It
How many do
cheered.
you think? Over the whole country.
It was audible in Florida. Florida, I know for sure, was audible. For sure, people cheered, and it was like, listen,
Like outside bars.
yeah, it was a party. The fights were good. You know, it's like, to me, it's like there's this. Every cultural thing has a moment where it just explodes, and it's over after that. You know, it's like Hunter Thompson has that famous quote about it, where he was part of this thing, and then it just, you know, we saw it happen with like celebrity culture, a lot of it, like that Imagine video during COVID was kind of the end, and then like people were like, shut up.
Yeah.
Like it was like they did that video, they didn't know it at the time, but people really started to turn on them. They were like, just shut up.
There was the other one, the BLM one.
Totally, all of them. Sorry to be wide or whatever it was.
Same shit.
Same kind of thing. People just said, okay, enough of this. And I do think that every movement just gets to a point where you've done all you can do. You've done all you can do. Now, when you are standing in the octagon of a UFC fight on the White House lawn, and you're asked if you have anything to say, and you scream, Michelle Obama's a man, that is the clock has struck midnight. That's that. I mean, I don't know what else you could do.
That guy, Josh Hogan, you know, that's like he's got a shtick, like he's got a character.
Totally fun.
Incredible Hulk. And so he's basically like a pro wrestling bad guy. Also, is a really good fighter.
Right.
So there's a real problem there.
What should have happened? Yeah, and he says crazy stuff.
Well, they probably, in retrospect, if they wanted to avoid this, probably shouldn't have had him fight on the White House lawn. Sure. Because if he said that at the T-Mobile Arena or in Madison Square Garden, outrageous. Sure. But not that big a deal.
But But here's what should have happened afterwards. Michelle Obama should have made an Undertaker-like entrance. Let's go.
All of a sudden, the lights go out. And then the light goes on the balcony.
Michelle Obama.
She comes on a cord. Then she flies over.
If Michelle Obama had made an Undertaker-like entrance and got in the stage and then body slammed, like, can you imagine? Unbelievable.
That would have been amazing.
The country just exists for ratings now anyway. It's all it exists for. It's just that's all we're doing anymore. That would have been unbelievable. Here it is.
This is what you guys are.
Yes. She's been silly the entire time. Michelle Obama comes down. You see Trump starts doing his dance. He's doing his Trump dance. Michelle Obama comes down. She's got a cape.
Bro, that would be the end.
It would have been unfucking believable, and she would have been president next. She would have been president next with no election. Vance is going to stand up to that. She should have descended from the rafters in a cape, fought that guy, you know, choreographed.
Just body slam him.
It's fun. Fake. And then she does an uppercut, and then he's on a cord, and he sails out. Unbelievable. Missed opportunity. Because why not? Why not have some fun?
Yeah, why not?
Why not have some
Wrestling
fun?
together, they said. Or some wrestling event there.
They could do it, and if she's smart, she hears this, and she's on her phone with her people. Don't sue them. They were going to sue them. They thought about suing them. It's like, let's not go to suing all the time in this country. Do something fun. as a piece of entertainment. Of course. It was also the only UFC card in the history of the sport where every fight was a knockout. Yeah. This is senior prom. Everyone's got to go to college next year, and wherever they go. This is it. This is just like Japanese moment after senior prom, or some party they have senior, summer. And you're looking around at all your friends are all high and drunk, and you're looking around, and if you're smart, most people, a lot of them, that was thought to go. This is never going to be like this again. This will never be like this again. We'll never be able to get together on the White House lawn and do motocross and watch UFC and call Michelle Obama a man. It started when he walked down the escalator. We went through a lot of things. The guy almost got shot. Who knows who did it? No one knows. No one seems to care. Whatever. Fine, moving on. But he's gone through many iterations. He's been out. He's been in. It's the most interesting story, really, in recent human history. And this is the party you throw. And it's wild because we're not going to win the Iran war. We're not going to win the Iran war. It's very clear that it's very difficult to imagine a scenario where we come out with a decisive victory. So instead of that, this. How is there no more open investigation into the assassination of Kennedy? What happened to this? That's where Ken said that he was told to stop. Honestly done. Do you know who you put in charge of it if you wanted? Truly, and I'm being very serious. If you want an honest investigation, put Israel in charge. Joe, if you want it done right, have them do it. That's all I'm saying. Just have them do it. Just have them do it. I would trust they should look at the Charlie Kirk assassination as well. I would trust their conclusions. Have them do it. That would be my thought. Just a fun thought. There's a lot of people that think it was a hoax, that it was a setup. And if it was, I've said on my show, just tell us how you did it, because that's fun too. It's fun. Pennsylvania men shot during Trump rally in Butler sue the United States. 2 men were wounded in the shooting. They're suing. James Copenhaver and David Dutch were shot during attempted assassination of Trump. Their attorneys filed federal lawsuits against the United States for their life-altering physical and emotional injuries, claiming those injuries were the direct result of negligence on the part of the United States Secret Service. Dutch was shot in the stomach, while Copenhaver was shot twice. Yeah, does the suing ever end in this country? But there's an argument. I totally get it. Remember that woman, Kim Cheadle, who was in charge, and then they put her back in a bunker? She was in charge of the Secret Service. Kim Cheadle. Right. That's right. She was like Dick Cheney's assistant. Yeah, she said that it was too slow to get they shot the guy that didn't even fall. He didn't roll off the roof. Like the whole thing was the slope of the roof that they were on was steeper. If it's a faked assassination attempt, I don't care. I want to know how it was done, and so does the rest of America. Produce a special where Barry Weiss interviews Donald Trump about how they faked the assassination attempt. Put it on CBS, where she's doing it. She's taking over CNN now. So I think, and she's now isolated herself on the 6th floor of CBS, where she can no longer see the staff, and they cannot approach her. And that is correct, and she is guarded by guards. Yes. Where'd you hear this? This is in the news. She's in a bunker, like Dick Cheney in the Piat during 9/11, except it's Barry Weiss and CNN, surrounded by guards, and no one can, and it's like a militarized zone. She's in a militarized zone. Barry in the bunker and Ellison at the gate. Yeah. Is this real? She's unbelievable. By the way, I like her more now, and she hates me, and that's sad. Why should she hate you? Well, I've said things, but here's the thing. I like her more now than ever. Did she start hating you after your hilarious impression? She's turned on me. She turned on me a while ago. It turned on you how? She texted me and was like, "You're part of a world in which people are anti-Semitic." And I'm like, "Well, am I? What am I? What am I doing?" And she's like, "You're part of this thing." And I was like, "Well, it's like, what is this guilt by association? I don't like this." Part of a thing that's anti-Semitic. it's like you're part of a cultural space of anti-Semitism, and I'm like,
So is she connecting you to anti-Semitism?
it's connecting me to all these different people because the thing that she hated and the thing that she crusaded against was this whole idea that like she's applying the same principles that she supposedly didn't like, which is like if you're willing to have a conversation with somebody, you endorse every one of their views, or if you question something like Israel, you hate Israel, or you hate Jewish people, which is insane.
Right.
And that was, I thought she was the one who was like, we should have nuance on the transition. What happened to that? What happened to being able to question gender ideology and all these things? Like, why aren't we, where's the nuance? Why aren't we holding space for nuance back?
CBS News boss Barry Weiss poised to oversee CNN editorial operations. Yeah, that's what you just said. Yeah, I saw that.
But she's living her best life, as people would say, this is what she was meant to do. And when someone steps into their truth, I support them. And she has stepped into her truth. She's exactly where she should be, in a bunker guarded by the military, while she systematically destroys CBS. She's stepping into her truth. This is what she was there. She was put there to destroy it. She was obviously put there to destroy it. She wasn't put there to make it work. She was put there to just destroy it. And she's doing it.
Do you think they understood the amount of pushback they were going to get?
I don't think they. I think they said, "Listen, let's just put her in there and see what happens." Because who cares? Like, but it's like these legacy media institutions are dying. They're not turning around. No one's going back to watching the evening news, and they know that these are billionaires, not idiots. The Ellisons are not dumb. They said, "Let's have a little fun while this thing goes."
It says she took the helm of the struggling organization last month with a mandate to shake it up, following David Ellison-led Skydance takeover of CBS parent company Paramount in 2024. Paramount Skydance bought Weiss' online outlet, The Free Press, for a cool $150 million as she became editor-in-chief of CBS News.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money for The Free Press.
Well, no, because if you look at the podcast ratings, it was you, and then she was number 2. So that's why. No, she would get 7,000 YouTube views. And it seems high. It certainly seems like a lot. But, you know, when you take into account her cultural impact.
It's interesting because, like, when it came to her, like, pushing against woke ideology that infected the New York Times, she seemed really reasonable. And there's this very famous clip of her talking to Brian Stelter, where she talks about the world gone crazy. Remember that? The world gone mad?
Yes.
So she's, like, very brilliantly lays out why, if this is what you're saying, you know, when people are saying that silence is violence,
Right.
and not actual violence is violence, the world's gone mad.
Right.
And she lays these all out. It's so brilliant.
Well, there's got to be room for nuance. Like, October 7th was horrible. Hamas is not good. We all know this. However, you also cannot look at what's gone on the last few years and think that Israel is not number one perpetrating. You can call it, I call it a genocide. People can call it anything they want. Doesn't matter. It's a campaign of mass murder where a lot of people have died, civilians have died, many children have died, people that are innocent have died, and they're starting to do something similar in southern Lebanon. And they're now talking about Turkey. Going, by the way, Turkey also is Turkey's a NATO fucking country. So the idea that any criticism of Netanyahu or the Israeli government or Israel or relationship with Israel or makes you anti-Semitic is an insane thing. It's the exact thing that she fought against in race and gender. She fought against that Manichaean good and evil, black and white. She fought against it, and she was right. She was correct to say you should be able to have conversations about when is it appropriate for a child to be exposed to certain ideas, and when should they be able to make a determination about how they want to live their life, and like when is it appropriate for people to call, you know, to designate between a protest and a legitimate riot. And the silence is violence and all of that stuff. She had really pretty logical opinions on all that stuff. But when it came to that one issue, she seems very incapable of understanding any nuance or gray area or complexity regarding this particular issue.
She is all in for Israel.
And that's fine. That's her choice. And I get it. But it's so obvious when a Mark Levin goes, the president's great because we're going in Iran because the president's great. He's the greatest leader of all time. And then he goes, well, this didn't work out like we thought. We're going to make a deal and we're going to try to, And then Mark Levin goes, this is a failure. This is a blunder. This is a strategic thing. And it's like, for who? It's for us. It's not a failure for Billy. It's clearly a failure for us, but it seems like the bigger failure would be for Israel that wants Iran neutered because they have aspirations regionally, globally, but certainly regionally. So who's it a failure for? And that's a fair question. And I think it's you've got to be able to have that conversation without being tarred and feathered as someone who's a conspiracy mongering anti-Semite, which is there's a group of people that are, but a lot of people just want sanity, and this is not sane.
And just like you were talking about with the banks forcing that shit down people's throats, that it's gonna take them.
Yes.
Same thing.
Nobody understands blowback. Like the CIA term blowback, when you go into a country, kill everyone, and they go, "You like us, right?" They go, "No, not really. We killed your mother, but we're sorry, but you want the mall? We're going to build the mall." They go, "No, we're going to bomb you and try to kill you." This is blowback. There's blowback when you shut down conversations and in order to shut people up, you got to pay them or kill them. That's the only way to do it. If you don't pay people a lot of money or kill them, they're going to talk. If you limit that, they're going to get angrier, and the blowback is going to be intense.
Also, yeah, I mean, that's entirely accurate.
CBS News, I'll go on. That's the thing. I have a beef with her. I like her. I like that she's in a bunker. I will go on to that show. I'm there.
The things that I thought was hilarious, there was some fake story that they were going to bring me on for 60 minutes.
Everyone keeps saying that. I texted you about it. I'm like, are you doing 60 minutes? I thought that was wild, but why not? I mean, what if, half the staff is left. What if that guy Bill Pelly just got out?
Yeah.
She got out, then she's got that Dokapol, whatever his name is, in the Evening News, crying like a psychopath.
Who's that?
He's the guy who does the CBS Evening News, and his first episode, he's in Miami, and he's crying. Can you get that up? It's unbelievable. He's the anchor of the news.
What's crying?
And he's crying because he started talking about his family, how he grew up in Miami. It's unbelievable. This is the guy who was selected to run the CBS Evening News, to be the anchor of the CBS Evening News. And he does this thing where he's in Miami and they take him out of the chair because he wants to. She's shaking it up. Barry's shaking it up. So instead of sitting at a desk and doing the thing, they bring him to Miami to visit his childhood places, and he starts sobbing in I forget, it was a restaurant or something. Jamie, you can find that. He's crying in a restaurant, or he gets choked up, and it's deeply uncomfortable, and it's really weird. And he starts talking about how he had a hard childhood. It's unbelievable.
This is the guy. Embarrassing first days CBS Evening News savage by staff in state TV. Conversation with one of his handlers during an ad break. Pete Hegseth said during his interview with Tony, how do you say his name? Dokapol. We did it at Barry's request, and because CBS News did something right on this.
I wish you had him crying. I wish you had him in that restaurant.
So is Marco Rubio's mom? That's what he's talking about.
No, he's in Miami, and Dokapol, this is psychotic. You have to watch them.
So he just keeps crying? Maybe that's his thing. Like George Hamilton, he's tan all the time.
He's crying. He's talking about. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. This is the anchor of the CBS Evening News.
So he's being interviewed.
Yeah, do we listen to it? Damn it.
Can I take it from the beginning so I know what he's crying about?
It makes me emotional. It's so funny. I didn't think of it.
This is your favorite place in the world. Why? Why South Florida and Miami?
makes me emotional. It's so funny. I didn't think I would catch it. And, you know, because you only have one job, right? So, let me get a second here.
I can relate. This is fun.
People will still don't understand why I have such a reaction. Florida is where I grew up. We didn't get a lot of sleep sounds. My grandmother's here, my father, my mother, aunts and uncles, cousins. And it's where I would have spent all of my childhood when we left. Because my father got into trouble in his business. It's like, we laugh about it now, but he was a drug dealer. But he was a drug dealer, he went to jail. It's kind of a ha-ha thing that we say now, but the reason it's so emotional for me I feel like
It's kind of a ha-ha thing. He's the head of the CBS Evening News. He's the anchor of the CBS Evening News. This is what drives everyone so crazy about the world, how fake everything is. That's the guy? That's the best guy for the job? This is good. When I grew up, you would go see Whitney Houston and go, fuck, she's good. I can't sing like that. Who cares if she smokes crack? She deserves it. You watch this and it drives you insane. You go, this guy's crying. His father's a drug dealer. This is who's the best guy for the job. He's going to have to report on dad, like murder, war, famine, whatever, and he's crying in some Cuban restaurant about his drug dealer father, so they had to leave Miami, and no one believes anything's real anymore. This is a huge problem in our world. People look, that's the guy. That's the anchor of the CBS Evening News. It's crazy.
Well, the other guy was on. A bunch of people attacked him after he left. Right, so he left. And apparently, he made it very public.
Yes, Scott Pelley or something.
Made public outward. Yeah. So what was he pissed about? He was saying something about they were going against science, or some of it had to do, I believe, with climate change. Some of it had to do with a bunch of other things that he disagreed with. Where the news organization. Let's find out what his exact points were.
Yeah, let's find out. I don't know what they were, but you know, Barry, who chairs the meetings there, and really goes on and embarrasses herself, and on the calls and stuff has no idea what she's talking about. And
so here it is. Following his criticism, news editor Barry Weiss, 60 Minutes executive producer Nick Milton, at staff meeting. Pelley was fired by CBS News. What did he say? Was CBS fired Pelley? Milton wrote a cover letter which came to the New York Times. Milton stated as follows: Your antipathy to the future of the show has come through loud and clear, and I have heard you. Therefore, write on behalf of CBS News, to inform you that your employment with CBS is terminated for cause effective immediately. Next day, Weiss said, I'm only interested in working in a newsroom that is built on trust and mutual respect. Okay. So what did he say? Pelley accused the new CBS leadership of instructing him to insert falsehoods into a political story and to include assertions that were not verified. Instructions he says he ignored. The collapse of values at the top has become untenable. The leadership at 60 Minutes is no longer recognizable. The principles I hold dear are gone, and so I must leave as well. I wonder what exactly they meant, though, by the falsehoods in a political story and including assertions that were not verified. Here it is. It says, the story CBS intervened on was a report about the 2026 protests in Minnesota, and the falsehood CBS asked for was to describe protester Renee Good as driving her car toward the officer who killed her, which Pelley said contradicts video evidence of the event. That's correct. It seemed to me that the lady was trying to turn the car away from him, but it did brush up against the guy, which is enough for him to decide to kill her.
well,
But it was not. She was trying to run him over.
but
But however, that guy had been dragged by a car very recently. So he's probably filled with PTSD. He almost died. I think he got dragged like 300 yards from.
I think it's fair to ask at this
300
point.
feet.
Yeah, but I think it's also fair to ask at this point, like, what is the media? Like, what is the media? Like,
Right.
all due respect to Mary Weiss, but like, so it was a heavily inflated price for her blog that she had sold, YouTube channel, whatever. There's clearly a political agenda to this. You have billionaires that own all of these companies, and we're asked to believe that like she's the most qualified for the job, even though she's never ran the newsroom. She didn't like work her way up the ranks. She's an op-ed columnist, an opinion writer, and stuff like that. Great. She made a lot of sense. We said it before. And then she hires this guy who's crying in a restaurant in Miami about his dad, and it's like, who the hell's that guy? So I think it's fair to ask, like, do we have any trust left in these institutions? Do we have any trust left? And like, people that work there are leaving and saying, I'm being asked to insert things into this. It isn't true.
Well, that alone, like driving the car towards the officer, it's just not technically correct.
Right.
It seems like she was steering away. Why would they want to say something that's not correct when you can just see it in a video? Like, if you are running a newsroom, that would be the last thing you want to do is contradict something that's obviously verifiable. So that would, for what reason would you sacrifice your credibility? Because that's essentially what it's doing. It's such a short-term play.
Yes, but I'll tell you exactly why.
Okay.
Because their main demographic is 70-year-olds who are having strokes on their couch. They're not verifying this. They have a very old audience that is not online savvy. They're not looking at many angles. They have cataracts. And they're hearing this, and then it allows them to dismiss it as, well, she drove justifiable shooting. Yeah, I don't think
somebody's motivating them to do that for those.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, well, because she's in the tank for Trump, because Trump promised, or maybe didn't promise, but like whatever, he's useful in the sense that he's going to go in and topple the regime in Iran. He's going to sue all these, or he's going to bring Harvard College to heel for whatever the hell they did. She believes that, and again, a lot of this is just connected to her view that, Israel's interests are always 100% concurrent with America's, and Trump gets that, and he understands that, so she's in the tank for Trump, which, by the way, if Biden would have invaded Iran, she would have started protecting him. It doesn't seem like she doesn't care that much about a ton of issues. It seems to me that this is her big issue.
That's a disturbing thing to a lot of people. Like, how much influence do they have in this country? That's what creeps people out, because I think no one even really considered it before October 7th. I'm sure people considered it. Nick Fuentes considered it. But it was an openly discussed thing amongst young people.
Right.
It wasn't until we started realizing, first of all, it was AIPAC. It was the weirdness of the New York City mayoral race.
Yeah, of course.
Very weird. Where they were all like, we're going to visit Israel. Like, what?
Well, it's also in direct opposition to the stated goal of the Trump administration, which was to repair the United States and to make it great and to elevate it and to focus on the United States and to not go into Middle Eastern wars, which was a huge, very popular plank of this platform, and to not waste money and saddle ourselves with debt and mire ourselves in these unwinnable wars. And there was such a gaslighting campaign. The Secretary of State came out after the Iranian war and goes, well, Israel's going to attack them anyway, and our bases were going to be vulnerable, so we had to join. And then he went, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't really mean that. And we're partners, and we both think it's a great idea. And there was tremendous pressure on him to do this. And, it hasn't worked. And it's clearly not in the interest of the United States to be in a Middle Eastern war with Iran. Tons of Jewish people don't believe it is. Lots of, people from all walks of life don't believe it, but there's an ideological group of people that donate a lot of money and that are incredibly powerful, and they are really pushing this. They're pushing troops, and they're pushing nukes. They're delivering unconventional weapons and crazy bombing campaigns. They're pushing troops on the ground. They don't care what it takes has to be either completely destroyed or it's just got to be a chaos zone. But for the regional ambitions of Israel, it can't exist. So, I mean, again, not in a paranoid conspiratorial way, because I don't like the victim stuff either. There's a bunch of people in America being like, I can't get ahead because Jewish people are successful. I think that's a stupid road to go down. That's a victim road. I hate it when gay people do it, or any group of people. I hate when they drench themselves in victimhood. I think when you become a victim, you lose autonomy over your life. It's insane. But I do think there's a fair question to ask about what is the motive of certain massive big donors? Is the motive the strength and prosperity of America, or is it the strength and prosperity of Israel? That's a fair question. Yeah. And what about the rest of the world? Like, how much are we putting ourselves at odds with the rest of the world? Indescribably the worst PR ever. And, people cannot justify, you've got to be a very ideological person to justify, southern Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, perhaps Turkey. This is starting to feel like this is like a friend you have who you make excuses for a certain amount of time, and then your wife eventually goes, they're not allowed here. You can't go out. You're a problem. They have a fucked up home life. I know they're fun. I know they share values. I know they enjoy each other. They've known each other for a long time. But here's the deal. They're not coming to the house, and they can't be renegades. Because, that's what it's coming down to. What's even worse than that, the thing that drives me crazy is the negotiators. Whacking them. They kill all the negotiators. They're trying to stop killing the negotiators. Stop bombing Lebanon. Is this Iran deal going to work? Is it going to work? Stop bombing Lebanon. I think we're at odds now. We're in the last 2 years, we are now. We're at odds with Israel for the first time, where Trump is really at odds with them. He's had enough. I think he is starting to understand that his legacy will be permanently tainted if he doesn't find a way to extricate us from this war. And I think on the other side, and that's it. And Vance, again, for all the disagreements I might have with Vance about certain things, he is one of the only people in that administration who does push against the continuation of this war, which is why a lot of those neoconservative donors try to destroy him. Because of that. I don't love his tech alliances. There's a lot of things I don't like about him. But there's a lot of things I think are good about him. I think and it's not like I don't like about him per se. I worry about, some of his relationships, which are just something really necessary for survival. I'm sure all of them are, and that doesn't mean that they still need to be criticized and looked at as 100%. Not justifying it at all, but totally. I have a feeling like no completely autonomous person is ever going to make it through that maze. Never. But I think the job is you turn the heat up enough where maybe if everyone's going to do 10 horrible things, they do 2. So I think it's certainly the job of anyone who looks at this stuff to look at it and go, what is going on? What is happening? But I will say, for all of the tech, things that I find a little, like, what? I do think that, to his credit, he's the only one in there, and you can tell it's not that I have some inside knowledge. They're only he's being attacked the most by the people that want the war to continue. And I think he knows his political ambitions will be completely destroyed by a continuation of this war. So I look at all these people not as human beings, even though they are human beings, but I look at them as like they're running the show, they're running the country, so they all have ambitions, and it's hard to know their hearts or heads or how they feel from one day to the next. It's very difficult. So I think when you look at them and you go, he's calculated and ambitious, but he also is the one being attacked by people that want the war to continue. Tucker Carlson, again, I have agreements with Tucker, I have disagreements with Tucker. The attacks on him are insane. the attacks on Megyn Kelly are wild because of this issue. It's not a myriad of issues. It's this issue.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And it's weird. It's weird because it's so transparent. It's so transparent. And the whole world is seeing it play out. And it's like the amount of gaslighting that you have to keep pumping. It's not sustainable.
But to say that this was not in the interest, this was in America's interest, you have to jump around logically so much.
Well, this is also the problem with the justification of people trying to say Israel, like God was saying, they're doing the best they can. Like, look at the drone footage. Fly over there. That's the best you can do. That's crazy. Like, is that better than a nuke? Yeah, it is. It's like, this is humane. It looks like the damage of a nuke just spread out over 2 years instead of going wild.
It's inhumane, it's evil, it's children being killed, it's mothers being killed in front of their children. And by the way, October 7th was inhumane, but I shouldn't have to keep doing that.
Of course, you shouldn't have to do that, but it's also October 7th. You know, the people that got killed, those are the raiders, right? Right. So those are the people that were anti-Netanyahu. Those are not the people that
They also killed, I think, probably a lot of they trained people in their houses.
They killed a ton of people that
it's a
were
bad situation.
like. It's also like, why did it take so long to respond to them?
Well, this is another very interesting, very important question.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that say it's a state the size of New Jersey, and the security failures are they're pretty wild, and there hasn't been a real investigation into them. And Netanyahu's kind of prevented that, and they kind of made it illegal to question that in Israel. Like, people were like writing about that and going, "What the hell's going on?" But like, it's illegal. Well, they've made a law, and you can look this up, about things like this in Israel, because during wartime, they haven't had an election. They had an election since October 7th.
No. Right?
Right. It hasn't had an election.
Right?
Right. And Ukraine hasn't had an election. Nobody's had an election. So if I'm living in a country, the leader of my country just wants to be in a war forever, there is no democracy.
Well, you know, Clinton said that. Clinton said that about Netanyahu. He said he wants to maintain war. He said it openly in an interview.
Right. And then a nice chubby intern showed up.
Oh, I wish.
And a nice
I could go back into that
intern
before the internet, all the advancing minds was around. He was the first guy to go back.
So, I mean, that's the thing. You don't have elections. You don't have people looking into things. And by the way, that's not the only thing that should be looked into. Look at everything. Where are the 9/11 dogs? What happened? Do we know? Why can't we know anything? Why can't we know anything?
Yeah.
That's so. It's like, release all, we're all adults. Release it. Let's see what happened. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure no one did anything naughty.
I think this is all kind of breaking. I think that's
One of the breaking.
One of the things that's happening with AI is like all these things that they are protecting us from. I think we're going to find out.
Well, here's the thing. I met you in 2019. The first time I met you was 2018. BJ Okerson was opening for the Toronto. Yeah. But then I met you in 2019. And that's what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago? And there were cracks of it breaking down, but almost invisible. Like you couldn't see them. Now you have full-on, like, huge sinkholes opening into the reality most people accepted for their time.
Yes.
Big.
Yeah, big. And you see, like, this Tulsi Gabbard, this press release that she did, this conference where she's talking about Fauci, sure, and all that. We're getting information now. Let us know that the entire system has been
resources and everything's shut off, sure, whatever. If it's weaponized? My worry is that in the guise of fighting China, we're going to become China. So I would take the government a lot more seriously if they weren't, potentially having saying politician merge all these different government databases. So your health data and your criminal justice data and your tax data all merges. And who's doing that politics? And then they go, well, China's got a credit score. Well, what the hell is that? What the hell is this? What? So when Vance comes out and he goes, I'm worried about a credit score. It's like, okay, hey, buddy, me too. What the hell's this? So it's a little bit of gaslighting in that sense, too. They're like, if China gets all this stuff, you're all going to, we lose. And you go, okay. So it's almost like China will enslave you. Let us do it first. Everyone's going to be on their best behavior. That's right. Everyone's going to be on their best behavior. We're going to be watching them. You heard that quote? Everyone's going to be on their best behavior. This is what these people look at for people like that. They don't have any interest in you owning a house or farming land or starting a business, or they don't have any interest in that. It does not serve them at all. It did for a while, but their economic projection is that that's not going to be possible for you. So what they're going to do, they're building bunkers, they're hoarding all the wealth, and they're heavily invested in all this AI. And one of the reasons I think that we have to strike it down with Iran is all this UAE money props up Hollywood, all these startups, it props up the AI, a lot of that money is coming from Qatar and UAE. And our bases are getting blown off the earth in those countries. Those countries are getting attacked because of this war. And they're a huge financier of American startups and some AI startups. So, one thing that I wonder about all of this is just how much this just does seem now to be a high-level chess game about the future of what is and isn't possible. But the only thing that makes me personally happy is that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump just bought an island. That gives Romanian people are really excited. They're really excited. I see they were selling their name on the streets. They burned the prime minister's house, the president, or wherever. They just started lighting houses on fire. And that's coming, by the way. They just did it in Belfast. That's coming. People starting to light things on fire is coming. That's coming. I'm not calling for it. I'm not saying it's good. But it's coming. Because voting's become fake. No one cares. People on threads. It's fake. It's fake. It's so obvious. It's fake. It's all fake. So the only, and again, I'm not calling for it. It's bad, but fire is real. If you ask the people of Palisades or Malibu, whatever RIP, I like the Palisades, it's a stupid mall, I like it, but this is real. People are going to start realizing that all this technology has just been set up to give you this idea that you have some fat, and all the while, Jared and Ivanka just go buy an island. That's what's happening. But maybe it's fine. Have you got any invites to any bunkers? No, they're not. You feel differently if you do. I don't know. What have you had invites to do? Interesting. I've had invites to Teal, and I've said no because I think, he'd probably sit me down and go, listen to me, you fat fuck, you're going to shut your mouth. And I'd sit there and I'd go, no, I think if they were going to invite me, someone goes, this is the guy who dressed up as Kristi Noem's husband with fake tits. And they go, we can't have it. But that's absolutely. If somebody said to me, a few people are going to survive, and it's just going to be you and these people, and everybody else is going to die, it's tough. How fun would it be, though? Is it fun? Is it fun if the whole world dies, and I'm just sitting and having dinner with J.D. Vance and his wife? I mean, is that the fun with Peter Thiel, me and Usha, and Jim just steak? Yeah, I mean, is that what we want? I don't know. Probably not. What's the best case scenario? The best case scenario is a new era of enlightened people and enlightened thinking and soulfulness and spirituality and a healthy attachment to technology and religion and people's, a common kind of a sense of morality and togetherness and love for community that's not enforced by governments, corporations, and armies. I'm not betting on that, but that would be good.
Well, there's a balance, right?
Yeah, there is not.
It's not when one side is clearly going in. We're moving in a very weird direction of uncertainty, but humans today are way better at being people, way kinder and nicer, despite all our problems, than we have ever been in the past.
Yeah.
Society is generally, at least in first world countries, safer than it's ever been in the past.
Yeah.
And it's also, there's more opportunity to do things now because of technology that's ever existed before. So it's not worse, but it's not moving in the best direction possible. Like, if you had to choose between living today, the way we're living now, or living in 1976 in San Francisco, you'd go fuck yourself. I don't want shitty breaks and live with these fucking people that don't know anything because they use the internet. Fuck that. You're better off living today. The communication is better.
You would go see Janis Joplin,
Right.
and you'd be smoking weed, and a burrito would be 50 cents. And then you would go into a park and fuck and then die. And it might not be as bad as one thinks. And who knows? I didn't live during that time, so I'm sure there was a lot of pitfalls. Get stabbed, whatever. Like, New York was more culturally interesting when there was crime. I'm against there being crime because New York couldn't have existed. It can't be 1983 in New York. Now,
Times Square is a mall. Times Square right now is a TGI Fridays.
but sure,
Used to be
chaos, but it can't be chaos forever. But again, in that city, do you get the Ramones? Do you get all of that stuff?
Right.
Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
No, you need some chaos for art, for sure. You don't get chaos from TGI Fridays. You don't get that kind of chaos.
But I just think that there's a time for certain things, and there's an inertia that moves certain things forward. Meaning, like, it would be crazy to think about New York in the 80s today. Like, no one's built for that life today. No one's even built for that. Like, one of the reasons wars don't work anymore is we're just not built for it. We used to be built for war. People used to be built for war. They were built to, like, just like, yeah, when somebody calls me and I just go die. You know, there's like a petition on the door and it's like, we're here, we're going to war. People are built for, nobody's built for that now. People file complaints with DoorDash. I file complaints.
1981 Rolling Stone magazine called West 42nd Street, located in the heart of Times Square, as the sleaziest block in America.
Yeah.
Now it's probably prime real estate.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's parts of it that are, it's all prime real estate there. Whether people like it or not, it's not necessarily, that is better because it's safer, but it's worse because it's safer. Nothing's all one thing. Nothing's all one thing. There's still great art there. There's still great music and comedy and theater and all that stuff. Is it as good as it was? No. But again, it's just because the people that are doing it are amazing and they're talented. But like, culture is so decentralized now and fractious. Nothing can stay cool. Everything that what's depressing me about New York is it's become like it's a place where people just go on Instagram and post them. When you used to go to dinner in New York City, you would eat French food or food that could never make it home. You've never even seen. You didn't hear. They would treat you like shit. It was fun. Now you go to these places because Taylor Swift went there. You have like they just do like a high-end version of like a Totino's pizza roll. They put truffle oil on it. Here's a French dip. Here's a burger. People with their burger. It's just a basic bitch mall city now. That's really what it's become. That doesn't mean there's not a lot of psychopaths there making lots of money, and good for them. But it's becoming a suburban city. It's a city where people talk about chicken salad. It's a city where people go to Wegmans. It's just a different city. It's Pilates and toddlers. It's all great. It's fine. I don't want to see people getting shanked. But it's not what it was. It's just not what it was. It doesn't have that same magic. And nothing does LA. Nothing really does. And it won't come back.
I don't know if that's good or bad. If I lived there, I mean, who knows what the fuck's gonna happen now? Donnie is mayor. Wait, that weirdness. What's that guy's name? Ken Griffin? The guy, billionaire guy who's out of his apartment. Billionaire guy lives here. He's got so much money, we're gonna take it.
Well, here's the thing. It's all fake. It's all fake. Mamdani's Trump. He's smart. He's sharp. He's good looking and young. He just takes this whole crap. It's YouTube. It's like, look, millionaire guy. Ken Griffin's in Palm Beach. Building a house worth $1 billion. You're not going to do anything to Ken Griffin. You're a city employee. The mayor is fake. It's like, he'll raise taxes maybe if he can get it done, but he can't. He'll get dirtier. Crime will go up. Or it won't. It's kind of whatever. It's just not, I think it's not. It's more just the corporations rule. And guys like him, it's like Bernie Sanders, he's the version of the socialist you get. What does it even mean? He has a bunch of military-industrial complex jobs in Vermont. Sweetheart of the man, but has not gotten one goddamn thing for 30 years.
Worth millions, has 3 homes.
The Clinton sandbag him because they're working for God only knows who, the Goldman Sachs and the devil. And he goes and says Hillary's great, they're all great, it's all great, the system's fine, I lost. He got sandbagged like twice. And he doesn't burn it to the ground. He won't burn it to the ground because that's the version of a socialist you get in America. I'm not even like a socialist, but I'm saying like that's clearly this is you throw along to placate someone.
It's also they're playing a game. His game is to stay relevant. Keep being a politician. Keep being a senator from Vermont. Stay there forever. Everybody loves you. Ben and Jerry's.
Vermont is a lily white state of frozen people, and it's just a bunch of lesbians. And I think Alec Baldwin now because he shot someone. Does he live there now? I think he does, but I don't know. And I like him. Shout out to him. Before we're done. But I think Sanders is doing what he has to do to please that demographic of people.
What do you think happens in 2020?
I think the donors want Rubio, but Rubio is kind of a buffoon.
Why do they want Rubio?
Because Vance is more isolationist than Rubio. And I think Vance is more in league with the tech people, whereas Rubio, maybe the central banking cartels of intergenerational pools of capital that are more invested in the war industry, it might be slightly more aligned with Israel, like Rubio. Like there are different fiefdoms of the super rich. I think the tech guys are relatively new. Not that they don't get involved in the war, of course they do. But it's not all hunky-dory. If you had a banking empire for years and centuries, and you're like, now all these new tech fucks are here, and you're like, what is this? And you're like, we make our money from war. And sort of the tech people, by the way, but they have other ways to make money. So I do think Vance will get the nomination. I don't think Rubio, I used to think it would be Rubio. But I've watched Rubio recently more, and I don't think Rubio, he's too buffet. I can't take him seriously. I don't know why.
Trump again suggests a Vance-Rubio 2028 presidential ticket, or perhaps Rubio-Vance.
So this will probably be those two.
Well, do you think that people are going to want to buy into another Republican party?
No, it'll be a Democrat. I think it'll be a Democrat.
What do you think wins?
I don't know. I think it's somebody that's going to know who it is. I think somebody that's going to know who it is. I don't think it's Newsom. I don't think it's AOC. I think it's somebody that comes from a red state, who's a Democrat governor, a purple state. We don't know who they are yet. They pop up. They're boring. I think when they're boring, I think a boring person's going to come in and just be like, hey, I'm the president. Reasonable. The show's over. Michelle Obama's a woman. And then you'll hear some of the country go, because Trump's a drug, and you've got to detox from that. This whole last decade has been a drug. It's been the craziest decade that I've been alive. I remember sitting with you at election night. I remember you and Alex sitting down. I remember all these things. We're watching this crazy porn. I remember when Trump was shot. I remember, tragically when Charlie Kirk was shot. I remember all of these things that have happened that are just so crazy. And now seem so far away, and like they're so far in the past. They like this guy, John Ossoff. Yeah, he's having you just nailed it. You just nailed it. He can be him. Look at him. There he goes. Just put him president. Just put him in case. Yeah. Just his neck is medium. It's not too thin. It's not too thick. He's got that face. Like Talladega neck is a little too small. Yeah. That's just kind of true. More square jawed. Conservative Georgia radio host endorses John Ossoff for U.S. Senate. If they want to win, they just have to go, hey, everybody, remember health care? Don't you want that? Is he Republican? He's a Democrat. up as a Republican in the scene with his Spencer Pratt's like I'm actually a Democrat. You know what I mean?
Worked as a national security staffer.
Yeah, he's a spook. Put him in. Who cares? It's fake at this point. We all know it's fake. How much more evidence does anyone need?
Sorry. Glad you're out there.
I'm glad you have me here.
Podcast rules.
Thank you.
Brother, it's such a great escape.
Thank you.
It's so beautiful because just the way you're able to just combine reality with humor is very rare.
Well, thank you, dude. I
Appreciate it. It's a very unusual thing. It's very insightful political commentary and social commentary mixed in with hilarious takes on things. That's very nihilist.
Well, I'll keep doing it until I'm put in jail. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan Podcast. My name, all day.
What's happening? What's up, buddy? What's up? What is that? What is that? What's going on there?
So this one is for a horse I have called Maverick owns the tower and then the water reserve at the Futurity.
And they give you a belt buckle if you win.
Belt buckle money. It's a
Dope belt buckle.
expensive belt buckle.
So, guys like you that understand horses, if you saw someone with one of those, you would know exactly what that is right away.
Oh yeah, and the year, depending on the year, I'm going to know the horse. I think you would fight me.
I guess probably similar. Yeah.
Oh, that guy won the thing in 2012. We fought so this is the same.
It's always so interesting to me how there's these different sort of categories of interests that people have that, you know, one person might not know anything. I don't know anything about horses. But you're like fucking balls deep, you know, and fucking everything about them. It's crazy. It's such an interesting, like, pool of knowledge. The people that are really into horses, and when they start explaining, this is not as simple as, that's a horse and that's a horse too. Like, there's genetic lines and there's certain tendencies that certain horses will actually pass on to their offspring.
Oh yeah,
It's crazy stuff.
There's a stallion, and I really like it. I've got a number of horses on this stallion. His name's Spook's got him his, and they're just incredibly balanced, real feely, very very cool-footed, big stoppers. But they see dead people, they see ghosts. So like once every 3 months, for no reason, this thing's gonna fucking check out, and I mean check out. Just decide it's not safe here. We're going back to the barn. You can come with me, or I'm gonna buck your ass off, or I'm gonna flip over and he just loses his mind.
Whoa.
And you never know when it's gonna happen.
And his children have this as well?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Just a little quirk.
And that's,
But other than that, there's automatic.
that's a big Corvette. That's like if you have a Corvette that decides to drive home.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Most of the time you can go to the store.
We all deal with it because they're working.
I guess, but that seems so crazy. That the horse see, do you really think it sees ghosts?
I don't know what he sees, some kind of boogeyman. A lot of them are deaf. So, yeah.
Why?
So, well, there's a gene, typically, if you see a horse with a white face, and the white goes above the eyes, typically that horse is deaf.
Wow.
And so they can't hear, but they can feel the vibrations. So, like that could set one of these horses off.
Just anything pounding on the ground that might be something chasing them.
Yeah, and they're prey animals. Right.
So, wow. The deaf thing's crazy. I wonder if that has any sort of an advantage where they can sort of tune out distractions. You know, I would imagine if a horse is at a rodeo.
Yes, 100%. Because, this crowd's screaming and yelling. It's not going to bother them. Now, if they start stomping their feet, I was going to show this wild horse of mine, and I'm about to run on the pad, and all these guys are cheering for this Italian rider, and they're all beating on the side
it's being told to do something, but its instincts are like, no, get the fuck out of here. I can't hear anything. That's nuts. The hearing thing, there's a famous pool player. His name is Shane Van Bonen. He's like one of the greatest pool players of all time, if not the greatest. And he's deaf. And he has hearing aids. And when he plays, he shuts them off. He just goes and goes into this world just of balls and geometry. And just doesn't miss. Just is a horrifying person to play. And because the fact that he's got that extra sense shut off, like the hearing, he can shut it off. It's not just that, I mean, he's also obsessive. He practices 10 hours a day. He's an all-time wizard. Like, he's won the U.S. Open, which is the hardest tournament to win in all of pool. He's won 5 times, which is just nuts. Like one of the guys in history, Earl Strickland, has won it 5 times.
Everybody plays for him. Like everybody, a little bit.
Yeah.
But then the levels to the game, like you start getting a professional pool player.
Yeah.
And they're playing a totally different game.
It's a totally different, just watching it, you realize, like, oh my God, what am I doing? I'm hitting the ball way too hard. I don't know what I'm doing. My angles are all fucked up. But this guy's playing that with English. I would just hit it straight.
They want to spin up, spin it, it's over here.
Oh, yeah. It's the control of the ball. It's just like they're part of the stick is a part of their body. The stick and the ball, they're all connected in space and time, and they know where that ball's going within millimeters. It's nuts to watch. You see these guys, they'll hit a ball and it'll travel. It's a 9-foot table. It'll travel all the fuck way around the table, like a 12-foot distance, and it'll go in a 2-inch spot. And you just go, fuck me. It's great, and then if you do that in your deaf too, like you don't even hear cheers, just still in the zone, just hyper-focused. Yeah, just hyper-focused. Autism programs too, you have that. You know, a lot of little, just a touch of autism. Anybody's good at anything. Anybody's good at anything is either ADHD or autistic.
They try to get me medicine for ADHD.
Did they?
But no.
How old were you when they tried to give it to you?
Oh, well, they did give it to me when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah. Well, they give it, then you're really nuts. But whatever your one was, right?
Fuck.
And so I stopped taking it just because I was you know, so my parents were like, fucking just let him run around.
My neighbor's kid, they gave it to him when I lived in California. It was such a bummer. He was just one little kid. And they gave it to him also. It was flat.
Yep.
And I was like, the lady was like, oh, he's on medication now because he's hyperactive. I'm like, oh my God, but not my kid, not my place. I'm not saying nothing. I just go to work. You know, I was single back then, and I was like 28 or 29. I was just so confused how you could do that. And I kept thinking, if somebody did that to me when I was a kid, for sure I would have been on drugs. If my parents knew about those options, they could shut me the fuck up. If I had the wrong parents, my parents would have done it, but if I had the wrong parents, 100% I had all the traits that would have allowed me to get rid of the fucking superpower.
If you understand it,
exactly.
It's a superpower.
Yeah. If you can find something you love.
People say, how in the world can you write a script? Write this thing. It's not that hard. Like, once I know what it is, you can sit me in an airport around 1,000 people. I don't know if you're I can sit there for 12 hours straight because you know it. I'm focused.
But if somebody wants you to pay attention to the history of Pop-Tarts, or it's not going in there. Yeah, it's not going in there. Yeah, that's the superpower. The superpower is you find something you love and focus on it, but the way our education system is designed is so ass backwards. You take kids that are so energetic and have so much life, and you just squeeze it out of them. Just sit still, stay put, listen to boring shit. And all day they're just fighting this desire to scream and just run out of the building and go do something fun.
Essentially what we call the modern public education system founded by the Rockefellers as a means to create workers.
Yep. That's it. Compliant workers and soldiers conform. Just one of the reasons why they decided to start school so early for kids is the earlier you can start them, the more you can get them to do whatever you want them to do. The more you can get them to pledge allegiance and get really excited about this, that, and the other thing. Including all the trans stuff that you see in school, all the pride stuff. And teachers are
working with preschool kids and talking about sexuality and shit. You're like, they're fucking 6. Like, they don't know what you're talking about. Like, why are you even talking to them about that? Because you can get them early and you can program those thoughts into their mind that this is a good cause. And it can be anything. It can be your religion, it can be your political ideology, it could be being a Christian, being a Muslim, whatever. If you get kids young enough, you can talk them into doing almost anything. That's why they have child suicide bombers. They don't try to get guys in their 40s with a family and strap a vest on. They try to get kids. Yeah. And, you know, what'll really make a couple of noodles is if you look at, because all these things are funded, all these nonprofits and NGOs, they're all from where the money comes from. And when you look at where the money comes from, and you realize, oh, wait a minute, and it's been coming for 40, 50 years from these places. Qatar, for example, obviously Russia, China, all these are enemies. Donating money to all of these various groups to divide, to just eat away from the inside. Russia's been doing it since the 70s. Yeah, 60s. Yeah. That Yuri Bezmenov, I'm sure you've seen that video. And anybody who hasn't, please watch it. It's Yuri Bezmenov, and it's in 1984. This guy is essentially describing what America is going to look like eventually, and he's dead on. Just dead on. Dead on with the communism, the Marxism, the stuff in the universities, just completely poison their mind, push out any ideas of patriotism being a virtue, all the hate for America that you have, like all the division, all of it engineered. It's wild. Just look at the benefits. That's it. It's real simple. Yeah, just look and see the benefits. Well, it benefits a lot of people in this country as well, unfortunately. There's a lot of people that really love division, and they can profit off of it. They can work an angle. You know, we're with you. And this is a big part of the problem with the whole idea of nonprofits. Because nonprofits, in theory, are awesome. It's a great thing that people are willing to donate their money. Like, wealthy people who are doing well say, you know what, I think my money could be best suited helping out other people. It's beautiful. It's one of the most amazing notions about people when they can be charitable when they don't have to be. They do it because they want to and they really want to help. Then you find out what's really going on and that the majority of the money is going to overhead and employees. Well, think about this. If I create a nonprofit to go solve LA's a perfect example. We can look at the homeless situation and all of these NGOs that are getting all of this money. And the problem's getting worse. It's not getting better. It's getting worse. But if I form an NGO and that's my cause, and I solve the problem, what do I do with my NGO? Exactly. I got the money. You know, there's no reason to give me money. So they don't create them solve problems. The incentive you just exacerbate the problem. Make the problem worse, make it longer, make it bigger. Look how big the problem is, getting more money. Sometimes doing a breakdown of the people that work in the homeless industry, I say in air quotes, in California, because that's really what it is. They spend $24 billion on the homeless problem, and no one can account for it. And they tried to get an accounting of it. They tried to do an audit of it, and Newsom vetoed it. Like, why would you want it up? Let's stop all that nonsense and build this fucking train track to nowhere that's never going to get built. Well, they have a mile of it. They have a mile of that train. It only costs $100 billion. Relax. Things take time. We're trying to choose the path. How about right beside the I-5? How about that? How about right next to the flat fucking highway? Everything they do sucks. How about that stupid fucking road over the highway to make sure the mountain lines are safe? Yeah. It's like over $100 million still not left. And they have them, by the way, that's not a new concept. They have those throughout the West. Yeah. And they don't cost shit. They don't cost much money at all. They fix them quick. They do it quick. It's just, they're done in a couple of months. Yeah. Pour some cement. Yeah. Put some sod down. Plant some fucking grass. Away you go. But there's mud. We're applying logic to a state that doesn't use that. It's like, it is as goofy as it gets. And then you think it's as goofy as it gets. And then you hear that Portland so this is going to be on the ballot in November. It got enough votes to be on the ballot. And this is some law that's under the guise of stop animal cruelty. Well, who doesn't want to stop animal cruelty? I certainly want to stop animal cruelty. Let's stop animal cruelty. So what does it mean? It means no hunting, no fishing, no ranching, no agriculture, no animals that get harmed in
anyway. No killing chickens for Kentucky Fried Chicken. Nothing. No animals die. And it's
This is a city ordinance.
fucking for Oregon is voting on this in November. No fishing. No fishing. What are you saying? Are you fucking high?
And no, so
No hunting, no ranching. Ranching, you can't ranch. You gonna kill a cow? Are you crazy? That's illegal in Oregon.
and here's that probably sounds like a good idea to a lot of those people. And then, but here's my question. All right, so let's do it. Let's just outlaw ranching. Let's just say, fuck it. Well, there's 91 million cattle in the country. So what are we doing then?
You just leave them alone. Let nature take its course.
Yeah, but they're not. But there's no nature to take its course. There's 91 million head of fucking cattle, and I can promise you this: if you outlaw feeding them and taking care of them, I'm gonna that they're watering the highway.
Yeah. And then the bulls are out.
Yeah,
So you gonna keep the bulls contained? No. So the bulls are gonna kill people.
yeah, and make more cattle.
Yeah, and make more
Yeah,
cattle.
so now we have 900 million cattle in 3 decades.
Yeah, fuck all your fences. Bulls are gonna smash them. Bulls are gonna eat your grass. Bulls are gonna stomp your dog. Like, what are you talking about? But it's not supposed to be logical. It's all just a vibe, man. It's like, and it's not even a well thought out one. But the problem is, you don't have to be well thought out to get over that one. You just have to appeal to certain sensibilities, and then all of a sudden people are like, "Oh, that would be good. Let's stop animal cruelty." And they're probably on SSRIs anyway.
It'll probably pass.
Yeah, it'll pass.
According to this New York Times article, there was a guy, one guy,
One guy.
got 135,000 signatures and got it passed to that level.
I wonder how many of them are homeless people.
To Portland from Denver, from Southern California.
What, do we have a photo of this dude? I want to see what this guy looks like.
Of course, he's from Southern California.
Of course he is. He's a vegan. Oh, that's weird. I would have never guessed.
Teacher.
Oh, substitute teacher.
He's getting better now.
What else?
That's all I'm saying. I didn't hear him very well.
Well, they shouldn't. It's a crazy idea. Yeah.
Substitute teacher, vegan, petitions organized.
It's to have a system where we're not killing or hurting animals anymore. I love how I said a system. What are you talking about? What does that mean? What's a system? You talking about nature? What are you talking about? Like, they're gonna kill each other. Stupid. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is it somehow or another less cruel than when a mountain lion gets into a pen of sheep and tears them apart? Yeah. You think the chance of meeting another gay vegan were better in Portland? He's probably not wrong. Yeah, it's probably a good bet. Solid bet. Yeah.
Jesus, just sitting there going, Midland, Texas, Portland, Oregon, Ohio.
Yeah, you got
this chance.
Portland, bro. Go to Portland and take some medication. Just fucking have a good time. There he is.
There we go.
Hey, fella.
He's already gotten too much attention from us.
Yeah. It's, there's a lot of silly people in the world, and, you know, like we were talking about with young people, if you get young people indoctrinated early enough to think that these silly ideas make sense, which is one of the reasons why I love that Kevin Costner moment on your show, when he had explained to that vegan lady.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a good moment.
How cute does it have to be before you care for
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. And what the actual, like, what life gets killed when you're just talking about farming, just food. Yeah, just plowing a field. Or
go build a road. Right? Destroy some fucking organisms, go build a road.
yeah, just riding on those roads. You're in that system. And then there's the bees. Like, the amount of bees that die every year so we can have avocados is bananas.
Bring them in from Brazil. By the millions.
By the billions. And they die. Bees, and then on top of so it's avocados and almonds. Those are the two big ones, right?
Yeah, almonds, you know what's fascinating, and I think we can look it up. Almonds, the amount, it's something like 19 gallons of water is what you have to give to get one almond.
Is that real?
Yeah, yeah, it's fucking bananas.
My doctor told me almonds are really good for it.
Well, you know, it's
roast pork and chicken, even wild-caught seafood, right to your door. I love the ribeyes. Just an excellent cut of meat. I had them last week. It's great stuff. It's high-quality meat from animals that are raised the way nature intended. Outdoors, on lush green pastures, no cages, no crates, no feedlots. Wild Pastures only works with small, family-run, regenerative farms here in the USA. So you're supporting American farmers and the land itself because regenerative farming restores soil, improves ecosystems, and protects biodiversity. What's more, Wild Pastures' nutrient-dense, zero-junk, high-quality meat is around 25 to 40% less than you pay for the same quality in store. And right now, you can save even more with 20% off every Wild Pastures box and free shipping for life, plus $15 off your first box at wildpastures.com/Rogan. That's wildpastures.com/Rogan. Relatively water-intensive crop eats 1,900 gallons of water per minute. That's so crazy.
Oh my God. Here's my day. Like, look, I'm a writer, right? So words matter to me, and when we misuse them in our society, it just bothers me, right? So all these things that we're calling milk, right? Almond milk, right? And I'm just determined to call it almond juice because that's what it fucking is. It's not even almond juice. It's not like we're
It's almond tea almost.
We're taking almonds, pulverizing them, and brining them in water, essentially leaching out the flavor of the almond and adding a bunch of shit to it, sugar.
Well, they added a lot of sugar. My friend Duncan was like, dude, almond milk is good for it. You look at how much sugar is in there? And we were on the phone, and he goes, holy shit! I go, yeah, man, that's why it tastes good. But my doctor told me that I had oxalates in my diet, in my blood test. And he said, your oxalates are kind of high, so are you eating almonds? And I said, yeah. I eat almonds all the time. He's like, yeah, cut back. Because that's where it's from.
Really?
Yeah. Find out how much oxalates are in almonds. I just listened to it. And also, it's a lot of that gluten-free flour stuff. You buy a lot of that stuff. It's like almond flour a lot of times. Right. Almonds are a high oxalate food. Eating them can raise oxalate levels that circulate, get filtered by the kidneys, and appear in urine, which may increase kidney stone risk in susceptible people. Yeah. Almonds contain about 296 milligrams of oxalate per 100 grams, roughly 4 milligrams per nut, putting them in the high oxalate category. Yeah, he said they're not bad. You just have them every now and then, but don't do it on a regular basis. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's high oxalates that people don't think about that can really fuck you up. Kale, for instance. Like, I used to drink kale smoothies all the time until another doctor told me you really should cook the kale. Cook it and then filter out whatever the water's in it. I go, really? I go, why? He goes, oxalates. He goes, you want to cook the oxalates out of them? Really? Yeah, that's apparently what causes a lot of kidney stones. Some folks, they drink a lot of those green smoothies, which I used to do every day. I used to take a bunch of kale, throw in a bunch of apples and some ginger and some garlic, and blend it all up and drink at the beginning of the day. I thought I was doing a good thing. And he was like, you're just blasting your system with oxalates. I was like, oh, why?
There's some fucking eggs, bro.
He said, have bacon. Have some bacon. I'm like, fucking bacon's better for you. But my journey of figuring out what to eat was a long one. It was a long one, and thank God I got this podcast because I had all these conversations with people where I realized, like, oh, so like now the food pyramid's completely flipped, which is hilarious. But it's like I've had enough conversations where I realized, like, oh, all these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they're giving advice, and it's weird. It's weird how much bad advice there is for food and for health and for fucking fill in the blank, almost everything in our society.
The pyramid was created by Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah.
Or Kellogg's, which is Johnson.
Yeah.
Like, how do we get people to eat our shit in the morning and then again at lunch? And then, well, the one thing that we can't control, they talk about, the one thing that we do not have is this massive industrialized meat production. Because there's no economic way to do it. They'd do it if they could. Harris Ranch, which you've probably seen on 5.5 in California, is the closest version of that. But what it is a feed yard, right? Where you can get them together, feed cattle for 90 to 150 days before you go send them off and slaughter them, right? That's the closest thing there is to an industrialized beef industry, because it's a very inefficient way. It's way better to farm, right? It's more efficient to farm than it is graze cattle. So you only want to graze cattle somewhere that you can't farm. At the end of the day, you want to graze cattle or grain and taking protein from protein sources and metabolizing it, right? So you graze them in real rocky terrain with native grasses that you can't farm, you can't till it, you just can't. And it needs to be eaten by something, or weeds will overtake it, right? So grass grows better when it's being grazed. And so there's no way to industrialize that or centralize it. The most centralized it is in the packing house, right? We've got 4 major packing houses that control 97% of the beef industry. And that's starting to change. COVID was extremely helpful for the small farmer and rancher to sit there and get their product out, right? And find they start popping up. People go to these USDA facilities that don't process 800 head of cattle an hour. They maybe do 50 or 50 a day. And now people can go there because they're a USDA facility. They can buy beef directly from them, buy from the rancher, right? And you can control where your food's coming from, as opposed to what was happening, where you get a bunch of, you're going to go get a burger, you're eating some Australian chemical, right, for the most part, or something from Brazil. You're not eating something that you want to eat, right? When you go to a nice steakhouse, the steaks there, they're going to come from most likely Texas, Iowa, Nebraska, Montana. There's some select areas where people are spending that kind of attention and time to raise that kind of quality of beef, right? And it's being done by smaller ranchers, maybe a big ranch, but still operated by relatively few people. 4 6 is 300,000 acres, but there's 12 cowboys.
Wow, 12 cowboys for 300,000 acres is nuts. How do they keep track of everything?
We break it down into pastures. Then you have, and then the pastures fall under, the terminology is this. Say, if you're in Guthrie, there's a camp. We call it South Camp, because it's in the South, and it's responsible for 50,000 acres. Right, which is broken down into multiple pastures that grow between 7 and 10,000 acres. There's one big pasture in that camp. It's like 14,000 acres. And so then you have North Camp. You have what we call, then we have camps around the town of Guthrie. So you break it down into the responsibility of each cowboy's, or somewhere between 35 and 50,000 acres.
Wow. That's a hell of a responsibility.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. But what's really interesting about your shows, particularly Yellowstone, it got people really attracted to the idea of brutal hard work as being romantic. And people really identified with those guys on Yellowstone that were just so dedicated to that ranch, so dedicated to busting their ass and working all day, hard fucking work, and then just hanging out together afterwards. And there's something about that life that's so simplistic and romantic to people that it just really resonated with so many people. They didn't even know that they liked that.
Well, it's uniquely American, right? And the amount of freedom that is. So we move somebody out to South Camp, and we go, okay, so here you are, at your house in South Camp. See you in a week or so. Go figure shit out. Keep track of the cattle. And you give them a string of horses, and they work the horses, and they ride that property. They know every inch of it. And we don't have weekly corporate meetings.
How do they get supplies? Is the house stocked in advance?
Yeah, we go to town. Towns, which is an endeavor, right? Town's 90 miles away. So you go to town once a week, right?
Stock up.
Stock up. Go back.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's
a crazy life.
And people in Korea, not every, this isn't true with every cowboy. There's plenty of cowboys. Typically, they grow up on that ranch, and that's the life that they know, and that's what they want to do, right? But they still go off to college, like almost every one of my Cowboys has a ranch management degree. Like they went to school to study.
What's a good school if you want to be a cowboy?
There's quite a few in Texas Tech. That's a phenomenal ranch management program. A bunch of the guys on the Sixes went there. TCU has a ranch management program. Texas A&M. We have vets that live on the ranch. Obviously, we breed a ton of horses. So our vets, Colorado State's an excellent veterinary school for large animal vets. Obviously, Texas A&M is a phenomenal school. Texas Tech as well. Those are.
Dude, how the fuck do you pay attention to everything? You're running a gigantic ranch and you have about 48 TV shows. How the fuck do you do it? I don't understand it. Every time a new Taylor Sheridan show pops up, I say to my wife, how the fuck is he doing this? Like, where does he have this time?
Part of it is, if you think about it, so my core crew is the same crew I made with Rothschild. But when we had no money, our call time, when I'm on the top of a mountain, with me and my first AD and my DP, Ben Richardson, there's not a producer we haven't seen anybody in a week. And I looked at, we're freezing our asses off at 7 below zero in northern Utah. And I'm like, guys, we could just fuck off to Hawaii and nobody would know for a while. we have their money, and they don't even know. They don't actually know where we are. We're just trusting that we're going to make this movie, which we did. And it was incredibly difficult. But that's the same team that went over and did Yellowstone, which is then the same team that went up and did Mayor of Kingstown with me. And then 1883, 23, Lioness, Landman, Home. And we've promoted from within. I've got PAs that are now first ADs. I've got camera operators that are now directors. So we've promoted from within so everyone understands the way we do it. And it's so freaking efficient. We don't ever have, and because you've been in this industry forever, these people will have meetings upon meeting upon meeting. They'll have a tone meeting where a whole bunch of people are going to sit around and try and talk about the tone of the script. What did you read the fucking thing? You should meant to have a meeting about it? No, we don't have a meeting about it. And then they'll have and this is also networks. They love this shit so that they can have a reason for their existence, right? Guys and middle management people. And they want to have a prop show at or someone's going to come show them all the props underneath. Really? Well, we don't do that shit. Because I'm like, I need your permission to use which big lighter I'm going to use in this fucking thing. How about I just make the decision? And how about we use the same big lighter in all these fucking shows, and I don't ever have to pick a big lighter again. How about that? So we just streamlined it and made it to where it's so efficient. Typically, a TV show will start up, and they'll prep for 12 weeks before they start filming. We do it 4.
Wow. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense that it's streamlined because I've been on shows when they first start out, and it's chaos, and there's a lot of network involvement, and there's a lot of bullshit. But then once it gets going, they go, "Oh, you guys know what you're doing. Yeah, just leave me alone." Yeah,
we're there from the beginning. That's beautiful. We haven't missed. You don't miss.
Right. Well, it's like you don't miss. Like you don't mess with the writing. You don't mess with the storylines. Like you don't have any duds, man. Which is just incredible. It's an incredible accomplishment to have that many fucking shows and all of them be good. And all of them be, very addictive. Landman is so addictive.
it's that show. It's about something very serious, and then I can just throw shit at it.
Yeah.
Let's just take a bunch of old people to a strip club.
Billy Bob is fucking awesome. He's a genius. I love that guy. He's so good on that show. It's like it was made for him.
It was made for him.
I mean, he's done so many things.
I went to Billy Bob before I wrote a word, and I told him, I said, if you don't do this, I'm not going to do it, because I'm not going to chase my tail. He goes, what is it? I said, I said, basically, I want to take your character from Bad Santa and put him in West Texas and run the whole company. He goes, you want the guy from Bad Santa to run the whole company? I said, that's what I want. He goes, that sounds fucking awesome.
Well, it's educational, too. I mean, a lot of people, have no idea how the oil business works, and you watch that show, Jesus Christ, what a crazy job.
It's an insane job, and the other thing about it is we're so completely dependent upon petroleum in every single aspect of our lives. So completely dependent upon it, and we can debate how bad it is or isn't, and we're not debating. The reality is we don't have an alternative. It does not exist. It simply doesn't exist. sit down with any climatologist and any engineer, they're going to tell you our best hope for a replacement of petroleum fuels is cold fusion, and we're 30, 40 years from it being something that we can rely on and reduce little nuclear reactors, like itty bitties, like the size of this country.
That's what they're talking about. They're talking about individual reactors that people have in their homes. And like, how long does it take for these disasters? That's how fucking. Having a really good nuclear power plant for a city is an awesome idea. Having everyone have their own nuclear power plant sounds fucking crazy.
You know,
how many assholes are going to cut into that thing?
Well, people still put fucking metal in microwaves, so I don't think we should.
On purpose.
I've done it. Well, how bad can it really be?
There's people that leave their fucking gas on so that someone could die in the house. We don't have nuts. Level nuclear power plants. Not with these monkeys. Not with the human beings that we are today, our current form. We're not enlightened enough to have personal nuclear power plants in our house. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, so we're dependent upon it.
And that's why we're in around right now. Oh, yeah, also because of Israel. But, I mean, we're in Iran. I mean, the whole thing about it is the oil. The Strait of Hormuz is like, I think it's 40% of the world's oil supply passes through there.
Yeah. Christ. Well, that's and I think also China. Mm-hmm. It's a big play it's a chess piece against China. That's what I think.
Yeah, fucking terrifying.
And I'm not saying we should have or we shouldn't have, not commenting politically, but what those SF guys did in Venezuela was fucking gangster. It's crazy. Whether I'm not saying they should or shouldn't, I'm just saying the team was sent, and then the team. Can you imagine if I wrote in a movie, people would go, "That's fucking ridiculous, Taylor." Right? You're gonna fly a bunch of SF dudes, drop them off on the roof of this high-rise, surrounded by the fucking Cuban Special Forces, and they're gonna kill all of them, and then they're gonna fucking snatch him and his wife, go back to the roof, and just fucking fly away. That's what they did.
And they're going to do it with sound. They're going to disable everyone with a sound weapon. What? Like, do you remember when they first started talking about that Havana syndrome? Yeah, we're dismissing it. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Yeah. Like, now they're talking about people that are in Havana, that they've been targeted, something zapped them.
Low-level frequencies made them nauseous.
Yeah, and I think that is a fraction of whatever they unleashed in Venezuela.
Who knows?
The discombobulator, that's what it's called. A classified secret weapon system President Donald Trump claimed U.S. forces used during the January 3rd operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. He stated that the weapon successfully disabled enemy equipment and air defenses, preventing them from firing back. So it's both. It disables the people and it disables their weapon systems. What? That's amazing. What the fuck are we doing? Official silence asked for specific technical or operational details about how the device functions. Trump famously told the New York Post, "I'm not allowed to talk about it." He says they press buttons. They claim the defense forces pressed buttons and nothing worked, disabling both Russian and Chinese-made rockets and radar. If a weapon affected both mechanical equipment and personnel, he also referred to a sonic weapon being used against Maduro's Cuban security detail inside a heavily fortified fortress. Fucking A, man. I would love to see what that looks like. You know, I bet they have video too.
These guys sure. Yeah. All we're in GoPros.
I'd love to go into a skiff, just show me the video. I want to see what it looks like. I just want to watch. What's it look like when someone gets zapped by sound and gets fully disabled? Like, apparently they just fell to the ground in agony and they couldn't move. Yeah. And they just went in and shot everybody.
Some freaking SF sniper. Yeah. Just freaking on top of that, just raining down on them.
That's crazy. Like, that guy thought he was safe. Crazy. There's some famous video of him saying, "Come and get me."
Oh, yeah. Be careful. What bear you poke.
Also, it's like, none of us know what the tip of the spear technology in weapon systems is available right now. We don't know. They don't tell us. Obviously, no one knew this fucking discombobulator thing existed. This is science fiction, right? If this was 20 years ago, you'd be like, that's not a real thing. But now you're like, oh shit, they used it. So, and not just a concept, they fucking used it. What are they cooking out in the desert in the middle of Nevada? Who knows?
Yeah, think about this. For that to be used, there's something 4 generations past that. 100% they're playing with now.
Yeah, 100%. You know, this whole UAP world stuff, like when they start talking about UAPs, all of my bullshit alarms go off. All of them. It's like, I don't believe if you knew things you would tell us. So I don't believe you're telling us the truth. I think they have some special access programs that they've been working on for decades and decades, and some super high level shit that involves some sort of novel propulsion system, and they have that stuff flying around in the sky. And I think that's what a lot of people are saying. That's what a lot of people are saying. That doesn't discount the idea that there's something else out there, because I think there is, but I think there's a giant chunk of the shit that people are seeing that's ours.
Yeah, testing.
Yeah, testing, doing stuff with it.
If there was an intelligent life form that had stumbled upon our barbaric asses, why would they not go, hey guys, fire up that fucking missile and take, we found this blue planet, we gotta get rid of this thing?
Well, I think maybe every intelligent species that's tribal and territorial has to go through an adolescent period of their evolution. And if you look at human history, you know, I was reading about Vlad the Impaler last night. Jesus Christ, how many of the Ottoman Turks that got killed, and his famous methods of putting people on posts and separating them down the line of the road, so that as these poor guys are traveling to go and fight him, they just see the enemy stuck on skewers and in geometric patterns and shit. He would do them in like stars and stuff. He was a vicious motherfucker, and he's the motivation behind, or the inspiration behind Dracula. And I was reading about that guy, I'm like, fuck, people have always been awful. They've always been awful. But they just, like, as time goes on, they get a little less awful. A little less. Like, we're a little less awful now than we were during Nazi Germany. Not totally great.
Not collectively,
right? Certainly. We're still willing to do genocide. Some of us are. But it's less approved. It's less... more people are horrified at it. It's like human beings are getting a little bit better. It's not as quick as we'd like. I think if I was an alien life form, I would say you have to wait this out. It's like if you have a kid, you gotta let the kid fall down and stumble. You gotta let him get hurt. You gotta let things happen. You gotta let him fuck up and figure it out himself. You gotta figure this out, make it right. You fuck this up. You gotta give him a chance to become better. Right? I think as a civilization, I would think the same thing would apply. You have to give this civilization time to evolve and adapt and get past where it's at right now. And I don't think that you do that by intervening and like grabbing us by the hand and showing us the way. I think what you do is you hang back and make sure that we don't nuke each other, and just sort of pay attention to all the different international ongoings, and just let human beings slowly but surely evolve. Yeah, that's what I would do if I was an intelligent life form observing people.
The interesting thing that we're, as a civilization, facing now, and it's always happened in some capacity when a society gets wealthy, really wealthy, people start to question wealth. How can we be more equitable? And it comes across like compassion, but it really comes down to a debate of what is more valuable to a society. Is self-determination more valuable, or is equity more valuable? And by equity, what I mean is everyone gets exactly the same shit. Everyone. So you take them off of, we're not in a monetary society anymore. Now you're working for the collective. And you hear that word thrown around a lot these days. The problem with working for the collective is who decides who picks up the trash, and who decides who gets to go represent your nation at the Olympics, who gets to decide who gets to. Is someone going to let me go make TV shows? Which, by the way, I wouldn't do for free. It's too fucking hard, right? So now I don't want to do it. Well, you gotta go do the thing. That's what I want to do either. And that's the problem.
And then they force you to do things.
Yeah.
And that's how do they do that?
And so still be, you either have self-determination, or in your attempts to be collective, You have to surrender that. And then you're surrendering it to who? And now you have a dictatorship no matter what the fuck you thought you had. Yeah. It always comes back to that. You can look at Marxism and Leninism and what Lenin was talking about, his hopes, whether they were his hopes or not. But it devolved into an authoritarian regime very, very quickly. And communism, socialism, fascism, Nazism, they're all very, very similar. The differences are superficial. I think Ayn Rand said that they're just superficial variations between the exact same thing, which is the evil of the collective.
The evil of collective and human beings desire to control their people. Yeah. They love to. And anytime you give them a chance where they can feel righteous about controlling people, they can jump at them. And they have an opportunity to classify people. There's good people and bad people. Bad people, you can do whatever you want to them. They're the other. And that happens when every time groups get into power and tell you what you can and can't do. And you're seeing that being embraced. Shocking. More and more all over the world, people are embracing more government power, more government control. That's really crazy. It's really crazy to say.
It's unique. I think that, number one, I think in 30 years when they look back, when we're still suffering from a society from COVID, like still, and not so much from the disease itself, but from our faith in the institutions around us, whether it's government, whether it's the media, whether it's pharmaceutical companies, and the way that it was manipulated to gain power for a political, and it was effective. And so when something's effective, then you just keep doing the same thing until it's no longer effective, right? We did that in our military with one's hearts and minds, right? So that all comes from Japan, right? We're going to win the hearts and minds of Japanese. Well, the Japanese surrendered, like their emperor, and they looked at it as a god. He told the people of Japan after we dropped 2 freaking nuclear bombs on them, hey, we are going to endure the unendurable. We are going to surrender. It's the only way that we can salvage their nation. So they willfully surrendered. And then our government goes and break these hearts and minds. It's not working. It's not working at all. And then they tried it in Vietnam. It didn't work. They tried it everywhere else. We've had a conflict. We tried it. And it hasn't worked yet because what it was based on was flawed, right? Because they chose to be subjugated at that time. And making that choice kept them an independent nation. So our government, it's so dangerous what we're seeing. You can like Trump or not like Trump. It doesn't. People are going to like presidents and dislike presidents. But now defying the rule of law because he happens to be the head of the federal government and openly defying the federal government, the repercussions of that are going to be, okay, fine, you can't stand this man, you think he's a terrible president, and you're not going to follow his laws. But that's the new normal now. So when the president gets in and you do support, then the other side, because we've established this president, they're just not going to follow his laws. Right. And now we've eroded the rule of law. And then what happens?
The slippery slope is very dangerous. I was saying that when the ICE raids were going on, because I was like, okay, I am not in favor of illegal criminals being in this country. However, we're setting a very alarming precedent where you have masked, militarized police with no ID that are running around the cities snatching people up. Like this could set a precedent that could be used by the left if they get into power for something different than just for ICE. We've already accepted the idea of militarized police on our streets, and then people with 7 weeks training, you're just sending them out to snatch up people, and a lot of American citizens are getting caught up in that trap too, unfortunately, and then they have to get released. Like that could be bad if the next party gets in. So if the Democrats get in next and they decide that maybe there's a new COVID strain happens, some new pandemic happens, whatever the fuck.
If you don't get the vaccine, they're going to arrest you, and they start
kind of slippery slopes. You might think, no, we're just trying to get rid of the bad immigrants. I get it. I'm with you. I agree. However, the way they're doing it, I'm not even saying there's another way or a better way. I'm just saying, you want to get them out all at once? Yeah, that's the way to do it. You want to get them out quick? That's the way to do it. Because they got them in quick. You're right. They opened the fucking border. They helped people get in. But now that they're in, if you're going to get them out that way, you're setting a weird precedent. You're setting a precedent that can be used in other ways.
Yeah, that's the challenge is, okay, we need to enforce the law, right? Or don't have them, right? They've enacted the laws. These are the same immigration laws that were on the books when Obama was president, Clinton was president. The same rules. It's the methodology, and you gotta sit there and weigh the pros and cons. Okay, with the pros of trying to eradicate this issue, you can't give it a deadline.
Yeah,
right. It's slippery.
It is slippery.
And again, it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And these politicians right now who are doing all of us a tremendous disservice in Washington, I feel, our elected officials, because they're not thinking beyond this next election. Maybe they never have, right? But they were better at hiding it. Maybe.
I think there's no internet.
But culture.
I think that's what it is. There's no social media.
But I think we've reached a point as politicians talk about eliminating the electoral college, they talk about eliminating the filibuster, eliminating packing courts, all these things because their side's not in power. And so we're just going to take the structure of the government and rework it to benefit us temporarily. But then those same benefits that you have now will be used against you. They will 100% be used against you. I think the most important legislation that we can pass right now is term limits. I think 12 years tops in Congress, and I think probably 12 years in the Senate. 2 6-year terms in the Senate.
That's more than enough time.
Yeah, that's enough fucking time. That's enough. Yes, we don't need anyone else. I mean, I don't know how it's become. How the fuck is Nancy Pelosi paid $400 million? How the fuck? Well, I know how. Yeah, she gets in on all these fucking IPOs.
Exactly.
Right. She's going to pass the legislation that allows Visa to go public, and then she's going to get a big chunk of it. And then when she's confronted about it, look a reporter down the eye and fucking lie to her. I know what you're talking about. I didn't do that. It's public. We know you did it. We can look at how much stock you own.
Yeah.
Fucking liar.
They all do it.
Yes.
People are calling out Rokana.
They get fucking rich. Everyone's getting rich. Yeah. They paid $175 grand a year, and they're all fucking millionaires.
Super millionaires. They're all like she's intensive on it. That's almost $500 million. That's a public servant. That's nuts.
It's insane.
And it's that's what we're used to. We know it's bad, and we just accept it. And people are busy. They have families and mortgages and shit to deal with, so they complain and they keep on trucking.
Yeah, I mean, as we discussed, I have other jobs. I don't have a pile of time to dedicate to. It's tough for me to talk politics because I don't have hours in my day to sift through what's real and not real on Instagram or social whatever. I'm not on that shit. But I can't. It's hard to form an opinion because I don't know where to go to get honest news. Not the news. I know that. You can't turn on the fucking news because they fucking lying to us. They stop being. I don't know if they were ever impartial, but I know that. I remember there was a guy. When I was a kid, he was running for president. His name was Jack Kemp. I remember Jack Kemp. And I want to say it was Dan Rather. It may not have been. It may have been some other newscaster. And there's a debate amongst all these different potential candidates for president. And as he's introducing all of these various politicians, he's saying so-and-so Harvard graduate, law professor from here, and this former senator, and this and that, and the other, this person here. They get to Jack Kemp, and he goes, backup quarterback and born-again Christian Jack Kemp. I'm like, wow, you just sucked that dude. Everyone else We're pushing opinion, and that's where we've gotten with news now. Now news is piss them off and scare the shit out of them. That's how we keep them watching.
And that's the business model.
It is now.
And it's also piss them off and scare the shit out of them, but ignore certain things that your sponsors would like you to talk about. This is why, Tulsi Gabbard, in her final act as director of national intelligence, and she's leaving, she gave that press conference about Fauci, and she talked about how he lied in front of Congress, and that he absolutely used American tax funds to fund gain-of-function research through EcoHealth Alliance, through the Wuhan lab in Wuhan, China, and, no one's covered.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. How many of you are currently listening to this podcast on your phone? If you are chronically online, like most of us are these days, your wireless network should be too. With Visible, you get unlimited 5G and unlimited hotspot, all powered by Verizon's 5G network. The perks of big wireless for half the cost. Visible isn't just a wireless plan. It's unlimited wireless designed to keep you connected and no contract holding you back. Switch today at Visible.com. Plans start at just $25 a month. Or get our premium Visible Plus Pro plan and save $10 on your first month when you use promo code Rogan, an exclusive offer for podcast listeners.
No. And by the way, didn't we all know that already?
Well, we knew it, but my parents didn't. People that just read the newspapers and watch TV, they don't know.
I've never seen anything as flagrantly obvious as COVID coming from the Wuhan lab studying COVID.
Right.
I've never, and you've got fucking news anchors keeping a straight face saying it came from the wet market.
Did you ever see Jon Stewart's bit on it? They did on the Colbert Show?
No.
You never saw it? No. Oh, we need to play it. Let's play it because it's so funny because Colbert just tries to stop him from doing it and push back. And John, he's a great comic, he just gets up from his chair and gets louder and just plows through it.
Really?
Over Colbert's trying to cock block his bit. He's like, seems like it's a funny bit. And he's getting, I'd like to see if you have information on that, I'd like to see it. And he just keeps going, he keeps plowing away. It's very funny. And it's in the middle of it, right? This was a courageous step because he was doing this when calling it out, saying that it came from a lab in Wuhan, China was somehow or another conflated with racism. Remember that?
Yeah.
If you said it came from Wuhan, China, from a lab, you're a racist. How did you pull that off? No one's saying anything. It's racist. It's from fucking China, and it seems like EcoHealth Alliance funded it, and it seems like we funded EcoHealth Alliance.
Yes.
It's a lot of fucking paperwork.
And by the way, there's studies on the fucking disease that they've been doing that are posted on the CDC website. They're posted on the fucking, my favorite was when you catch all the shit about ivermectin.
Yeah.
And literally when that happened, and studies with ivermectin. And a study pops up on the CDC website while people are telling us to not take that shit. And it talks about the efficacy of ivermectin and antiviral properties, specifically COVID-19.
Yeah.
So it's on the government website that the fucking drug works while they're telling everyone to not take it.
And they're mocking me for taking it. Watch this. This is great. Yeah, he stopped because he still wants to put out that establishment position. I'd like to see evidence. If you've got any evidence. Yeah. Well, wild times in the news because I think from then on, that sort of set a shockwave through the majority of the population where just whatever trust they had in the news just got severely eroded. And if we don't have good news, if we don't have trust in the news, then we're kind of adrift. And then you get locked into fucking conspiracy theories and echo chambers online, and you can get trapped in them too, and that's not good either.
Yeah, then there's nowhere to go get information.
Has anybody in NBC, CBS, CNN, have any of those people picked up on that Tulsi Gabbard speech about Fauci and had any sort of contribution to it? I'd like to know that. Because from what I was reading online, none of them had. But this was as of yesterday. I don't know whether or not that's changed. I don't know if they were preparing an article, they wanted to make sure they got all their ducks in a row.
I would think pretty much any time the head of an institute is begging for a pardon when he hasn't been charged with any crime is a pretty good indicator. I want to look and see if there's been a crime committed.
Is he begging for a pardon? I mean,
Fauci was like, he had attorneys, and part of that deal, he had attorneys reaching out to Biden's camp the last day when he got the pardon. The very last day.
So it's just a preemptive pardon. It's nuts, especially when Rand Paul's questioning him, and he's talking to him specifically about what defines gain of function research. And by all account, by every definition, it's gain of function research. And Fauci's still saying, you do not know what you are talking about. With all due respect.
Even though he's a doctor. Yeah. Rand Paul's a fucking doctor.
He's an actual doctor.
And then they say, well, you're an eye doctor. Well, that's my specialty. But before I became an eye doctor, I became a general doctor, which means I studied all the same shit that Fauci studied. You got to go through medical school before you can go pick a specialty. So 4 years of studying the entire body before you specialize in whatever you specialize in.
Well, it's also, then if you read RFK Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci, you find out he ran this exact same playbook during the AIDS pandemic. It was the exact same playbook. That's what the Dallas Buyers Club is about. The Dallas Buyers Club, that McConaughey movie about AIDS, the fucking villain is Anthony Fauci. He's the guy that's stopping them from getting alternative medications. That's the guy that wanted everybody to take AZT. You know why? Because AZT had already been approved. They had already used it as a cancer medication. It was a chemotherapy medication. But they stopped using it because it was too dead. Killing people quicker than cancer was killing them. So the first medication they gave people when they had an immune system that was compromised was a chemotherapy medication that was killing people. And they were giving it to people that were asymptomatic. They were giving it to people that tested HIV positive. And then you know about the PCR testing. So the PCR testing, Kerry Mullis, the guy who invented PCR testing, said publicly about Fauci does not know what the fuck he's talking about. He said fuck, he does not know what he's talking about. And that it's not supposed to be used to detect a disease in a person's body. And then if you ramp up the cycles long enough, just like they did with COVID, where we got by some estimations, 80% false positives because of the PCR method, because they were ramping them up so high. And so they cut it back quite significantly, and that reduced the amount of false positives they had. But there's a lot of people that got tested as HIV positive that probably weren't. And they put those fucking people on AZT. And AZT kills you. Yeah, nuts. Most mainstream outlets are treating it as a serious but unproven political bombshell. They're reporting that Gabbard alleges, stressing the documents are disputed and under review, and highlighting how polarized the reaction is. Mainstream print, Jerusalem Post, Money Control Newsweek summarize her accusations, emphasize that COVID's origins remain unresolved, and note that the claims about Fauci sparking COVID or lying under oath are heavily contested, not yet legally validated. Many stories frame this as reigniting a long-running fight over lab leak versus natural origin. Because that fight is over, kids. That fight's over. If you are in the news and you are saying that there's still a long-running controversy as to whether it's a lab leak or natural origin, shut your fucking dirty whore mouth. Because it's not. The fight's over. It's a fucking lab leak. I say the new documents will need independent scrutiny from Congress, investigators, and scientists before any firm conclusions can be drawn. Okay. Right-leaning media highlight her file dump as vindication for critics, focus on the cover-up narrative, and give prominent space to Republicans like Rand Paul. More centrist or mainstream outlets present it as a straighter news tone, often pairing Gabbard's and GOP's quotes with Fauci's past denials, and nothing there is so far, no judicial finding of perjury or criminal conduct.
What I've never understood is how this became a left or right.
So stupid.
When Fauci, who's a career bureaucrat, right,
some medication for HIV that he used for the COVID vaccine. The reason why it's the only medication is because it is both safe and effective. Guy's a monster. So like he's one of those guys, like throughout history, where you're gonna look back over time and you go, holy shit, this one guy's lives, this one guy's aspirations, this one guy's career fucked so many people over.
Yeah. And I don't understand why Democrats would want to follow that sort of. There's no reason to align.
Because people are stupid and they just decide that because a Republican's a president and anything the Republicans are pushing has to be bad. And that stupid fucking division, it's so silly. It's so silly. It really is. Because the same people during Trump's presidency were openly saying, are you going to trust a vaccine that's created under Trump? They were all saying it. Kamala Harris said it. A bunch of Jordan Reed said it. They all said it.
And then they bet their entire political livelihoods on it.
We deserve better. We really do, or we don't. Maybe we don't. We fucking think they're good. But we're so silly. Such a fucking silly group of human beings we are. That's fucking wild. Not all of us, though. You know, I think less of us now. I think it's going to be way harder to divide people the way they divided everybody in 2020. It'll be way harder now. I think most people are just not buying it. And as long as people wake up to this left versus right nonsense, it's really just a big fucking hustle to keep you fighting with each other. Oh, it's most of it. Oh, for sure. Most of it. Even the ICE stuff that we're talking about. Hey, folks, do you think it's a coincidence that the biggest fucking ICE protests were all going on in the same place where they found all that fraud? That these organized, massive protests were all occurring in the same place where that Nick Shirley cat found fucking billions of dollars in fraud.
Didn't California pass a law? The Nick Shirley law to prevent that specifically that guy from fucking poking around in California?
Yes. I mean, they never referred to it as the Nick Shirley law. The idea is to keep people from investigating fraud, which is outlandish. That is outrageous. That is a crazy thing to emphasize. And the thing, these people are showing up at daycares and looking in. Right, they shouldn't. You're right, 100%. Random people from the internet should not be showing up at daycares with cameras. I agree. However, when there's no one in that daycare for years and years and years, and they can prove that fucking millions of dollars being earned by that daycare, and there's no one in there, it's not fully passed into law. Not yet.
Isn't there a video of that kid like walking up to one of these, and these dudes get out and like drive off in their fucking Bentleys?
I don't know if those are real. There's a bunch of fake videos that were made by people afterwards that were just capitalizing on people wanting to click on something like that. So they're just engagement farming by pretending. Like the guy would show up and they'd go, what are you talking about? Oh, I have no idea what he does, bad acting. And they get in a Rolls Royce like, it's just bullshit. It seemed like bullshit to me. I mean, I'm sure a bunch of those guys made a bunch of money. And I'm sure there is a lot of fraud. And just, like, they're admitting it. Minnesota's admitting it. They knew what was going on forever. You know, and then how about the fact that there's certain politicians that voted against this idea? So one of those ladies that was killed, like there was a lady and her husband that were murdered in Minnesota. And she was one of the few people that voted against providing Medicare for illegals. They were trying to pass some bill involving Medicare and illegals. She was one of the ones that voted against it. And she was killed. The guy who killed her said that Tim Walz sent him to kill them. Now, I don't know if he's full of shit. He easily could be. He's a fucking crazy person. He's a murderer. He showed up at their house with a mask on and fucking shot them dead. And shot a couple other people too. It's like he's, you know, obviously he's fucking cracked out. But kind of weird. Kind of weird that the lady who wants to vote against this obvious fraud, this money that's being somehow or another funneled around through Medicare, like all things that Elon said when he was on the podcast, he said Medicaid and Medicare fraud is one of the biggest fucking problems. And he was looking into it, Doge. He goes, I almost don't want to talk I don't want to get killed because it's that bad. And this was before all this Nick Shirley shit. And now you're seeing it, you're like, oh, now I get it. These hospices that they have, these fake hospices in California, and then all the Somali daycare centers, all the different things that these people are just making. The autism diagnoses went through the fucking roof because now they have these autism centers, so they just diagnose their kids as autistic, and then they're raking in all this money for treatment. It's crazy how much fraud there is. Hundreds of billions of dollars. And just, what a shocker that that's the place where the big ICE protest broke out.
People forget that when Obama was president, he made a big public statement about going after government fraud. And we're aware of it then. I mean, they've been aware of it for it's always taken place. But on the scale, and he tried. And he caught resistance to the point that he wasn't able to do his version of the which was his intention. He gave him a big public speech about it and tried to look into it. And if you're stealing hundreds of billions of dollars, what wouldn't you do to protect it?
Exactly. And that was and also that money for sure makes its way into Democratic coffers. And probably Republican too. I mean, whoever the fuck is going to be whoever's in the game, who's ever going to help out. Whoever wants a piece of this pie. It's a juicy ass pie. It's a $100 million pie. Come get some.
That'll almost build you a grill system in California. You get a mile of track.
Or a second Google bridge.
Fucking car salesman. Have you had that guy on?
No, he wants to be on. I'm sure he talks a lot of shit about me. At first he was saying, Joe Rogan's not a fan of me, but I'm a big fan of him. He was like saying all this.
Doesn't he have his own podcast?
Yeah.
Because that state is running so well. The governor doesn't
got a lot of free time. It's so smooth. If you ask him, he'll tell you how awesome it is. The stats
statistically, people are moving there at record numbers.
Yeah, it's not true. It's not true. It's all the stats, the positive stats, they were already going on before he was the governor. It's California's an awesome place. The fucking weather's perfect. San Francisco has always been an incredible tech hub of geniuses. There's always been a bunch of super wizards up there that are creating some of the best technology in the world, and that has nothing to do with him. It has zero to do with him and all these problems that their inept government has caused. Because that's the real problem with him as a governor. It's a real problem with Karen Bass as a mayor. It's a real problem with whatever the fuck happened in San Francisco. It's bad government. It's not upholding the rule of law, not keeping people safe, being empathetic to people that are shooting up on the street over people that are trying to walk their fucking kids to school. Like, what you're doing is bad for society. It's bad.
And it seems to me that for the most part, if you are a mayor of the city, and when I was writing Yellowstone, the governor of Montana at the time, I called him and asked him, I said, hey guys, told you about what it's like to be a governor. What did you think it would be and what did it turn out to be? And what he said was, Steve Bowler is his name. He said, well, I thought I was going to make all these changes and do this and shepherd this, and I learned that I am the CEO of the state, and that my job as the CEO of the state is to take care of the people in the state, the employees of the state, attract business here, attract tourism here, and try to make the state make more money and make lives better. That's my job. Infrastructure and city management and people management and tourism. That's my job. And to even more acutely to a mayor, you're really the president of the city, you're the CEO of the city, and your job is keep the lights on, pick up the trash, put out the fires, deal with the sewage, keep it safe. Like, that's it. There's no social anything secondarily, possibly, but run the schools, run the city. And you have it a lot of these big urban areas where they're so agenda driven, and they're pushing a social agenda. They're not running the cities. They're not running them at all. And so they're running into the ground. And it's tragic to see because San Francisco, like you said, it's a beautiful city. LA used to be a fat place where you could go and make your dreams come true. San Francisco was awesome 10 years ago. Just 10 years ago. I filmed my special Triggered in the Fillmore in San Francisco in 2016 was great. No problems. No homeless people everywhere. It was normal San Francisco. Good old cool restaurant. People are cool. Always been like a smart city. Interesting architecture. Always been a great city. I lived there from the time I was 7 to 11. Yeah, I loved San Francisco. It's unrecognizable. 10 years. That's it. 10 years of fucking asinine government. And also, this homeless thing, when you realize that it's an industry, I mean, the homelessness is valuable. Having homeless people on the streets is valuable because you can get more money to deal with this obvious homeless problem. The more obvious the problem is, the more money they're going to throw at it. They don't have to fix it. There's no intention to fix it. Right? They're giving out free needles here. Yeah. Get high here. I was just somewhere where my first experience seeing the homeless in this magnitude. And the one thing that's evident instantly is they're all so completely strung out of drugs. Like, this fentanyl thing is no fucking joke. Like, the zombies leaning against every corner. And to me, it's cruel. Right? Yeah, like, if someone's to that point and you want to help them, don't give them a fucking iPhone and some more needles. How about you pick them up off the street and you take them somewhere and go, look, there's a curfew here, and you ain't doing no drugs. We're going to clean you out. And some aren't going to want that. They're going to want to go back on the street and do drugs. And the addiction and the consequences of drugs that are bad. I had surgery, they had put me on fentanyl. I had neck surgery, and they put me on fentanyl. There's high, and there's that shit. And that was done by an anesthesiologist. I wasn't self-medicating in the fucking parking lot. Right? What'd you do? C67. Fusion? No. I had the disc, yeah. Just cut some of it down? Yeah. It's okay now? Yeah. How long ago did you get that done? It took maybe 3 years ago. Yeah. Wish that 2 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago. If that ever happens again, don't do that. Don't? Well, it'll happen to this. Yeah, I'm sure it will. There's other ways. There's PRP can help it. Virginicine helped mine. I had a pretty bad bulging disc in my neck. What's Virginicine? Virginicine is, they used to have to go to Germany to do it. I know Peyton Manning went there, Kobe Bryant went there, and Dana White actually flew to Germany to get it done. It's like an advanced form of platelet-rich plasma where they take your blood. There's a process to it. So pull it up, Jamie, because I can't remember what the process is. But they spin it in a centrifuge for like 10 hours, and then you come back the next day, and they inject it, and it makes this very potent anti-inflammatory, and they inject it around where the injury is to the disc. And it provides, like, within weeks, amazing relief. And for me, completely cured. I had a point where my fingers were going, yeah, that's what the German, go back up. So German physician Dr. Peter Welling, the treatment focused on blocking a specific inflammatory protein, interleukin-1. So they take the blood out, they draw your blood, and then the blood is heated to body temperature to trigger the production of a natural anti-inflammatory protein called IL-1RA. And then they spin it in a centrifuge, separating out the protein-rich serum. The serum is then injected directly into the painful joint or tissue. It was remarkable for me for knee injuries. I did it a bunch of times. I used to do it. They moved it. You used to have to go to Germany, and then Santa Monica, they opened up an office. It's lifestyle medicine. That's what it's called, right? And then that's where I had it done. And it's incredible. Like, I had it done my entire back. Like, there's a picture of me on Instagram with a bunch of these fucking tubes. That's me right there. There's a bunch of those tubes, my hairy ass back. And it was incredible. I mean, it really fixed so many problems that I had. It's really great for, specifically for back injuries, knee injuries, stuff like that. There's a lot of good biological options. There's also decompression. It's very important. I have a harness that I attach to a pull-up bar and it straps under my chin, and I just like let my weight drop down and decompress my weight on my neck. I do that every day. And I also have this thing called a Dex 3. It's
Dex 2 or Dex 3. You hang forward. It's like Teeter makes it. You know that company that makes those decompression tables? But this one's even better because you just hinge from the hip. So you're not supporting it at all with your legs. And it's just your back just goes like pop, pop, pop. Like you can feel it. I'll show it to you. We have one out here. We have 2 of them out here. Right out, at the gym. They're the shit. I have one at home. I will not have one. I have to have one. It's so good for just decompressing your back. You need to decompress the neck too. Anytime you're doing anything, if you're deadlifting or squat, obviously you're lifting a lot of heavy weights. And anytime you're lifting weight, you gotta think of all that pressure's on your back, all that shit washing down, and you gotta do something to stretch it out, stretch it back out. But there's ways to heal it now without taking away the discs. The problem is every time they cut away a piece of your disc, you have less disc. Yeah. So the good news is there's some treatments that they're doing now where they're actually injecting some sort of hydrogel into the disc itself. So I asked Brigham from Waste to Well about that. They're looking into it. They're trying to. Apparently, this is not being done widely yet. This is just experimental. But they're going to be able to do that. There's also some places like CPI, Cellular Performance Institute down in Tijuana. They've successfully been injecting stem cells into people's discs. And it causes the disc to regenerate tissue and get thicker and healthier. Really? Yeah. Shane Dorian, my friend, he's a pro surfer and big wave surfer and bow hunter. He went down there and he said it was remarkable. He said within a couple of months it was like a 30 to 40% increase in range of motion, really decrease in pain. Yeah, you can feel it. It's kind of an annoying process because once you do it, you can't really do shit for like 6 weeks. Like once you, I think it's 6 weeks.
Well, that's what's the same with the surgery. You're not doing shit for 6 weeks after that.
But you can't lift weights. You can walk. You know, it's all the whole thing's like let everything take. Like let it take. Let it heal up. Don't do anything stupid. Don't re-injure it. Don't aggravate it. Like give it a chance to actually do its magic.
Yeah, I'll look into that for sure.
But any neck injury or back injury is such a motherfucker. Anytime your back goes out, you're like, everything you do is like, it's so hard to do anything. It's like you realize like how nice it is to be healthy when whenever you get hurt.
Yeah. Back pain, that's what killed my stepfather.
Back pain. They just get on pills.
Yeah.
And I have a friend in the family that did that.
Yeah, he was I remember one time fishing up in Wyoming. And he was like, I can't do it. Back hurts too bad. And he went in and had a surgery and made it worse. It was a real risk when you start messing around with the spine, right? And so, and then it was, those were serious pain. Now we're talking oxy.
Now you're just agony.
Now you're on the clock.
Yeah. You can only use that shit for so long.
Yeah. Now you're on the clock.
Oxys are fucking terrifying. They're so terrifying. So terrifying how readily they were handing them out too forever.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Painkiller, the Peter Berg thing that he did for Netflix?
No, I didn't.
Fucking great, man. So Matthew Broderick plays such a great creep. Oh, he played the Sackler brother. The Sackler, really? Yeah, the head of the family. That started this whole opiate problem that we have in this country. It's fucking terrifying because it's all real. And then people never go to jail. Who knows how many people are dead because of that? Yeah. They generated fucking billions and billions of dollars, killed a bunch of people, ruined countless lives. How many lives of people that are connected? Your dad gets hooked on that shit, ruins your relationship with your family. You wind up being all fucked up because you grew up with a dad who was on pills.
No, generational. Yeah, generational damage.
Oh, God, yeah.
And these guys put their feet up.
Yeah. They go to a fucking nice country club and have a lobster. Cocksuckers. There's so many of them in this world. That's genuinely evil.
Yes.
It's real demons. Because that's a real demon. Like, people want to think demons live in hell. That's kind of may or may not be real. But they're on Earth. There's demons.
They're right here.
Yeah. And they justify it. They figure out a way to justify it. And they're around a bunch of other people who justify it too. And they can just immediately dismiss any pain or suffering because they got a huge amount of profit from it.
Yeah, those are the fuckers.
Those are the fuckers. Yeah, they're out there.
And it doesn't take many of them to create real carnage. I mean, think about that. Think about the opiate issue in this. It's still, it was the gateway to fentanyl, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was the gateway to fentanyl, but it was also, it's like they were doing those pain management centers down in Florida where they just only prescribed as pills. So you would go and like, I'm in pain, and like, oh, Taylor, we've got the solution. It's right next door. Then you go right next door to their pharmacy, and all their pharmacy has, like, they don't have a pen game over there. They have toothbrushes. Oxy. Yeah. We got Oxy, buddy. This is the solution. Fun.
Yep. Yep. That's the real drug trade.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, the cartel is basically getting the scraps. They're making trillions of dollars off of scraps.
Think about this. Did you even know what fentanyl was 15 years ago? I never heard of it.
No. I don't even remember when we first heard about it, but when we first heard about it on a podcast, we were talking about it, and we found the amount that's lethal. They showed it next to a penny. And you're like, what? That can kill you? And people are taking that? And they're mixing that in cocaine? Oh, fuck.
They're overselling these on the side of the road.
Yeah. Philadelphia's bad too. There's a bunch of cities that are just real bad with it, and it doesn't have to be that way. And what's interesting is this Ibogaine initiative that Rick Perry and Brian Hubbard were pushing in Texas, and that I went to the White House to get Trump to be involved in. They're trying to make this so that it's you have a right to use, or right, I think they call right to use or right to try for people that are addicted, and they're trying to make it more readily available and accessible to veterans. That's the thing that can help all these people. What is it? Ibogaine. You don't know what that is? Ibogaine is it comes from the iboga tree in Africa, and it is this very potent psychedelic that has no recreational use at all. It's not fun. Nobody likes it. It's not like you trip, you see zombies and fucking hang out with aliens. You go into this very dark experience for like 24 hours where it like replays your life to you in a very uncomfortable way, and also somehow or another rewires addiction in your brain. And for a large percentage of people, just one dose is good enough to get them off of everything, whatever they're on, whether it's alcohol, gambling, coke, whatever the fuck it is. But for 2 doses, when they do it twice, it's significantly better. And it doesn't just do that. Rick Perry, who was the Republican former governor of Texas, was staunchly anti-drugs. He said this is his main focus in life now, is to promote this. This is his goal in life, because he did it, and he had an incredible reaction to it, and he knows so many veterans who do it. It's incredible for PTSD. Or another, it has neuroregenerative properties, where he went there and they said, he went to his doctor before, and the doctor did a whole scan of his body, and he said, look, you've got a certain amount of age-related brain atrophy. It's like, it's fine, but it's normal that you're 73 years old or 74 years old. So he goes and does the Ibogaine, sees his doctor a short time afterwards, and the doctor says, it's 25% less atrophy than when you got the last scan. And he explains to him the whole Ibogaine thing. He goes back 6 months later, it's all gone. He has no brain atrophy anymore, which is bananas. So it's regenerating brain tissue. It's making his brain work better. And it's just...
The pharmaceutical companies aren't going to let that shit out.
Well, they didn't like it. They didn't like that I bypassed them and went straight to Trump and told them about it. But Trump was very open to it. He said, what are you looking for? You're looking for FDA approval? Like, let's do it. That's literally what he said. And then a week later, we were at the White House and he was signing it. So it's incredible. But so many veterans have had to go over to mostly Mexico, but Costa Rica, there's a bunch of different places that they go where they can have these Ibogaine retreats. And these guys have had incredible results. Marcus Luttrell, he had an incredible result from it. He had real problem drinking. Obviously, he's the guy that Lone Survivor. The movie's based on his experiences over in Afghanistan. So this guy, he's done it. He's gotten over it because of that. Like, there's Sean Ryan, long list of guys who have had this experience and completely changed them. Dakota Meyer did it. So many of these guys did it. And because of their stories, because all these veterans, then it kind of opened up the idea to a lot more right-wing people that would maybe be like more hesitant to accept something like this. Then on top of it, no recreational use. Like, no one's like, boy, I can't wait to do that again. Everybody's like, holy shit, this sucked. I had diarrhea, I threw up, I was horrified for fucking 12 hours. It apparently just takes you through every aspect of your life, like review like a movie. All the times you've ever hurt people, you see it from their perspective. Like, yeah, it's a very dark experience for a lot of people. Especially a lot of people who fucked up a lot of their life. Wow. Yeah, but if those people had access to Oxy and all these homeless people that you see strung out, if instead of just giving them needles and an iPhone and like profiting off of it, if somehow or another these assholes can figure out a way to profit off of these centers where you can bring people in and give them Ibogaine retreats, maybe that would be a nice little fucking exit strategy for all these grifters that have been profiting off of the homeless industrial complex for so long.
Yeah, but you know, they're not trying to solve problems.
No, they're trying to make money. That's what I was saying earlier when we were talking about charities. That's the saddest thing that I've come to the realization that most nonprofits are fucking scams. Like, most of them. And this guy was like reading off like the average amount that these people that are in charge of the homeless program in LA are making. It's an extraordinary amount of money. It's a great living. They're not doing it because it's like some sort of very charitable thing that they really want to save the world and help people. They're making tons of money.
And they're from their performative entrepreneurs. If you think about it, come up with a problem, then go pitch some version of care and solution to a government, and take the fucking money and never solve the problem. Because as soon as you solve the problem, and if you do somehow accidentally solve it, then go find another one.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why shows like Yellowstone in particular that show like people that are proud to work hard and really get like deep satisfaction out of that life. And there's something about that it really like it resonates with people. Like, there's a better way than just bullshitting people. There's a better way than fraud and nonsense and all this political horseshit that's pumped down your throat or everything. No, how about a fucking just a sleeping bag and the stars? How about that? Just lying there with your horse tied to a tree. Is that really what everybody wants? Doesn't really everyone want to cook their dinner over a fire and laugh with all their friends? That's what they really want. That's just really sounds good. Simple. Something really good. Something that's like it's not that simple because it's hard to do all that shit. But there's something about it that's pure. It's pure. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
You spend a lot of time outside, right? And the entire thing's an endeavor, right? If you go on, bow hunting, you're gonna practice and prepare before you go. Then you're gonna hike your ass in somewhere. You have to set up a camp, and all of these are tasks before you even go up to do the thing you were there to do, which is going to be another task. But the completion of them is the reward, and the fact that you're doing it yourself. Everything done yourself. I think that's why people are so attracted to the life. That's where I've got, third generation cowboys that got a degree in ranch management to come back and make, $3,000 a month and couldn't be happier.
It's wild, isn't it? It's really wild when you think about it. It's wild when people actually gravitate towards it. Because they say that, have you ever seen that Werner Herzog documentary, Happy People? No. It's called Happy People, Life in the Taiga. And it's all about these trappers that live on the Taiga River in Siberia. And all these people do is trap and hunt and fish. They don't have any other way to make a living. That's all they do. And they're so fucking happy. And they're all laughing together and drinking together and hanging out with their dogs. And their dogs are sled dogs. And so they're on snowmobiles and the dogs are chasing behind them and the dogs hunt with them. And these fucking people have like zero mental illness. And when they're talking to them, they're talking in Russian, so it's all translated. But when they're talking about like the way they talk, it's like this is how you're supposed to live. This is real life, and they're all happy.
There's a guy. I'm gonna get his name wrong. It's like Primature, something like that. And he in the '60s.
Dick Premikin.
That's it.
Yeah, the guy who lives in Alaska.
Went up, said bucket. Went up way into the wild, and built by hand a cabin and lived there and documented part of it with a Supreme camera or whatever film with it. Yeah. And filmed himself. I mean, he lived for 45 years. He was 80-some years old when he finally was too old to get through another winter when he came down. And he just built this cabin. Lived, fished, grew potatoes.
There he is. Pranicky. That's how you say his name. P-R-O.
If you haven't watched that documentary, it's fascinating.
It's amazing. Yeah, look at the difference. What is it? Oh, this is the. Oh, why did they show 2023? This guy, when he documented all of it, it's so attractive. There's something about the way he's living. He's by himself, which is also wild. Like, how do you not get lonely?
Well, there's that.
I lose my fucking marbles. I need people. I need to talk to somebody. I don't think I'd be like that. But it's so attractive.
But the notion of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, there's something about it. It's like deeply ingrained in our DNA. It's not just that. It's like it's a healthy interaction with the wild world. There he is. Like, he made all that shit himself. That's what's crazy. Yeah. The whole thing. He made his own tools. He made it. It's really cool. I think wasn't he a lumber man or something like that? Look at fucking pretty that is. My God. This is right in front of his house. He just built a house out there. Alaska's amazing, man. I mean, the winters can suck a dick, but just the actual being there in the place and the people they're clearly like extraordinary people. Like when you go and just even hanging out in a bar in Anchorage, like you guys are different. They're like more reliable. They're sturdier people.
No matter where you live in Alaska, you're gonna have to be tough.
Yeah, you have to be. They were laughing about some guy who got stomped to death by a moose because he was throwing snowballs out of the town. Like, okay, that's something you guys have to think about. You might get stomped to death in front of the ATM machine.
Maybe don't throw a fucking snowball at a 1,000-pound animal.
Yeah, well, you can catch a cow with her calves and she'll stomp you out or what. So, it's a book. Pranicky says he turned his back on tedious 50-hour work weeks and moved to Alaska to do a thing to completion. He built the cabin when he was 51 and lived there for more than 30 years. Wow. Where's that area? The Twin Lakes and Lake Clark National Park? There's another guy that lives up there that lives near the Arctic Circle. Vice Guide to Travel did a piece on him years ago. It's the same kind of deal. He lives in a cabin, and he's been up in that cabin since the 1970s. He never saw 9/11. He saw a photograph of it years later. He's just been up there in the woods. He hunts caribou, and he has them all like hanging up, like frozen because it's frozen outside. Like fences outside is cooler. And while they're there, a grizzly tries to steal a stash. He has to shoot the grizzly. It's crazy.
Really? What's that called?
It's called Vice Guide to Travel, and it's Heimo's Arctic Adventure is the video series. And what's interesting, this is like the early days of Vice. Vice was really cool. And they get this fucking nerd with glasses, probably from like Williamsburg, who flies out to Alaska to hang out with this guy. And these journalists were like hardcore. These young kids they knew they were doing something kind of crazy, and they would go to war zones. Like that's how Tim Pool started out. These guys would go to fucking war zones and get shot at. They had bulletproof vests on and shit. They'd be doing real investigative reporting. And so this guy just really went up there and hung out with this dude in Alaska for like a week and was talking to him. He's like, what's so great about this? He's a very intelligent guy. He's not the guy who's this guy Heimo. See me a guy.
They're still posting stuff. There's the last Alaskans.
Oh, he's still posting stuff.
They have a YouTube channel.
Oh wow. Oh wow. So yeah.
And they're just talking about podcasts every second ago.
Interesting. They're talking about podcasts.
Our podcast.
Oh, because we talk about it.
So as you heard, your picture popped
That's it. That's me talking about, see if you can find the Vice Guide to Travel, because that's where I found out about it. So this he's like one of the last people that's allowed to live up there. He has like a notice posted on his cabin because he's grandfathered in. I don't think you can build a cabin up there anymore. This is afterwards. Might be it. But I think it's called Heimo's Arctic Adventure. Yeah, Heimo's Arctic Refuge. That's the article.
Nice website isn't really one of the most well-kept things on the internet these days.
Put in Arctic Adventure.
I'm guessing that the article was the first thing and then they went and followed to make a video and that's what this was.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah, see, it's Heimo's Arctic Refuge.
Right. That's probably it. They could have just changed the name. I think they did, or maybe I remember it wrong. Either way, this guy's premise is that this is really how you should live. This is how people. Yeah, that's the guy. So you see this nerdy cat is hanging out. He looks so out of place. This is it. And he's got this caribou that he shot, and then they're hanging frozen, and he just saws off a piece and throws the frozen steaks onto the grill, cooks it over wood, and this is how this guy lives. And that's all he eats. He's just eating caribou and salmon, and he lives up there all year round, man. And it's, he's just very happy. And this is the weird part about it, is how happy people live like this are. I think that's in our brain. That's how we're designed to exist with nature. We're designed to be hunter-gatherers. We still have the same DNA as people like tens of thousands of years ago.
And cities started maybe 10,000 years ago in some form, right?
Yeah, depending on who you ask. I think we're wrong with that too. I think they're starting to change their perspective of when the actual civilization emerged because of stuff like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. They found these immense structures that were 11,800 years old that were buried. But this guy was like a big sheep herder in the 90s, found it. Found like a stone that was like sticking out of the ground weird, and kicked it with his boots, like knocking some dirt off, and then he brought in some archaeologists, and then they discovered this massive complex, these like huge circles and giant stone columns and 3D animals carved in them, and they carved it into the ground, and it was intentionally covered up somewhere around 11,000 plus years ago. So like, what the fuck is this? Like, they didn't even know what the civilization was, like why did they build this, what's the purpose of it. I think there's a lot of people that debate whether or not what's depicted on it is a calendar, is it a marking of an event, does it show the flood, what is this? It's weird stuff, man, like really weird stuff. I think there's more of that than you'd like, that makes people comfortable, and archaeologists are very hesitant to accept it. But I think
that whole deal, right? Like your relevance being upon you discovering this thing. When they found the Clovis point, so then we're dating everything off of that. Anyone finding anything else is going to render that guy's discovery less important. And there's at one point we thought there was this logical evolution of man from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens, and now we know that there were at least 4, maybe 5 species of humanoid living at the same time. At least 5.
Not only that, it's like really difficult to make a fossil. Most people are going to die, and their bones going to be gone in 100 years.
It's just what we've been able to find. We're basing an entire science upon incredibly incomplete discoveries.
We're basing entire science on a very limited number that can even possibly exist. Like, I think if you take into account how many dinosaur bones have been found, and then how many dinosaurs existed, and for how many hundreds of millions of years dinosaurs existed, and you realize, like most shit doesn't make a fossil. So we don't even know how many different dinosaurs that they just discovered a new one recently. We don't even know how many existed that we never found fossilized.
If they didn't run through some lava pit or tar pit or something, how would you
And every so often, some new form of ancient human pops up. And we're like, oh, what's this one? What the fuck is this one? Just weird ones. They're all over the place. There's a fucking ton of them. Denisovans. There's the one in, I believe it was in China, the pig-headed people. They're quite a bit larger. Is there in Texas? Yeah, that's Dinosaur Valley State Park. Wow. That's Glenrose, Texas. That's crazy. How crazy is that? Look at those footprints. That's so nuts. That is so nuts. That dinosaur left those. How long ago? 113 million year old dinosaur tracks. What the fuck, man? And we're just like, what is he? What? That thing, and how much did it fucking weigh? I mean, break into that, which is now granted, right? But at the time, it's probably some mixture of mud and ash from a volcano that came together. Right, probably. So, right, I wonder what the animal was. Do they know which dinosaur it was? God, those footprints are so dope. That's so wild. One of the first guy who found it was discovered after a drought, so... Oh, that's even cooler. So it was underneath the water the whole time, and then when the river dried up completely in most locations, allowing for more tracks to be uncovered here in the park. Wow, that's sick. That's the animal. Believed to be animal, yeah, they wouldn't know for sure. It belonged to two types of dinos, including Acrocanthosaurus. I don't think they found any fossils or anything to be. That's even crazier, right? All you find is the feet. Think about how many died there. Think about how many just got eaten by other animals and shit out. I mean, most stuff that lives, you know as well as anybody, you very rarely find skeletons in the woods. No, the mice are going to eat it. Yeah, somebody's going to eat it. And most of what you find in the woods, within a couple of years, everything's going to look like. This last time, if you're a hunter, good luck finding a dead mountain lion. They must die. They must die. I don't know anybody's found a dead mountain lion. I've never found one. I've never seen one. There's thousands of them. They die. Where are they? Fucking nature takes care of everything. And that's what would happen to most fossils. Yeah. That's why most fossils don't happen. I mean, when people die, they don't get fossils. A local schoolboy found some of these. Wow. Look at the size of those next to that dude. That's crazy. Imagine you ran home and tried to tell your parents. That's what I wouldn't even know dinosaurs really were back then. How would they know? Well, there's a lot of people today that don't even think dinosaurs are real, which is hilarious. There's so many knuckleheads online. But we have a very limited amount of information that we're basing the entire history of the Earth on the planet. What do you describe it as in 1910? With three-toed giant lizard. I don't even know what you're saying. How would you even be sure that was a footprint? Look at this, then you gotta go tell everybody else in the town to come follow you out there and find it. Right, in 1910, did they even have drawings of dinosaurs? Well, I would think they would have found some of the bones. I'm sure. I think we figured that out, right? I think we talked about that. Didn't they first start finding in the 1800s? Isn't that what it was? But yeah, it's not. I mean, if you think about how many different things died and just were absorbed by the earth, just gets eaten, shit out, swallowed up, just destroyed by time and erosion, and never became fossils. We're basing the entire history of the planet on a limited amount of information. And that information, it never gets younger. It always gets older. The more stuff they found, like they found a modern version of human beings that pushes the timeline of humans back another 300,000 or 400,000 years. And that keeps happening. Well, they thought that people crossed the Bering Land Bridge 12,000, 14,000 years ago. Now they've pushed that back 10,000 years. Yeah, they found those footprints in White Sands, New Mexico, and those are 22,000 years old. It took a giant flood to come wash away layers of sediment. That's been so muddy around, I guess. Wow. And they started digging. That's fucking cool. That is so cool. And this is in 1952 they did that? No, 1908. That way, pictures are from 1952. Oh, okay. It must have just kept maybe flooded again 50 years later. Flooding to happen here fast. When did they high desert and found this little tiny thing. I looked down, I go, oh my god, it's a fucking arrowhead. And you just think, some dude who knows how many hundreds of years ago shot thousands.
We found a bunch. My mother took them to the museum and they dated them. Some of them, and they can look at it. They know various styles, right? They go, oh, this was made by. This is 2,200 years old. This is 1,000 years old. This is when they started doing this.
Yeah. It's a big one.
1677 was when the first scientifically recorded dinosaur bone was described. Although it says people have been digging them up for thousands of years, but
they didn't know what the fuck it was.
This one says he even thought it belonged to a giant human.
This is one from here. Yeah, a friend of mine got that up in his ranch. Remy Warren told me that's probably what we used for fishing because it was so big.
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was like, that's interesting. Because I guess when you're dealing with old bows that didn't have a whole lot of power, you really wouldn't want a big wide cut because you wouldn't get enough penetration to get through the rib cage. Unless you're really close, is it be more spear? No, it would be not an arrow. It would just be something that you shot at a fish because it's easier to penetrate than, like, say, a buffalo, where they would use a smaller head. They're just trying to get penetration. That's just an amazing thing. You're finding just this piece of ancient history where people had no internet, no books, no nothing, just flint knapping using tendons and shit. Yeah. And then trying to practice with those bows and figure out how to do it while you're on horseback too. It's crazy. So where you grew up, on the ranch you grew up, you find them all the time? What was the oldest shit you found?
I can't remember, but I remember being thousands of years old, a few thousand years old. But we had my mother had this wicker basket that was like this big, and it was full of arrows. Wow, I find there's possible.
That's crazy. It just makes you think, like, how long did people live on that land? How many hundreds, thousands of years did people live on that land?
Yeah. And we passed through or had battles with them battles.
Yeah.
Or you find them like we found them. Every single time it rained, there was this stock tank behind our house. Maybe it's half mile to the stock tank. Whatever. You could find 4 or 5. So was that a trading depot? Was that some place where people went to trade? And then I always think, how do you lose as hard as it must be to make? You think once you've shot that arrow, you're going to go look for the arrow. You spend hours making this.
They must have shot so many for so long. They probably shoot them every day. They probably had somebody back at camp making them every day.
There's probably some guy that's his skill.
Yeah.
Maybe when people got older, they couldn't run.
Right. Maybe.
They sat back and
right. Yeah, and that guy makes the arrows, and maybe somebody else makes the bows, and this guy's going out and shooting a deer and bringing it back. When you're doing a show like 1823, how much research did you have to do to try to get that right? Because that was, in my opinion, one of the best theatrical things that I ever watched, movie or television show, that I feel like nailed what it must have been like to try to travel across the country, to be a civilized person living in the city, and try to make your way across the country and just experience the wild shit those people here saw.
there's a few things. So a lot of research. But interestingly, I had
bunch of people that have been living like that for decades, just fucking people up, just waiting for you. Here they come. Let's get them. That was what their thing was.
Yeah, now if you were some river crossings were incredibly dangerous. And then trying to, if you didn't have an experienced guide, fucked. Truly fucked. Because you can pick the wrong way and run out of water. Go wander around in a circle, you get up there on the Great Plains to where it's flat and you don't know how to read the sign. You don't know where you're going. People go out there in big giant circles.
Yeah, I was reading something about that the other day. That people tend, for whatever reason, always walk in a counterclockwise direction when they get lost. And that even if they're left-footed or right-handed or left-handed, it doesn't seem to matter. Humans, when they walk, if they get lost, like in the woods, they walk in circles, and they almost always walk in a counterclockwise direction. And so this article was explaining that if you find yourself lost and you think you're running into the same places, most likely you should veer towards the right, because you're most likely moving towards the left. For whatever reason, people tend to do that. What if there's like a scientific explanation? See if there's, put that in perplexity. See why people move in a counterclockwise. Perplexity doesn't know shit. Doesn't have any woodsmanship.
I never understood getting lost in the wilderness. I didn't understand it.
Really?
I understand not knowing where you are. But, but I never understood getting lost.
You must learn how to use a compass early.
Yeah, when the sun.
Yeah.
Right? If the sun comes up in the morning, you're facing it.
Right.
Behind you is west, to your left is north, to your right is
Some
south.
people have zero experience. People tend to loop often counterclockwise when lost because small errors in our internal sense of straight ahead accumulate. And humans also have a subtle left turn counterclockwise bias, whose exact cause is still unclear. That's so weird. In lab and field experiments, blindfolded people tend to walk straight without landmarks, almost always end up curving into large loops instead of moving in a straight line. People told rather to walk straight without landmarks. Wow. This happens because without internal clues, external clues like the sun, distant objects, or visible path, small random errors in balance and body feedback build up until the path bends enough to close into a circle. Wow. That's got to be so disheartening. You go walking for days, and then you pass the same dead tree, and you're like, oh my god, we walked in a fucking circle. Pedestrians everywhere exhibit a counterclockwise bias, wired to walk counterclockwise. During COVID, scientists studying social distancing noticed people seem to prefer moving counterclockwise. That's so weird. The tendency is fundamentally individual rather than collective. What does that mean? So every individual does it, I guess, rather than a group of people just following the leader. Pretty wild. So when people get lost, some people have just zero experience being in the woods at all, and they just don't know where to go. Where are we? And they just fucking freak out, and then they panic because they think, what's out there? I gotta live down. And you realize that once you're out there, nature doesn't give a fuck if you make it. No, it doesn't care at all. It's heartless, completely oblivious to your desire to stay alive. It's not interested in what you want to do at all.
No, not at all. It's ambivalent.
But that's also part of the beauty of it, right? Yeah. When you're out there, especially if you take yourself seriously. Yeah. You're out there, you're like, oh, shit.
It'll test you.
Yeah. When you're writing a thing like 1823, like you're doing all this research and you read the diaries from you said your great-grandmother,
Like
great-grandmother. Did you ever think like putting some of those letters online so other people can read them?
There's plenty of there's any number of published books of very similar journals.
I know, but it'd be kind of dope for people to read about your great-great-grandmother.
Yeah, nothing happened. Right?
That's still interesting.
And freaking whatever weird shit they had for dinner that night. So and so was rude. We stopped in this beautiful valley.
They got lucky. It's interesting just as a window into time.
Yes. Well, what's interesting really is how well written the journal was. Right? Because everyone
Was very educated. Was better educated.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's weird, right? When you read like Civil War letters, you're like, wow, these guys are fucking smart.
I have letters from my grandfather who died in World War II. Love letters from him to my grandmother. Years of them. They enlisted in 1941. And then went off and became they flew a, it was the B-19, flew the bomber. And wrote all these letters to her. And I have all those things, just magnificent. Just the way that people just be so eloquent in a letter to, your wife.
Yeah, my beloved. Things like that. Yeah. It is weird, like the deterioration of our ability to express ourselves. The common person's ability to express themselves. Like, you wouldn't have expected that back then, I bet. If you can tell people about the future, you're going to have the answer to any question on your phone. You have a small device in your pocket. It's also acts as a flashlight. You're going to be able to pick that thing up and ask it anything you want. Instantaneously, it's going to give you a result. Like, oh, people must be brilliant. No, the avatar.
Because they don't learn anything. Right? You can ask a machine. The machine's done all the learning. You just get an answer that you didn't learn. Right?
That's the word. Yeah, just like equity. The problem with equity is you didn't earn it. The problem with having the same results spend blocks of time, typically 1 to 3 hours at a stretch, on letter writing, and heavy correspondence can easily spend several hours most days. Wow. Most people treated correspondence as a regular daily or weekly task, similar to a modern email block, accepting that it would take a significant chunk of their time. Wow. I mean, how important was the fucking mailman back then?
Everything.
Everything. Some dude on a horse with a fucking bag of letters. For a quarter. I mean, how much did they charge? A quarter was a lot of money, but probably was less than that.
Half a penny or something. Well, they did have a half a penny.
How much do you enjoy writing that kind of a show versus writing a show like Lioness, Blind Man? Like, what is your? Do you have a favorite? Or do you like all of them?
No, I can't say I have a favorite necessarily. The fun thing about Lioness, which is sort of, I can't say it's ripped from the headlines because I've tried to be, I've tried to guess what's going to happen politically and fictionalize that. And the fact that I've managed to be right is pretty fucking fun. I thought surely in season 2 when I said that the cartels had been listed as terrorist organizations, like, this could be my 18-month cancel vacation. And then it fucking happened. And then it came out. The ship came out within weeks of that. And I looked really
Like a soothsayer.
So that it's a lot of fun because it's so political and it doesn't choose a political side. It just looks at the trade craft of espionage and how it's intermingles with their military. And it's just fascinating shit to me. Just fascinating.
But there's so many different things that you have to be aware of to write the shit that you write. Like, is Harrison Ford 1923? That one is fascinating too, because you got the guy who goes off to Africa, and he comes back, and you got all these people that are trying to steal land. So it's not totally lawless, but it's on the border of lawlessness.
Yeah, you're watching. Montana in the 20s was fascinating. It was a fascinating place because you've got the 20th century, the Industrial Revolution in full swing, and you have washing machines and refrigerators and telephones and electricity, and then you're still traveling by horseback. Yeah. So it's very, very interesting, and so that's a really fun thing to explore.
That one dude was the evil rich guy on that show. Oh, fucking killed Tim Dalton. Oh my god, that's really Tim Dalton. there's a couple scenes I wondered myself. It's like, this is rough. That's evil. Some of the S&M stuff is like, Jesus Christ, twisted. But there's people like that in the world. 100%. Yeah. And a reason. I'll tell you what, my computer, I just assume the CIA and FBI have like the whole team. Because the shit I look up when I'm researching, like how to make a bomb, S&M practice, CIA hot regions in the Middle East, and it's all at once, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's no way they're not looking at your phone. They're looking at it. Taylor's writing this up there. Look at this. I think anybody that has any influence, they probably look at your shit no matter what anyway. Which is also dark. Like, we don't even know how much actual real spying on people is occurring. We're just guessing. No, we don't have any idea. I think within the world of tradecraft, a tremendous amount. Oh, yeah. I think within the world of, within that world, I think how you're writing that, how difficult is it to really keep your finger on the pulse of what's actually going on with espionage and like what tools they actually have available? Like, are you making some up? No, most of the, I'm sure there is some extremely high-tech tradecraft going on, right? For sure. Tracking devices, various things, satellite imagery, facial recognition, all of these things. But a lot of it's also very low-tech by design, because it's harder to trace, right? And it's a lot of leverage and manipulation. You're either bribing someone with money or blackmailing them, and that's typically those are the two tools that are being used the most in tradecraft, in the spy game, right? That's really it's leveraging individuals, and they're all doing it. Everybody, right? Every single. And then if you look at some of the, and again, I'm not getting on any completely apolitical, but from a tradecraft standpoint, what the Mossad was able to do with all those fucking cell phones and pagers and shit. Like, so you want to talk about play the long game? Like, build this dummy company, sell all these, get all these devices to all of these people who are your enemy, and then start setting them off years later, detonate. Insanity. It's genius. It really is. Insanity. Not endorsing it, but just saying. No, but if the actual act of doing it, to look at the patience and the planning and the risks, and that they were able to execute, that is shocking. When you saw that in the news, did you think, if I wrote that, no one would fucking buy it? Dude, I do that all the time. The Maduro rate, right. Right, they're like, that's too simple. Get fuck out of here. Somehow it goes down. Yeah. Even the Bin Laden raid, a helicopter crashed. Yeah, the fact that they were able to, and I know it wasn't as smooth as it was led on to be, but the fact that no one died on an American invading the Venezuelan military base in the middle of Caracas is fucking insane. It seems like it went pretty smooth. You think it went less smooth than they're saying? I'm sure that there's elements of, like, I'm sure, right? I don't know how the one thing I've learned with all of my research in the military is any of these operations, there's actually a line. And the upcoming line is where someone says, did it go smoothly? The guy says, well, as smooth as these things go. Right. Because just by the very nature, you start sticking a bunch of people in helicopters with guns, and, shit's going to happen, right? But the fact that there were no casualties, no one was killed, no American was killed, is incredible. Yeah, it is incredible. It's pretty groundbreaking. Like, this is like a new benchmark for what could be possible in terms of an invasion, at least of a third world country. It's just shocking the difference in the technology that the United States possessed versus that world, and whether or not they were even available. That's no credit that that stuff is available. Yeah, war is going to change very, very quickly. With drones, AI and drones, whole new landscape of war. We're getting real close to some Terminator shit. Yeah, and I'm not saying that like it's a good thing. No, it's a very, very. You talk about adolescence of us as a species.
the mission and send the drone off to do the mission. And it's fully automated. That's some terrifying shit.
I bet about that with this UAP shit is too. I bet it's experimenting with that type of technology with some sort of novel propulsion system. Because they were working on novel propulsion systems way back in the 50s and the 60s. They were working on anti-gravity in the 60s.
I don't think we're there.
I don't know. I don't know where we're at. I don't know where we're at, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that they haven't done something. In fact, Eric Weinstein makes some really interesting connections between. There's a college in upstate New York, university in upstate New York, that has a very overqualified physics department, and it's connected to a hedge fund that does bigger than Bernie Madoff type numbers. And he's like, the whole thing stinks to high heaven. And he goes, I have a feeling that there's some sort of an undisclosed or a top secret, top secret access program that's going on.
Oh, I can promise you there's something.
Yeah.
I've always thought a possible solution to petroleum as far as transportation goes, and I wonder why they've never tried it, is using magnetic force. Right? If you take a positive and negative charge, they come together. You take a positive, negative thing. I'm no fucking scientist, but it's going to repel, right? You're taking magnets and they push each other away. Well, how can we use that if you would? A vehicle, and the base of it is essentially a positive charge or a negative, whatever it takes to make the magnets repel. And your road base was essentially a similarly charged metal that makes it so much.
Wouldn't you have to redo all the roads to make something like that?
Really? Or put it in the road?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it certainly could be a potential source of transportation for the future. But I think the things that they're doing now probably relates to some sort of anti-gravity propulsion system. And then there was that, I'm sure you're aware of this, all those scientists that went missing or wound up being how fucking sketchy is that? Oh, it's a coincidence.
Los Alamos, all up there in the nuclear.
Coincidence. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, who knows what the fuck those people are working on? And whether or not they made breakthroughs and they don't want other people to know, or whether or not they want to stop the breakthrough because they're aligned with whatever the conventional propulsion systems are and they don't want to lose money. And this thing makes them obsolete. They can set back the science for a few years.
Or is it tradecraft? Is it Russian or Chinese?
Yep. Yeah. Oh, sure. And that's the other thing that Rothschild was saying is like it's really shocking how little these incredibly important scientists are protected.
Yeah.
They're just fucking driving their Volvo to the university and working on top secret shit.
Yeah.
And no one's making sure they don't get whacked by China.
Yeah. I'd be curious. When they look into that, what was it, 11 of them?
I think it was 15 over a course of a few years, and some of them, they're going, this could be coincidence. But there's a few of them where it's like, okay, these people, like, this lady was specifically working on spacecraft metallurgy, this guy was specifically working on cold fusion, this guy was specifically with, like, there's a bunch of them where you go, okay, something's weird here. Enough to the fact that the government's looking into it, like, okay, there might be something here. The Justice Department's investigating it, trying to figure out what the connection is and what could have happened, but it's hard after the fact, trying to figure out who did something, especially if somebody got hired from another country. Like, they're not going to tell you. Like, are you going to know? You didn't catch him? Did you not catch him when they killed the guy? Okay, well, you're probably fucked.
Yeah. It's 15. Yeah. And they're all from that area, probably Los Alamos.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that's part of the problem. It's like whenever you have a thing like this where people start looking for connections, they can make some connections that aren't necessarily valid. And so, like, let's say if there's 15, let's say 10 of them are bullshit. Yeah. That means 5 aren't bullshit. If that's true, that's a lot. There's 5 super fucking brilliant people that got whacked.
Yeah. And it's interesting that you'd have that many in this specific field in this period of time.
Yeah.
And they're not, you know, I'm thinking the science is being pretty fucking healthy, right?
I don't know about that. I think a lot of them are just in their own head. And they're probably not even paying attention to their body.
Did they all disappear?
Different people die from different things. And one of the weird ones was this one lady who was, I think she's the metallurgy lady, where she was hiking with her friend. And they were just hiking together, and the friend turned around and talked to her, and she was gone. And she was just behind her like 30 seconds before they couldn't find her. They brought in cadaver dogs, they brought in search parties, never found her. I think they might have found her body recently. I think there was a report a few days ago that they might have found her body.
I'd be looking real close at the friend. Just me.
As a guy who writes scripts.
So me and Joe went for a hike. I turned around and I fucking was gone.
Hey, I don't know what happened. I mean, I swear, I had just talked to him 30 seconds ago.
And he's just not there.
That was sign of struggle. It's weird. Yeah, like a husband and wife go hiking, and the lady falls off the cliff. They're like, hey, buddy, what the fuck happened? You guys arguing? Can I see your text messages?
Yeah, or the one that just fell off the boat.
Oh, what happened there?
I kind of want to say it wrong, but I think she was out in the Bahamas. I read about it. She was
The cruise ship one?
No. It was him and his lady, they're out on a sailboat or something.
Oh, she looked off the side.
Yeah, something. Of course, they're not buying it.
It goes all the way back to the Natalie Wood story. You're looking at that one.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Walking Wagner.
Yeah. Wagner and her had a big fight, apparently.
She just...
Whoops. Oh, which one is this lady? But she was one of the scientists, correct? I believe she was one of the missing scientists. Which one was she? What was her specialty? Does it say what she worked on? No. Administrative assistant. Yeah, I remember this lady. Yeah. And the Reza one, that lady, she was the one that has the, so she serves as director of NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and she was in the materials processing group. She specialized in burn-resistant, high-strength metal alloys and rocket propulsion metals. Wasn't she one that had like some weird videos where she had made? I don't know. Anyway, the whole thing's creepy as fuck.
She was hiking the Angeles National Forest.
Yeah.
Outside of Pasadena.
Yeah.
That could actually be a fucking outlaw.
It could be. Or it could be a lady who's working on top secret rocket propulsion fucking metals. You know, like, this lady's a problem.
Was there in some town, I want to say it's Arcadia, California, the mayor of that city.
Yeah. Arcadia. Yeah. She was a Chinese spy.
I would have to think if how many people have you recruited that you finally go, fuck it, let's try to get the mayor of Arcadia. We got everybody else.
Yeah, they probably worked her into position to run as mayor. You know? I mean,
and then with the hopes of, she was relatively young, right? Maybe run for a state rep, Congress,
be the fucking president.
There was a thing in the 70s called App Scam. You remember this?
Yeah.
Where there were all of these politicians, a few congressmen, some state reps, and they were all like Russian spies, or at least on the take. Right. Soviet spies.
Did you ever see that show, The Americans? I didn't either. I heard it was great. It was all about a sleeper cell Russian family that was pretending to be normal.
Yeah. It's fascinating.
Yeah, that's real. They did that. They really had Russian agents pretending to be American citizens.
Well, I wouldn't say had. I would say have.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, and Chinese. Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Yeah. No, plenty of them.
100%. Well, how many Israeli agents are in Hezbollah or in Hamas? Like, probably.
Or in the IRGC?
Yeah, probably. They probably got a bunch of those guys. 100%. Yeah. It's just wild.
It's tradecraft, man. That's a fucking whole other thing.
How hard is it to write about that stuff and, like, get it right and get it accurate? I mean,
I don't know. You speculate a lot. You look at the past, right? Because there's been enough. It's funny because when they get caught, it's never that big a deal. Like, they're always, it doesn't, for whatever reason, the news doesn't. We can pull up. There have been any number of Chinese scientists over here, and they were stealing this. Like, oh yeah, this happened to them.
see the ones that got caught trying to bring in they're trying to bring in, they try to bring in diseases or something. Something was looking for.
There's one in Vegas recently. It's like they have these bio labs that are like being run out of like an apartment or something.
CCP-linked biolabs in American soil exposes major biosecurity gaps. Policymakers must act to improve oversight in biological research activity. Wasn't there a guy that got busted that was an Israeli agent and he got released and he took off?
I think it was in Vegas.
Yeah, that's the one in Vegas. Yeah, so this guy, he had all these fucking diseases in his garage.
Walmart samples.
Conclusion of the FBI lab that the community could not be harmed by what was contained in that lab. What? Finding possible biological laboratory in a garage. Inside, investigators found refrigerators with vials containing unknown liquids. Police said in the immediate aftermath, the home also operated as an unlicensed short-term rental. What is this fucking guy doing? So the question, scroll up. So the question is, what is only office materials in a private residence without a doctor, not allowed, not a licensed medical facility of any sort, and then homeboy got released. Oh boy. They located pathogen-labeled containers with labels such as dengue fever, HIV, and malaria, along with 1,000 mice, according to a federal report. The federal government never tested the items, and the CDC only made its determination based on the labeling. What? What the fuck? So in that case, Chinese citizen David He faces federal charges for allegedly manufacturing and distributing misbranded medical devices.
Face charges.
He does not face charges connected to the Las Vegas raid, and a trial in California was scheduled for April. What the fuck? Just a bunch of vials of HIV and AIDS and fucking dengue fever and malaria. No worries. Normal. So what was the Israeli guy? The guy who owned the lab. There was like an Israeli guy who they caught who owned it, and they released him. Went back to Israel. And everyone's like, hey. What?
There's a feds drop case against a man arrested in the Las Vegas biolab investigation.
What's his name?
Ori Solomon.
Oh, Ori. What were you doing? Ori, why do you have the HIV, Ori? There he is. Feds drop case against man arrested in Las Vegas biolab investigation. Yeah, I mean, why investigate? Let it go, guys. No big deal.
Yeah, the reason why charged was illegal possession of a firearm.
His immigration status precluded him from owning or possessing a gun. Well, listen, if he doesn't have a gun, how the fuck is he going to defend all his malaria? People try to steal malaria, bro. Gotta be careful. Oh boy.
Yeah, he's like, slow get that going.
There's too much fucking shit in the world to pay attention to, and too much of it is so disheartening. The more you look into it, the more like, is it all fucked? Is the whole world fucked? Like, what is going on?
And my guess is because there are so many different two things, right? There's so many different things. There's no secrets. The internet, social media, phones, shit's getting out. but it's also getting out in such a volume that none of it seems to have an impact. Right. There's just so much. Think about that in the 1990s. Right. They're talking about the Nightline and this and that. Meet the press and Chinese spy. It's an Israeli thing, you know? That's news. But now it's just another.
The news cycles of flood. It's like you drop a rose petal in the river while it floods, it's gone. Yeah. It's here, it's gone.
And it's a sensory overload. And people are tuning it all out.
They're tuning it all out also because nothing ever gets done. Nothing happens. The more people like that get released, the more people are throw their hands in the air. They'd rather just watch sports.
Yeah, just forget about it. I can't believe Simon Schuster didn't send you my book.
Yeah, well, but I'll listen to it on audio tape. I'm glad you did the audio tape, though.
Yeah,
that's important.
Pull up the year. I fucking love it. It's oddly entertaining and informative.
How did you have the time to write a book?
So
writing 150 different TV shows.
So you know what it is? You know anything about it?
No.
Well, I'm going to try. I don't want to tell you what it's called. I just want you to see the title.
How to Not Die in Prison.
So here's the deal. So when I lived in LA, there was a gym on Beverly Boulevard, right in like Beverly and Sweetser. Everybody called it Buds on Beverly because they had all the treadmills right up there, and all the girls were there. You get stuck in traffic, you're staring at all their asses. That was my gym. So me and a buddy of mine shared an apartment together, jogged down there and worked out every day. And there was this dude that showed up and started working out in there, and this dude was jacked, but different than like the West Hollywood fit. And this fucker was yoked and had all these crazy tattoos on him. And we became kind of like friendly and ended up kind of friends. And his name's Tom Nelson. And one day I'm like, so what have you been doing? He goes, well, I'm starting personal training here. I was working over at the vitamin shop. Guy's like in his 40s. Vitamin shop in his 40s. It's kind of weird. And I said, yeah, have you always lived in California? He's like, well, I've been here 19 years, 20 years. He said, well, I'm from somewhere in the Southeast. I said, you always lived in LA? He goes, well, no, I just got to tell him. See, I've been in prison. I said, how long? 17 years. I said, I didn't ask anything else, right? He does become a personal trainer, and see him one day we had lunch and we're bullshit. I said, what you want to tell me the deal? I was like, oh, I'm a fucking criminal dude, like a real criminal, like biggest drug dealer in Hollywood, armed robbery, ran over a DEA agent, like I was a fucking criminal. But now, when I was in, I discovered fitness. I started working out. When I get out, get myself in good shape. I'm going to start. This is my passion. I'm going to do this. So he was a trainer there for a while. Then he opened his own personal training gym, and I would go work out over there, hang out with him. He's a real fucking dude, and it became the biggest private training gym independent in Hollywood. So I go off and I start writing, and I'm just shooting yells at him. And he reaches out and goes, hey, I wrote a movie about my life. I'm gonna send it to you. So he sends it to me, and I read it. It's actually pretty good, but it's sort of a fun 90s kind of. They don't make movies like this anymore. It's like it's The Rock. We're celebrating, the guy, the fucking criminal. But it was good. I said, hey, I'll pass it on to some producers. But nothing ever happened. Anyway, so COVID happens. I'm stuck up on this ranch in Montana. I call him and I say, Tom, where did you get your gym equipment from? Because I need to build a gym. Because we can't go to a gym. I can't leave the ranch. COVID restrictions. The whole fucking cast is stuck on that ranch. And he said, they shut my gym down, dude. So I'll sell you anything you want. So I sent a flatbed trailer to LA and picked up a pile of gym equipment from him. And didn't hear from him again. He calls me maybe 18 months ago, 2 years. And I answer and he's like, hey man, I'm in a bad way. What what's the deal? He goes, fucking, I'm a single father and a 5-year-old kid. I got fucking colon cancer. I'm fucking dying, and I'm tapped out here. Fucking 60-year-old fellow. I can't get a job. I can't do anything. Is there any work on your movies or anything that I can do? And I said, first, colon cancer, how bad? Like, what stage? What's this? He goes, I don't know. They saw it on an x-ray, diagnosed me. I said, well, let's deal with that shit first. So I fly to Texas where I know people. I can get him in. He sees a doctor. And fortunately, the mass wasn't cancer, so they help him out, do the surgery, get that done. And then I say, well, I get you a job on a movie. It doesn't pay very good. The hours are shit. Got a 5-year-old daughter. To just be a production assistant or something is not going to pay enough to move off. That's not a plan, right? Because you think you could just spot me for a few months while I try to figure shit out. I said, I have 100% failure rate of learning things. It doesn't work, right? I'm not a bank, and buying you 90 days ain't gonna fucking help. So, but let me think of something. And so, it doesn't take me very long. And I'm thinking, here's a guy who spent 17 years in prison. And you know what I've never read? How to not fucking die. A travel guide to prison. So I call him back and I go, I got it, Tom. We're going to write a book about my life. Kinda. We're going to write a travel guide to prison for the accidental inmate. Right? Somebody fucks up and they end up and they don't know how to navigate this place. It was a travel guide. I said, I'm going to send you. So I bought a bunch of Lonely Planet travel guide to Thailand and Mexico. And I said, look at these. Right? It breaks it down. It tells you an overview of the country. Then it gives you a glossary of the terms that teach you the language. They talk about the food. They talk about where you stay. They talk about navigating the country. We're going to do that for prison. And he goes, I'm in. I said, great. I'm going to write all the intros. I'll build the structure and walk you through it. So it's literally a travel guide to prison. And it walks you through day one, how to navigate the yard, being processed in, the food, the commissary, the gangs, the diseases, prison riots, how to get a job in there, how to fucking make a shiv, how to everything. It is a tour guide. How many pages? A couple hundred.
That sounds awesome.
It's the
Well,
craziest.
they never need it.
No. Hold on,
Most people read it. Hope they never need it.
I'm gonna guess 99% of the people who do read it. One thing it'll do is tell you don't ever want to fucking go there. That's for sure, right? And typically, if someone's going there, I even say in the intro, like if you're buying this book because you're going to prison, finish the book before you get to prison. Do not bring this book with you to prison, or you'll die on fucking day one. So leave the book at home. But yeah, so then we did. I took the book. We wrote 3 chapters of it. I took it out, and Simon Schuster read it, flipped. Me and Tom got a book deal.
That's awesome.
So he was able to sit with me, and we wrote it, and take care of his kid. And
That's right.
yeah,
Good for you, man, for doing it. That's really awesome that you did that. Because I know you're busy as shit. But you having another project on your plate, not fun, probably. That's awesome.
that was a lot of fun,
Yeah,
right?
but not fun to take something else on. I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, but it was a very entertaining diversion from my other. I can bitch about my other job, right? Bitch about something on Land Man or whatever, and then I'm gonna sit down. Oh, we're writing about smallpox today. Okay, there's some perspective. It's not quite so bad. Billy Bob is an hour late to work, which he's never an hour late to work, but you get my point. Yeah, it's a sobering thing. That's a broken system. You won't talk about a
all the awesome shows. It's been great watching them.
Thanks for watching.
You're the man. Appreciate you. Appreciate the guy
We have
that.
time to talk about one more thing.
Sure.
That UFC 250.
Oh man. Yeah.
Justin Gaethje, dude.
Yeah. Just how.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's incredible.
I saw him report about the dude that fight in Vegas. That's the first time I'd seen him live. And I go to a bunch of press events. I love boxing. And I'm watching that guy. If he had decided to be a professional boxer, his striking is that level. Like that dude, he went to work on that guy.
No, he's oh man, I'm glad he's an MMA fighter because he started out as an All-American wrestler in Division I. He's just a great athlete all across the board, and just his particular style of aggression is so well suited for MMA.
Oh yeah, it's shocking that he's that good a striker and he was wrestling.
I know. He's just a wild motherfucker across the board. For him to pull that off the way he did at the White House was nuts. I mean, some books had him at 61 underdog. And Ilya Topuria is so fucking good. Yeah, so good. And he had sick trouble in that second round. I watched it again yesterday. The second round was brutal. I mean, Ilya was just destroying his liver.
Yeah, almost put it down.
Yeah. But even in the second round, Justin, he still bloodied Ilya up. His face was busted up. Like, he was getting the most damage to Ilya's face. And that was a giant factor in the fight. Because I don't know what the accuracy of these reports are, but what's being reported is that he had 2 broken orbital bones and a broken nose. So both his eyes were broken and his nose was broken. And Justin was here a couple days later and looked great. It's just nuts. It's just like, he's very deceptively good at rolling with shots. And, he's fucking durable as hell. And just very clever in how he sets things up, where he finds openings. One of the things he kept getting off is he does a hard tie into an uppercut, and he got that off multiple shots. He did that with Fiziev too. He's really good with that move. He's a beast, man. I'm just so happy for him to win that. Yeah, I'm a giant Ilya Topuria fan as well, and I think he'll be back better than ever. And I think sometimes a loss is one of the most important things a fighter can ever have, because they realize you can be beaten, and you need to know that you're human. You need to know that you can't just throw caution to the wind sometimes. You just engage in these wild scraps. Sometimes you have to be a little more tactical, and sometimes you got to realize that you can't take everybody out. And that's the case with Justin. He couldn't take him out, and he almost did in the second round. Got real fucking close, real close. But
that freaking Justin, he can time that transfer of power to right at the end of the punch. And just his hands are so heavy.
Yeah, everybody says that too. Everybody who he's fought said he's one of the hardest guys that's ever hit them. Including Khabib, who's one of the all-time greats. He said Justin hit him hard, but he's a fucking animal.
Yeah, it was impressive.
Yeah, and the fight was to be there at the White House while it was going on, and to have Justin so happy. There's something about a guy winning as an underdog that is just so fucking inspiring.
He didn't look like an underdog that night.
No, he did not after the second round. He didn't, especially the third. Once the third round around, he dropped him, and then he got a hit and arm and snatched him down to the ground. Holy shit, man! He's fucking dominating him. This is crazy. It was wild watch. It was awesome.
It was fantastic.
Cheering that line.
Man, that would have been a good one.
Oh, it was crazy. It was crazy to be that line. It just felt surreal when they had to fly over. They all
saw
jets
that.
together.
Jets come shoot over.
Probably weren't separated that far from each other. I don't know how the fuck those guys do that. It was incredible.
That was awesome.
Thanks, brother. Once again, the book is called How to Not Die in Prison.
Yeah.
And available now, audiobook, everything. Yep. Thank you.
congratulations on one of the most epic accomplishments in the history of combat sports, and that's not an understatement. I mean, it might be an understatement. I mean, it's not an overstatement. It's perfect. That was one of the greatest nights I've ever experienced of watching anything in my life. It was amazing. And to have you cap it off and win the title when you're facing a guy that everybody thought was at least number 2 pound for pound, was like him and Islam were number 1 and number 2. And some odds had you at 6-1. Which I thought was very disrespectful. I thought, like, this is crazy. Like, 6-1's crazy. Like, Ilya's really good, but so's Justin. This is kind of nuts. Like, to have you win the way you won in front of the fucking White House. How's it feel?
Oh, it's really not really yet. I was expecting to have, like, an internal sense of relief. That, like, I don't have something to chase, because I was chasing this belt, and I was expecting to wake up with, like, some kind of natural release of pressure, but I don't know, I don't feel that. As the days go by, every day I feel that. 2 years ago, my dad was like, what was it like waking up being the champion? And I was like, I haven't even thought about that. And then I was, on the shit, like 10 minutes later, I was sitting there thinking about, wow, I'm a fucking champion. It's fucking crazy. And yeah, I've just been on the ride for so many years now. My dad dropped me off 19 years ago in Colorado. I knew nobody to wrestle. And yeah, to see where I'm at now is just absolutely incredible. I mean, there's really no way to explain how or why. Or like why I deserve it, I worked my ass off. I have made mistakes. I've done things the wrong way, but I've always corrected and got back on the path. And I think the coaches, the mentors, but mostly the coaches that I've been, the team that I have around me is a huge reason why I was able to stay on track and just keep moving forward and keep trusting that, I belong in the top of the league.
Well, you've clearly shown it throughout your career, and having a great coach like Trevor, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring in Trevor is because you guys have a very unique relationship. First of all, I love the YouTube series, The Art of Violence, fantastic. And what's great is watching you two guys work together, and Trevor, you being like very acutely aware of when to pull them back, when to ramp it up, when to push. Like you guys having a relationship like that is so critical because you guys know each other so well. You've seen him perform so many times. You've seen him fight and perform in the gym that you know where he's at all the time. And having that sense of where your fighter is at any given time in camp because you know him so well, boy, that's a giant advantage. But hold on.
Testing. Yeah, I think that's a huge advantage is knowing your athlete. And, I've been doing this for a long period of time, but there's lots of coaches out there that consider their fighters their friends. I do consider them one of my best friends, but I put myself more in like a father position of I need to know when to tell them the truth. And I've got myself in trouble with that, with fighters, where you tell them the truth so hard that you have to let them go, like a child, like, hey, we're not going to say, well, let's go live life and see how it is, and when you return, I'm still going to love you. Having that type of thing where I have to be dead honest for your career, not because it helps us now, and it feels good right now at the moment. I have to look at that from the time that we started. We talk about, what are his goals, and then my job is to be an advisor, be a mentor to get him to that place as best as I can because these are his goals. And I want to support those. I know the kid in his career, his goals were to be the most violent guy out there, the most remembered, the guy that's every time someone bought a ticket, they remember Justin Gaethje selling that show. And then it turned into, no, I want to have this belt. And that was hard because we did go and not get the belt twice. And, it's so cool to be in kind of those scenarios where it's like, damn, you had 2 opportunities. Now it's never going to happen. And that's what life is. Life is one of those things that you keep getting up and chase your goals. You never know how it's going to happen. And yes, you want to dream and you want to have a plan. But I'll tell you right now, through all the times that I've had championship fighters in business and in life, the plans never work. You always have to adjust it. But it's that dream and that vision to get you to the top of the stairs. You have to get up each one of those steps. So, Justin went out there and wrote a story that I don't think will ever be forgotten. And he did it one round at a time. And that's what impresses me because his mindset, I love the mental game. I love to talk about the mental game. Even like Ilya. Ilya is a special guy with how he uses his mental. The secret, if I see it, I believe it, it'll happen. To a point. It's like, I always tell people, like, if you go down the ice cream aisle and you're like, hey, I don't know what ice cream I want, you're going to stand there and go, oh, that one looks good, that one looks good, that one looks good. The people that are like, I want mint chocolate chip, you get in there, you get it done, you grab that mint chocolate chip and you walk out. Very similar to Ilya's last 3 fights. He went out there and he demanded what he wanted. His confidence got him through that. But it makes it very hard when you get that stale, nasty, rotten milk fucking mint chocolate chip. It starts to go, oh shit. What is going to happen now? So I think the relationship that we have guiding him, me pulling him back, the Strickland situation, hey, let's pull back a little bit. Let's focus on what's going on. I don't want no distractions. And having someone, and he trusts that I care about. I love him to death. I love his family. Like, our relationship is so strong, and I need that with my athletes. And I'm just blessed and 100, I say honored, but more importantly, humbled by someone who I've never worked mental with, who shows me different ways to the mental game of fighting, which I feel on a very high level with. It's something that if you put yourself around people that make you better, this guy makes me better daily, and I'm very grateful for that.
You said something about Ilya, about the fight, about having expectations. You said you don't have any expectations when you fight. That way, you don't get thrown off.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I mean, my expectations come from my hard work. Obviously, I expect my body to perform. I understand that I've trained my mind to, and maybe the narcissistic tendencies in me love showing off and performing in front of thousands of people on that stage. That's what I love the most about this, and that's what my personality. Like, I'm very competitive. I want to win, but I'm never going to lie to myself, and that's how I've never had a coach in my entire career since 4 years of wrestling have to pull me aside and talk about the mental aspect of competition, because it's always been so natural to me. I'm not sure if it's because they see that I'm doing good and that they agree with my approach mentally, or they don't understand what's going on, but I've just always been so comfortable and so content with my situation of, this is the competition, this is the game. I'm very competitive, I'm very petty, I take everything personal, and when I go into the next morning, I have gone in with expectations, and I said it before the fight, Ilya, I said so many true things to him, and I think it's such an asset to tell someone the full truth, especially someone like him, because it pushes him farther away from the truth. Even if I tell him the exact truth and exactly what's going to happen, and you're making a mistake by having all these expectations, and when we go to round 2, when we go to round 3, and it's not going as you predicted it, or wanted it to, or expected it to, then where do you go from there? And I said that exact thing to him, and then that pushed him farther away from me.
It's almost like you wanted to prove him wrong.
Yeah, he wanted to prove himself right.
Yeah.
And he was unwilling to be open to opinions, and because obviously I don't know if he knows it better than himself, but I hear because I am coaching. I hear because I listen. I use every like I posted yesterday. Person, place, or thing that has happened to me or for me has ultimately molded my mind and my body to be able to deal with the situation that happened on Sunday night. And, I can pull so much experience from the past, my losses, my wins, setbacks, failures, accomplishments. I mean, there's so much to learn from it. Every day is a learning experience, and I constantly try to learn and be better. And I don't know why I'm able to perform like that. I just think it's who I am. When I say I wanted to be the most exciting fighter ever, it's not that I wanted to be the most exciting fighter ever. The thought of that was fucking cool to me.
but I was just being me. And I've been blessed to be able to, through my childhood, to come from a small town, to having, unwavering support from my family and my friends and my coaches and my teachers and everybody from, it's just crazy to be able to come out on top. I mean, it's just crazy.
One of the things I think was a giant factor in the fight is that you have been in wars. You've been in a bunch of wars.
Yeah.
And Ilya really had only had some rough moments against Jai Herbert. Yusuf Salal gave him some problems, but it was nothing serious. The wars that you've been in, these just down and dirty brawls that you've been in, you are comfortable with the back and forth. You're comfortable with enduring. You know that you're not going to break. If your body holds up, you're going to keep fighting and you can endure. I don't think you ever experienced that before. So when you didn't break in the second round, and I think you made a mistake. I think you're correct about that. You said you made a mistake by going to the ground. And he hurt you to the body.
I told Charlie yesterday, I think, him hurting to my body was the reason, one of the main reasons I won. When he hit me, when I dropped, it wasn't the first time he hit me in the body. That was probably the fourth or fifth one. And he had landed some really clean shots, and he could probably sense that I was in trouble and hurt. And I think that fact made him dump everything because it was his last chance to take me out, and he almost did take me out. But when I went down, in hindsight, it's always easy to make these decisions in hindsight. But when I went down, he's had way more submissions than he has knockouts. And so for him not to have that belief that he's going to be able to go down there, especially with the Khabib fight, especially with the Charles Oliveira fight, especially with all the negativity around my grappling, I think he would have been foolish not to, because I would have stood back up. He would have charged forward trying to finish me. I would have jumped on his legs. I would have pulled guard. He was going to end up on top of me. I wasn't going to sit there and trade with him again. I would have front rolled into grappling situations where I would have made him cover me. But I think me getting hit is what made him completely blow his, Shane Carwin-esque. Blow his tank and go for the win. And I think that was the choice he had to make because it was going to continue to get worse. I beat his ass in the first round. It might have been close to the scorecards. I absolutely took the first round, but the amount of damage that I inflicted in the first round set up the rest of the fight.
I do think it was a mistake, and you're saying what you're saying is so correct. But what I'm saying is, from a standpoint of him demanding it, he's going to finish you in the first two. Understanding the damage that he was taking, he took big risks. He got in there. He kept his hands under collarbones. He was landing really good shots. He had the two body shots before that left one to the liver. The sound it made was crazy. That last one was clean. It was precise and deep. But you could tell it was already there. But if he didn't put that pressure on himself, and this is what I mean by mistake, is like when you come out, you have to know that you're going 5 rounds. And he knew that he had to unleash everything right there. If he would have been smart in that scenario, saying, hey, we got 5 rounds, let me step back a little bit, let me do some damage, but also he's like, hey, let me get you out there quick. Justin, can't grapple, can't do all these things what a lot of people think, which Justin's a great grappler. And what was so smart about you is when you get tired, that's when the worst decisions happen. That's one of my big things as coaching, is we get someone tired and they can make bad decisions, and then we capitalize on those mistakes. Justin was able to stay so composed here with being speared to the body. And when you take a liver shot, it is way different than the headshot. The headshot's like taking a shot with your buddies at the bar. It's like, hey, let's go. But you take a body shot, you're dying. Like your liver shot, you feel like you're dying. And Justin, all the decisions he made on the ground, from the triangle, from the armbar, from not being flat, so many good decisions were made in that scenario, and I do think it was a mistake. Obviously, there's so many different ways it could go, but those type of moments in fights are what make fights great, is overcoming obstacles. And he had set that up. He had said it. He's like, hey, I'm going to overcome anything. I'm going out there to put the worst thing out there. Like, what are you going to do to me? I've already been knocked out in the last second of a freaking huge fight, my man. It's like, you can't do nothing worse to me. And that mindset, I think, is something to take away for all the fighters out there. That always, I love how you say it, expect the work, always. Some of the biggest mistakes that I made with fighters that I had is allowing them to think that they're going to go through this fight easy, and then that fight becomes super hard. You think it's going to be a war, then you're like, hey, it wasn't as bad as I was expecting, even if it was a little bit more.
You're not going to help them in that moment.
Yeah.
There's no point.
That's fighting. Fighting is mentality. I look at this like there's techniques out there and there's things like that. What makes this sport inspirational, what makes someone that want to go out there and beat cancer because they were inspired by a fighter, it's not the technical piece. It's getting back up, and it's okay to get knocked down. I love watching people get knocked down because my favorite part is seeing how they get up. And that, to me, is why I love fighting. It's how people get up.
Yeah, how they endure. And that was the big story of that second round. You figured out a way to get through it. And the change in tempo in the third round was very obvious. Because the sprint that you have to make, like what Ilya did when he was trying to finish you, that he used so much fucking energy. And the great Chael Sonnen once said that if you try to win by knockout and fail, you won't win by submission. Yeah, and a lot of times that's the case because you know as good as anybody, if you fucking sprint and hard, you wail on the bag with fucking everything you got for 2 minutes, and then they go time. 1 minute's not enough. It's not enough.
Even in preparation, even 2 minutes, they get a little tired.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Even in
preparation
for these fights, like, I'm doing 20, 30, 40 second sprints at most. I mean, that was a 2 minute sprint for him.
Yes. Full power, everything full power, every punch full power.
You can't even train for that.
Yeah, right. Have slots. Right. And he did it. He was just unloading. I mean, that's a young man with a tremendous amount of confidence because he's a 2-division world champion and he thinks he's going to go down as the greatest of all time. And hey, he might still. What was he, 28?
Odds are fucking great against that one.
Because of that loss.
I hope he does. I hope he does too. I hope he does, and I know that he has the skill. I know that he has the skill to be a champion again. However, same thing with Tony Ferguson. I didn't break Tony Ferguson's confidence. I changed the perception of his opponents of him. And that is a huge factor when you go in there. Like, who are you fighting? When you figure, before this, he was the guy that you couldn't get through, that you couldn't push through, you couldn't survive with. And once I showed people that all you had to do was get through that, then nobody's ever going to go in there with thinking that he's unbeatable. And that was his identity. And that's going to be such a tough task for him to fight people that aren't scared of him.
That's interesting. That's Mike Tyson in his prime. That's Anderson Silva in his prime, where the fight was lost. Yeah. The fight was lost before he even got in there. Physically, and I don't know what the truth is, but all these reports are that he has 2 fractured orbitals and a broken nose. Just that alone, just the orbitals alone, like anytime you've got eye injuries, like anything severe with your eyes, long-term consequences vary.
Psychological.
Absolutely.
And physical. The body is resilient. I'm telling you, broken bones make stronger bones. Like, that is, his orbitals will be stronger. It depends on where, Justin, the orbital bone. I had my orbital broken. And for 6 months, I've been doing this my tooth. And it's right where my sinus cavity is. You remember when you hit me with the spinning elbow? Dude, I push it here. Yeah, I can feel it.
Oh. Summer is great, but it also comes with a lot of chaos, travel, and spontaneous plans. So make sure you're taking extra care of yourself with AG1. It's a simple daily health drink that replaces your daily multivitamins, probiotics, prebiotics, adaptogens, and more. Plus, AG1's ingredients are sourced from quality partners for potency, purity, and nutrient density. AG1 is clinically shown to close common nutrient gaps and support gut health to keep you going all summer long.
Wherever this summer takes you, stay on top of your health with AG1. Visit drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, and for a limited time, get a free morning person hat and an AG1 flavor sampler for free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
I still feel this hot spot. This is a very weak area where your sinus cavity is. That's you broke both orbitals and the nose. Like, I do believe the body is really
You ever seen Barone's nose? You ever seen the X-ray of Barone's nose? Did I send it to you?
It looks like a spine. He's got 33 vertebrae.
Actually, it's fucking crazy.
I've had 3 broken noses. I've had it fixed twice.
Yeah, I know. This is one. There it is. That's Marog's nose. Oh my god. I mean,
That looks like a long cocaine binge right there. Took out the whole fucking website.
that looks like you got hit with a sledgehammer. That nose is crazy.
That is crazy.
That is like, and to fix it, he's gonna have to have no contact for like a year.
Yeah, that's
And
hard.
so he's not gonna fix it. He's just gonna deal with how turned it is. I mean, that the bone.
I've had my eyes fixed and my nose fixed, and my nose was better for quality of life.
Oh, the
But
nose is
obviously,
big.
being able to see was huge. But when your nose is broken, like, you have to understand, like, getting a haircut fucking sucks. You can't breathe through your nose. Your mouth's open all the time. You're constantly breathing in fucking air. Like, there's so much. Every time you eat food, like, you just, there's something missing.
Yeah.
Sleep. I wore a nose tube to bed for 10 years now. You know,
I used to
now
have a scab, a permanent scab, because I deal with that thing all the time.
yeah, my nose is used to it now. Yeah.
When you got it fixed, when you got it fixed, which fight was it before the Max fight?
Yeah, right from the next fight.
And then you can breathe out of it perfectly.
Yeah.
Is it still good now?
Yeah, he broke it, but he didn't break. He didn't fuck with the cartilage. He actually fractured the bone up top, so I didn't have to get it fixed.
It's another factor that when we were talking about the fight, and people were talking about this matchup with Ilya. I said you have to think about what he did to Vaziev. Vaziev is a super talented striker. And then you also have to think about the Max Holloway fight because he was pressing in the first round. He got caught with a jump spinning back kick to the fucking face. And when that's a game changer. And then it happened at the end of the first round. And from that, it changed the tone of the fight because it was just dead on. It was perfect.
Yeah.
Couldn't have landed any better.
The truth of the matter is psychologically, I was not there. I was not prepared mentally for the fight. When I fought Max Holloway, it was such a different circumstance. It was, a guy that wasn't in my weight class. It was a guy that I'd never thought about fighting. It was for fun. And the whole experience was so different than any other fight I've ever had when it comes to, like, being mentally prepared for a fight.
What do you attribute that to? Like, what?
Myself, my
And us. Like, we told him to take the fight. He didn't want to take the fight.
My coaches.
So that you're going to keep the title contention fight because that's what they promised us. That's why he was very.
Every one of you guys, every one of you was like, oh, something was different. It was like, well, why don't you guys fucking say something?
You told me
Told me after the fight, like, I knew something was different, but, like, I needed to know.
He tells me
afterwards.
he's like this. He's like, I just didn't respect him, and I'm like, how could you not respect Max? And I didn't catch on to it, so it's like I'm always looking for flags and things like that. And 100%, I take 100% responsibility because that's how we learn. Everybody makes mistakes. I remember the Tony Ferguson fight. I didn't give him any fucking water. Like there's like things that we all learn from. But the thing when he had told me that, I'm like, how did I not catch that? From you, because he's like, dude, actually, he was a smaller guy, just didn't admit. And I was like, dude, Max is like one of the guys that I look up to from the outside. Like, he is talented.
I remember thinking, what am I looking for? Like, what am I afraid of? I kept trying to convince myself that I need to find what I was to be worried about, and I couldn't find it.
So you always need that before a fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
No matter who it is, you're fighting.
Right.
Yeah, and so, like, I've never been as present and, like, I've never been able to retain a fight, and before the knockout, I was there. Like, I was in the arena. I saw the lights, I saw the people, I heard the people. Like, I've never been there in my life, and I think that I can attribute that to me not being scared, and so me not being in a real fight or flight
real life or death situation. So you weren't fully focused. You could actually hear the crowd.
Yeah, I could hear my thoughts. You know, I had thoughts. I never had thoughts in a fight because I'm so tuned in on the action. And that one was just so, there was so much. And so, sure, the kicks, the eye post, no, I think I was not, I couldn't have been that, the mentality that I had. And that was my last lesson to learn. I had made my lessons with Oliveira was that I wanted it so much. I wanted it so bad. I wanted to be forward. I wanted to impress my fans. You know, Rose had a fight that night and she fought like absolute garbage. And and I told my coach, like, Coach, don't worry, I won't do that to you.
You said that before.
I remember about the walk because I don't worry, Coach, I was like that. And Coach is pissed, and everyone's, you know, like, the locker room's all fucked up because Pat's fucking weird.
Is that the Carlos Spartan fight? Was that the same night?
Yeah. And I was at home, and so it was, and that was my fault. I allowed those things to affect me, right? And to, affect my fighting decisions rather than just being myself. And so that was a huge mistake. Another mistake was, winning 2 or 3 times in a row and just kind of becoming complacent with how serious what we do is and how dangerous this game is and how much luck and chance are a factor every single night. And so, I wasn't doing the extra credit. I wasn't sitting us all at home. I don't know why. It's just, and I made that mistake probably into the Eddie Alvarez, Dustin Poirier fights, lost, and then I won 3 or 4 in a row, and I completely went back to the same mindset of I'm the best in the world. Nobody can beat me. And I paid for it. And those 2 mistakes were huge, very, very big learning lessons. And then the Charles Oliveira fight, I was like, I wanted it so bad, and then I made the moment so much bigger than it actually was because it's just 25 minutes of time, and all you can control is being there, the preparation for it, but then ultimately being there for 25 minutes and being perfect. And those are the mistakes that I made. I had to learn. I had to make those mistakes. I would not change anything about my career. I think the farther I get to my career, the more special this moment is. And I think in time, this is an age, like my career is something special. The way that I did it, the way that I lost, the way that I stayed on track, the way that I, threatened retirement if I wasn't going to get a title shot, the way I called my shots along the way, and the discipline I had. I mean, it's second to none. I watched this sport my whole life. Since 1992, my dad showed me. I remember as a 4-year-old seeing it, and don't have a lot of great memories. I remember my childhood was like you have specific. I remember seeing it for my first time in my dad's bedroom. We were sitting there watching it together, and I was enthralled. I was like, this is amazing. I love this shit.
Can you picture that? Him with like a baby bottle just squeezing it.
I didn't picture it. And then I watched it, and I was a diehard fan. I've been a diehard fan ever since then. And especially in 2001 when it came out, I was, probably 87, 36 or something, and just fell in love with it. And then, being in college, we go and sit at Buffalo Wild Wings for 6, 7, 8 hours, spend $5 for service to people.
It's just amazing that you've been able to keep this ferocious mentality for so long. Because I remember when you first entered into the UFC, the Michael Johnson fight, I was so pumped for it because I was like, get ready, because this is going to be fucking wild. Because I had been a fan of yours when you were fighting in the World Series fighting. And then that Michael Johnson fight was everything that I thought it would be. Fucking crazy. Just a wild-ass fight.
Crazy coming out for it.
Dude, I giggled so many times in that fight. Oh, dude, when you went against the cage and you were like this, you like look back and you were like, no, looking for the shot, and you're like blocking off the thing. And then you come back with the right hook, and then you let it back in again, and you hit it with the right hook again off the cage. Dude, there's so many giggle sessions in there. I wasn't nervous because just again, that's the way he fights, and I'm like, no one's gonna forget this fight. Michael Johnson was swinging. I caught him with that left hand a few times. Let's just say left hand knocked out Dustin. His left hand is so fast. He's so fast. Michael's power. Dude, and he was trying to win. I mean, he was going all out. Then you guys just emptied out in that fight. It was fantastic. I was like, there it is. The 3-rounder didn't get off the back flip. 2-3 rounds. ounces. Got up there, fell off. I was like, you can do it. Got out there, motivated. I always get so scared for your knees when you do that. Like, please don't hurt your knees after you won the title.
100%, man.
We're training for Khabib. We're over at high altitude. He's doing backflips off the cage. And I was like, stop. We'll do this after the fight.
Yeah, he's like, hey, going back, I was like, today's the day. Today's the day I become a bitch. Like, today's the day. You know what?
I turned my head, I was like, stop. Go ahead.
It's kind of true, dude. It's, you get something, and all of a sudden you're special, then you start protecting it, and then you won't be special anymore. Yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, so today's the day. I was fucking crazy.
I never wanted him to stop being fucking crazy. Like, everything about him in life, when you play golf with him, he's the highlight. He does shit that, like, you'll never fucking see. Like, it's like everything you do is the highlight. Like, his life is like his fighting. He's fucking wild.
So your mentality, you've never had to work on. I mean, obviously you've learned lessons along the way, but you've never had to like sit down and work on this mindset. It's always been something you inherently possessed.
Yeah, I think it's crazy. I think people just complicate things so much. Like, when you can truly understand that there is things you can't control, but it's not everything. You can only control what's inside of you. You know, you can only control how you perceive things, how you react to things.
Or you put in,
Obviously the preparation.
yeah.
But it's I mean, there's so much. You know, I guess I always knew that something was coming, because no matter how far off the road, you know, like, I've made mistakes. You know, I've done. Thank God I was never an alcoholic, never. But I can say I was probably a drug addict. That's, you know, one time in my life. And what drug? I don't know. I've never told my parents about this. I don't know.
You don't have to.
All of them. I went so, but it's getting, and no, this is not stupid. So I went to school for human services. I wanted to help people. A big part of that is helping people come off drugs, and I lost over a handful of friends, really close friends from drugs. Where I come from, we're not far from Mexico. We had the best. We had the best shit coming right across the border before I ever got caught up, and it was my life. You know, where I'm from is very important. So, like, you chase, like, you know, we have it so good in this country. We're always trying to create chaos in order to feel something, and I guess that's what I was probably doing. And in college is when I really, you know, if I'm going to help people come off of drugs, then how can I ever even try to understand if I don't know what they're chasing? And so that was a part of it. And also a part was like, felt good, you know? And so, you know, once I did certain things, I knew what people were chasing. But then I always knew that something was bigger for me, better for me, and I had something to do. So that was always, it was never a crutch for me. I was always like, that was awesome. You know, I'm not doing it again.
What is it in your head that where you always knew that you had something bigger?
Well, probably my faith. I mean, I've been, my parents, the best thing they ever did for me was make me go to church every single Sunday and create a relationship with God through the word of Jesus Christ, and just trying to live up to those expectations. I knew, not that I was going to be a champion or anything, I just knew that I couldn't take the easy way out. You know, when you're on drugs or when you're living a lifestyle like that, then nobody expects anything from you, nobody wants anything from you, and that's an easy way to live. You know, there's no pressure, no expectations, no pressure, and I mean, it really is. I can understand how you can let that overcome the passion to live. You know, and I don't know. I just think the passion to live, because of my faith, has never outweighed my desire to feel good.
I want to talk about the shift that you made in your career from being the most exciting guy in the world, wanting to be the most exciting guy in the world, being happy with performing to the best of your ability, whether you win or lose, to wanting to get the belt. decision?
It's weird because I don't remember a time or a day where I made a change other than I'm not going to get hit. You know, in the Dustin Poirier fight and the Eddie Alvarez fight, I absolutely almost broke it. And it was no different than any of my other fights. Nobody had just ever, same with Ilya, you know, like nobody had ever got past it. Nobody had ever been able to withstand the ferocity of my actions for 2 or 3 rounds. And then those guys did. And I was like, what happened? You know, and ultimately I put myself in a position that I got hit with a shot that took me out of the fight. And so after those fights, I was like, I have to not take these shots. And that was ultimately all I can say that I changed mentally. Is I don't want to get hit. I used to never care about getting hit because it's like, it doesn't hurt. Nothing hurts. You don't feel nothing. It's never hurt. And so that was really just on my test. I just need to not let them get me in a predicament where I'm not able to, where they have to stop the fight.
So the shift,
But he brought me from an outside source.
yeah, it's definitely there was a shift, and it wasn't just like an instant shift. It was the 2 losses in a row with Eddie and Poirier, where he's like, I'm winning these fights, and I need to be able to get to the distance. And I was like, all right, you got to become a spot fighter because you just drowned people. And what's happening is you're making mistakes. You threw a low kick against Poirier, and he got caught because he faced back lazy with his shoulders above his hips. So I was like, all right, let's be sharp. Let's fight in spots. Then he goes on a 3-fight win streak where he's finding the right spots and putting people out from Vic to Barbosa into Cowboy Cerrone. And that's where he's like, and then I sat down with him and I was like, do you want to be a champion? And I was like, this is how you have to fight to be a champion, is be smart. And he never said he didn't want to be the most exciting fighter anymore. He would tell me after fights, he's like, I'm not even trying to fight excited, but look at me. And it's like fucking, like, it's so amazing. Like, it's in him. It's just how do we get you to sprint 50 yards, pull back for 100 yards and jog, and then sprint for 50 yards and like be able to know your red line. Don't cross over that red line. Don't hold red line.
That is again the experience that you got in the wars. It's actually so critical.
You can do it, but I don't make mistakes.
And it is. I think it's crazy. I think, like in the fact that they said that he had outstruck me in the first round, 39-32 or something.
He had some hard jabs.
Yeah, but
Yours were devastating.
They were right at touch.
I was talking about the perception.
Yeah.
It looks like I'm getting hit. It looks like it's out. I mean, I don't have special skin. I am able to see punches and roll with punches. If you watch my fights frame by frame, I'm not getting hit for the most part.
You're moving with the punches.
Yeah, it's be like water. Like I'm constantly, and intuitively making these calculations.
That's the scoring that when you see that, I don't know who's counting that, but that's like amateur boxing. Amateur boxing, if the white glove touches you in the face, even if it's not a clean blow, that's considered that's how you judge.
Yes.
That's where just I think where you look at it from a point system, you can't just look at the screen, and that's why judges can't look at a screen and go, oh, this guy landed more, this is who won. Or you had the damaging blows. I think everybody knows that. Like I get it. Like I see the way you roll a shot, I see the way that you fade off, and allow the shot not to go through your skull and deflect it. It still gets touched to you, so it's considered that they landed that shot. But the damage is like what you do to people by the way that you hit through, that you drive through people is so different. Like Justin hits. I still think to this day, as UFC, that they did a test on me to see who has the hardest bone in the UFC. He had the hardest bone. He kicks me, and I'm just like, dude, I'm so glad. I feel so bad for him.
He don't let me kick him.
God, we could do this.
I kicked him. He has his pad on. I kick him. And his nuts swell up.
Dude, I get the balls, bro.
And so I can't kick
There's a nerve on the inside of the leg. I talked to a doctor about it because I'm like, bro, like he kicks people and they bruise on the inside of their leg. And it's because the shot through, but there's a nerve on the inside of the leg. I go home and I tell my wife, I'm like, babe, I got fucking football. She's like, bro, and I'm like, Justin, she looks at me like, the fuck you got blue balls from Justin for?
One of the things you were doing early in your career that I always thought was so wild was you were leg kicking people from a collar tie. Like you were leg kicking. I was like, oh my goodness. Like, oh, how could no one's doing that? like you were one of the only guys that I saw that was doing that was from the clinch, was leg kicking. You've got some fucking flexible hips, man. Because the way you were able to do that from like right in tight like this, and not just throws a leg out, you're whipping in there.
He pulls them to their knee, like, so he's making a base on that knee, and then it's just like you got to stump in the ground, and you're just trying to bend that tree. You know, and he's very good at that.
Let me tell you something about Luke, because I got into the octagon and right after you won, and Luke and I looked at each other, he was like, He was so happy. He was so happy. It was amazing seeing all those videos and knowing he's in camp with you all the time and knowing how much he loves you. Watching the happiness that he had when he won was fucking incredible.
Luke is one of my really, really good friends.
He shoots every time before the fight. Every time.
Before Trevor was in my corner, he used to go to Arizona. We had no coaches. I was just doing it between wrestling seasons. And yeah, he would go down there with me and just grab my hands and he would just be there.
Wow, he's great. One of the best human beings I've ever had.
Yeah, I love that, man.
Did you tell him about the Sunday? So the Sunday before the fight. So there was one time, and I think it was in the Cowboy fight, where you were pummeling with Ben, and then he finished with a low kick on Ben every time, and I'm like, stop kicking your coach. And he looks at me, he's like, Joe, he used to drag me back to the mats. He's like, I was like, all right,
Just give me this opportunity to beat his ass.
Joe, and
Sunday we go golfing. Sunday before the fight, we get there Saturday, we go golfing Sunday. And it's a Sunday. We never work out on Sundays. And Luke and Ben got fucking pickled. They each had like 3 very, very, very stiff Bloody Marys. Luke bought like 12 beers. Because we got there and hey, everything's on the president. And he's like, fuck yeah, I've never heard that before. He's on the president, I'm going to drink. And so like whole 10 or 11. Trevor's like, let's go. I'm going to work out yet.
So we're going to work out, but I'm telling you, they're going to be the workout.
I didn't know we were working out. I had no fucking
We're fighting on Sunday. We're definitely
I thought he was fucking with me. We're out there golfing. It's hot as shit. I'm sweating my ass off. I had no idea we were working out that day. He's like, let's fucking go. Let's tell him we're going to work out. I was like, all right, cool.
So I told him I was going to text him and give the workout. I'll lay out the workout for everybody. And I told him he was going to go 3 rounds of sparring, full-on sparring. And then Ben's got to go 40 minutes straight. No breaks. Just grappling. Not wrestling. Just grappling.
And then fuck that.
Dude, and I told Justin, I was like, all right, let's fuck with him, see how he is. And dude, instantly, fine, and texted. We just started talking about it. So we're on the way home, driving home. And dude, Ben is like, I'll just take you down. And he's like, I asked him how many times you gonna take him down. He's like, dude,
It's like 40 minutes. So 60 minutes.
So we went 20 till you got 7 submissions on your coach. He drug him back on the mat. So it was so funny. I was like, dude, you're gonna drag him back on the mat. So I gotta witness this.
It's funny because I got a video. So we get home, like, I go down, take a nap for like 2 hours, and they just stay drinking. My YouTube guy filmed everything, and they're just talking so much shit.
Luke was good though. Luke was like, you're
Don't spit through it, man.
He's like, you're really gonna say that? Like,
Yeah, they're just like, hey, I ain't saying any of this. I'll be it too. But they're making a plan how they're gonna team up on me. And so, it's funny. Then you got the video there, and I'm beating Ben's ass. But no, actually, I went with Luke first, and I was fucking him up.
Luke's punching Ben because Ben won't jump in.
Yeah, so he's like, what the fuck, Ben? What the fuck, Ben? Now's the time. And he's asking for help. I'm beating his ass. And then
We have fun for sure. They're great coaches. They are our whole team. It's just everybody's so dialed in.
yeah, that whole week is one of my, every time we go, that whole week is one of my favorites.
You use the sauna in between workouts as well.
And before. So
Nothing, that shit sucked. You say it was perfect, you say it was perfect. It was not. It was detrimental to our outsides. Yes, the humidity was there. I didn't realize it because obviously it's not something I can worry about right now. But after round 1, I just remember thinking,